The woman in the red dress paused, seemingly lost in thought. The foodless body. Huh, just 3 words. Qi Yuan was stunned. 3 words seemed way too unimpressive. From what I've seen, others have names like innate sacred body Tao embryo, heavenly fate chaotic divine demon body, innate JK sacred body, or at least a 4-character name like archaic sacred body. This was the first time Qi Yuan had heard of the foodless body. I made up the name myself, the woman in the red dress said, looking at Qi Yuan with a mischievous smile in her eyes. Qi Yuan hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath. It seems we have something in common. The technique I created is called the Qi Yuan scripture. He named his technique after himself, and the foodless Holy Mother called herself by her body's name. It was quite amusing. What are the effects of the foodless body? Qi Yuan asked. In truth, he wanted to understand the state of the foodless Holy Mother's body. You've already seen them, the foodless Holy Mother didn't answer directly. I think it might be more complicated than that. You looked at me strangely before. Qi Yuan recalled the unsettling feeling he had when she looked at him earlier. The woman in the red dress stopped eating fish, lightly biting her lower lip with her pearly teeth. She glanced sideways at Qi Yuan. Are you afraid I might eat you? As she spoke, she deliberately took a bite of the fish, chewing forcefully as if imagining it were Qi Yuan. Not at all, Qi Yuan blurted out. They were separated by time. Even if she had the appetite of a gluttonous beast, she couldn't eat him. The woman in the red dress didn't say anything more, continuing to eat her fish. Qi Yuan sat beside her, watching as her complexion gradually improved. His mood lifted accordingly. This meant that the heaven pillar was being restored bit by bit. He could return to the visualization mountain to continue his work. However, something occurred to him, and he asked, if the fish were impure, would you still be able to eat it so calmly? Qi Yuan remembered the last time he saw the foodless Holy Mother. She was eating fish right beside him. The fish hadn't been purified, yet she ate it with great enjoyment. No, the foodless Holy Mother answered bluntly. Another wave of doubt washed over Qi Yuan. Could it be that he had seen a version of the foodless Holy Mother from a parallel timeline? That version of her didn't seem to react to impure fish as this one did. Hey, if you ever meet me in the future, remind me that we've met before. Okay, promise me you won't lie. Qi Yuan sensed she might deceive him, so he added, if you lie, you're a little puppy. As the saying goes, beautiful women are the most deceptive because if less attractive women lie, no one believes them. Why would I lie to you? I'll trust you this time. Are the evil gods really powerful? The foodless Holy Mother asked. Well, they're strong, but don't worry, villains like them always fall by my hand. Qi Yuan said with confidence. It seems you're quite confident, the foodless Holy Mother said, a touch of melancholy in her voice. I've already devised a detailed plan, broken into 3 steps. Right now, I'm in the latter part of the first step, and soon, my plan will be complete. Qi Yuan was excited as he talked about his plan. After all, it was his brilliant creation, and he loved to boast about it. It's a pity, I was born too early, the foodless Holy Mother mused, her voice filled with sadness. Qi Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He recalled the last time he saw the foodless Holy Mother, she had said something similar. Was it just a coincidence? Or something else? Could the foodless Holy Mother he met last time really be this one? But why wouldn't she recognize him? Or did she recognize him but choose not to say anything? Was there some hidden plot? Qi Yuan couldn't help but speculate. He was about to ask more when he suddenly felt a chill in the air. The warmth in the red-dressed woman's eyes vanished, replaced by a biting coldness. Her icy gaze fell upon Qi Yuan, and even though they were separated by time, he could almost feel the bone-chilling cold. I'm going to sleep, the foodless Holy Mother said, finishing the last of the fish, her voice frigid. Her attitude toward Qi Yuan had shifted dramatically, from somewhat warm to utterly frosty. Qi Yuan was surprised. She's pulled out the 3 magical tools of a goddess. The sudden change in the foodless Holy Mother's attitude left Qi Yuan curious, but he wasn't about to try to warm up to her cold shoulder. Remember to eat the fish tomorrow. Okay, the foodless Holy Mother replied, her voice still icy. Qi Yuan placed his hands behind his head, watching as the foodless Holy Mother retreated into the depths of the bamboo house and lay down on the bed. This woman changes her mood faster than the weather. Do myths even need to sleep? Qi Yuan left the bamboo house and wandered outside. The night was still. The lake shimmered with ripples, reflecting a faint red glow. The wind rustled the bamboo, making it sway gently. Qi Yuan reached out, trying to feel the breeze, but he couldn't grasp it. After a while, he saw some familiar figures. At the base of the heaven pillar, Venerable Ling Zhang and Elder Fengsen were still there, seemingly engaged in some conversation. Unfortunately, Qi Yuan's ears couldn't catch everything. He could only hear bits and pieces. I suspect someone is with the foodless Holy Mother. Impossible, I couldn't sense anyone. That person really exists. Imagination. Qi Yuan listened for a long time but couldn't gather any useful information. He returned to the foodless Holy Mother's bamboo house. After all, eavesdropping was unbecoming. Time passed quickly. Atop the heaven pillar, it was empty and rarely visited. Over the past 2 days, the foodless Holy Mother had cooked several more fish. After Qi Yuan purified them, the foodless Holy Mother slowly ate them. Her complexion improved more and more. The heaven pillar also seemed to grow stronger. The only thing that surprised Qi Yuan was that ever since that night when the foodless Holy Mother had become cold and distant, she had remained aloof, and their conversations had been sparse, lacking the warmth of their earlier interactions. But Qi Yuan didn't mind. If she was cold, so be it. It didn't matter to him. His goal was simply to feed the foodless Holy Mother so that the heaven pillar would be stabilized. He hadn't come to the past to develop any romantic relationship with her. Honestly, they were barely acquaintances, not even close enough to be considered true friends. Tomorrow at dawn, I'll be leaving. Cook more fish tonight, Qi Yuan said at noon, lounging in the sun and looking over at the foodless Holy Mother. Okay, the woman in the red dress replied, still coldly. Qi Yuan didn't say anything more. If their relationship was strained, so be it. After all, it was just cooperation. I'm heading to the visualization mountain to invoke some gods. I'll be gone for a while. If you feel uncomfortable, let me know ahead of time, and I'll stop, Qi Yuan continued. When I visualized the thunder ancestor, the mountain cracked, which hurt the heaven pillar and injured you. I do feel a bit guilty about that. As long as the visualization mountain doesn't crack, it's fine, the foodless Holy Mother responded, her voice still cold. All right, Qi Yuan said, disappearing from sight. At the base of the heaven pillar, only the foodless Holy Mother remained in the bamboo house. She looked at the spot where Qi Yuan had vanished, her expression icy. I'm not one to break my promises. After about 10 breaths, a sudden meow echoed. A pure white kitten appeared outside the bamboo house, its black eyes peeking inside at the foodless Holy Mother. The foodless Holy Mother waved her hand. The cat's body immediately disappeared. An old voice then spoke. This cat was born pure and has a connection with you, foodless. Why not keep it and train it? It might become a venerable one day, Elder Fengsen said, appearing with a smile in his eyes. It's just a passerby, no need to stay. Its death would only be a nuisance, the foodless Holy Mother replied, her voice as cold as when she spoke to Qi Yuan. Elder Fengsen felt something was wrong. The foodless Holy Mother from the other day was indeed acting strangely. The current one was the normal one. Why keep pushing people away, foodless? You should spend more time interacting with us, your peers. It's good for your cultivation. We have nearly infinite lifespans, so why not have more friends and more fun? Elder Fengsen chuckled. That cat has a connection with you. Keeping it around could be a way to pass the time. More peers, to eat their banquet. The woman in the red dress murmured, suddenly recalling the talk of banquets that Qi Yuan had shared with her. She mentioned it without thinking. A few days ago, when she and Qi Yuan went to buy pots and pans, he had told her many stories about banquets. He even said that a good chef should attend a certain cooking school. She listened intently, keeping it all in her memory. Elder Fengsen froze at the foodless Holy Mother's words. That's not a very auspicious thing to say. Only a myth could be a peer to the foodless Holy Mother. And how could she ever attend a myth's banquet? You should go back. I will participate in the battle at Shenglong Arena. Tell the other myths that this time, the evil gods are unusually powerful. Be prepared for death. What? Elder Fengsen was shocked. You must be joking. The foodless Holy Mother didn't respond, instead eating her fish and quietly saying, so, since we're all going to die, there's no need to meet. It would only cause more heartache. 1,000 miles away from the heaven pillar. The villagers of Qingshui village and the ancient gods stood in place. As instructed by Qi Yuan, they didn't move, avoiding any accidents. Venerable Shenlei crossed his legs, sitting in an undignified manner. He looked at the empty forest and grumbled, that kid went off to have a private moment with the foodless Holy Mother, leaving us here. How interesting. Venerable Wanghan laughed helplessly. He went to deal with the heaven pillar. Sigh, I actually wanted to meet the legendary foodless Holy Mother, Venerable Shenlei said, stroking his beard. As the first person in the Fangxin realm, the foodless Holy Mother naturally piqued his curiosity. At that moment, the usually quiet Venerable Huolian spoke up. Honestly, I'd like to go see myself. The others were curious about the past and their younger selves, and Huolian Venerable wanted to see who she was back then. I'd like to explore too, an ancient god chimed in, intrigued by their surroundings. I think you're not just interested in exploring, you're looking to spy on beauty's bathing. Huolian Venerable shot a glare at the god who had spoken. The god laughed awkwardly. You've known me for a century. Do I really seem that low? No, but someone's eyes nearly popped out earlier. It must have been Venerable Zhanghan. Earlier, half an hour ago, a few fairies had come to a nearby lake to bathe. Before the fairies had even begun to undress, Venerable Zhanghan's eyes had been glued to the spot, and he almost ran over to the lake. In the end, the other ancient gods had to restrain him. After all, as gods loyal to the Origin Heaven Lord, how could they do something so undignified? Spying was shameful. If they wanted to watch, it should be done openly. You bunch of spineless fools, always thinking about such trivial matters, Venerable Shenlei huffed, playing the part of the elder. Venerable Zhanghan grinned. If I get the right divine technique, I might follow in Zhu Zhuangxi's footsteps. The story of Zhu Zhuangxi and the big black dog had spread throughout Feiwang City. The big black dog once had a chance to suppress Zhu Zhuangxi. Then Zhu Zhuangxi turned around and suppressed the big black dog. Everyone in Feiwang City was talking about it. Venerable Zhanghan's meaning was clear. He was implying that he, too, might have a chance to suppress Venerable Shenlei. HMPH, I'll be waiting. Venerable Shenlei scoffed, acting indifferent. The others were excited by Venerable Zhanghan's words. Who wouldn't want to change their fate with a mythic technique, like Zhu Zhuangxi did? Do you think we'll get mythic-level divine techniques? Is there one suitable for me? I've been watching the visualization mountain these past 2 days, and I haven't seen anything unusual, one ancient god said, sounding worried. Usually, when a divine technique of epic or higher level was visualized, the visualization mountain would react. Something like golden light would burst forth, or drums would thunder. But for the past 2 days, the visualization mountain had been quiet, with no signs at all. Venerable Shenlei stood there, feeling nervous too. That kid better not have given me just an ordinary divine technique. Although he had said he didn't care about Qi Yuan's benefits, that was only lip service. He was hoping for something epic or higher. Otherwise, it wouldn't improve him much. Venerable Shenlei has been with the Heaven Lord longer than the rest of us. He might receive a mythic technique, Venerable Huolian said, her tone filled with admiration. Venerable Shenlei shook his head, quickly saying, a thunder technique is a myth. That's too much to expect. He was just worried Qi Yuan might give him something ordinary, so he was trying to lower everyone's expectations. The others agreed. Venerable Wanghan also muttered, my path is the control of water, and 2 others who came with me have a similar path. I fear the Heaven Lord may struggle to give us all a suitable divine technique. The 2 other water-controlling ancient gods heard this and felt a bit disheartened. After all, in any given role, there could only be one strong god. How could there be more? So among the 3 water-controlling gods, perhaps only one would get a suitable divine technique. It seems Venerable Wanghan is most likely to receive a powerful divine technique, said one of the other water-controlling gods enviously. Among the 3, Venerable Wanghan had the best chance, as he had the longest history with the Origin Heaven Lord. Another ancient god also looked at Venerable Wanghan with envy. The ancient gods continued to chat, some flattering each other. As for the ordinary villagers, they had no such worries. To them, any divine technique would be welcome. They were ordinary people, their paths undefined, so they could go in any direction. Just then, a voice echoed in their ears. I'm back. Time to hand out the rewards. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Heavenly Lord, Lord. The many ancient gods and thousands of villagers all turned to Qi Yuan. Venerable Wanghan's breathing quickened slightly. Venerable Shenlei looked at Qi Yuan, but this time, he didn't speak rashly. This time, I've visualized quite a few divine techniques in one go. After the foodless Holy Mother had eaten her fill, or rather after the Heaven Pillar had been restored, the visualizations from the visualization mountain returned to normal. Qi Yuan used up all the demonic god's spiritual energy he had, visualizing many powerful divine techniques. Every ordinary villager received one. Wei He stood among the crowd, her young face set in determination. Her brother, Wei Ting, had visualized the giant spirit god, becoming incredibly powerful. She also wanted to visualize a powerful god, to gain great strength and repay the origin heavenly lord. You 60, step forward, Qi Yuan said, waving his hand. 60 villagers, including Wei He, were separated from the group. The ancient gods watched with curiosity, wondering what level of divine techniques these ordinary villagers would receive. Wei He stood up straight, her small frame brimming with resolve. The divine techniques you will receive are for the 60 Jiazi gods. Qi Yuan waved his hand, and 60 divine techniques floated in the air. The ancient gods, who had been filled with anticipation, were stunned. Because, legendary, 60 legendary techniques. How is that possible? I want a legendary one too. One of the ancient gods cried out. After all, a rare level divine technique was incredibly valuable to them. Above the rare level were epic, and above epic were legendary. They didn't dare dream of a divine myth, but they had small hopes for a legendary technique. And now, the origin heavenly lord had casually handed out 60 legendary techniques. How could they not be shocked? When Qi Yuan had once revealed 21 legendary techniques at once, it had shaken the entire Fengxin realm. But now, 60 in one go. Venerable Shenlei's nose almost twisted in envy. He could hardly contain his jealousy. The 60 Jiazi gods are also known as the Tai Sui. The Tai Sui is the ruler of the year, and each god governs a specific year, Qi Yuan explained. The 60 divine techniques fell into the hands of the 60 villagers, their faces lighting up with excitement. Wei He held the Jiazi technique, bowing deeply to Qi Yuan. Thank you, Heavenly Lord, for your gift. Thank you, Heavenly Lord. Hurry up and start visualizing, and quickly break through to true godhood. Qi Yuan then turned to the remaining villagers, waving his hand again. Suddenly, 1,000 more glowing divine techniques appeared. The villagers were completely stunned. The ancient gods were also utterly dumbfounded. Because these divine techniques, none of them were below epic level, and the majority were legendary. The 36 heavenly spirits, the 72 earthly fiends, the 24 heavenly lords of the thunder department, heavenly soldiers and generals, clairaudience and clairosmia, the gourd brothers. These 1,000 divine techniques encompassed a wide range, even including some at the divine myth level. The ancient god's eyes gleamed with greed. I sensed it, a legendary technique aligned with my path. How can there be so many powerful gods? Even a divine myth might not create a legendary level divine technique, one ancient god said, his voice trembling with disbelief. The divine techniques behind these visualized gods were so powerful that they could easily dominate the Fengxin realm. Some ancient gods began to have terrifying thoughts. Venerable Huolian's eyes rippled with emotion as she recalled the day when the great sun had hung in the sky. The heavenly lord must be a lord of the stars. And not just any lord of the stars. Even among the sun gods, there were vast differences in power. Quickly visualize and break through to true godhood. One day, I hope to lead 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals to rampage across the land. Qi Yuan said, feeling quite pleased with himself. He couldn't help but think of the golden-furred monkey he had slain in the North Sea God's Eye. After killing their prodigy, the ancient ape clan had yet to make any move against him. Could they be plotting something? If so, he might as well follow in the footsteps of Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, and lead 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals to their doorstep. That should be enough to flatten the ancient ape clan, right? The villagers were deeply moved, each eagerly taking their divine technique to begin their cultivation. The 30 ancient gods watching all had red eyes. Those divine techniques were making them extremely envious. Not just a few of them, all of them. Such powerful divine techniques, given to ordinary villagers, seemed to them like feeding pigs with divine nectar. This is too wasteful, one ancient god couldn't help but say, his voice trembling slightly. How is it wasteful? They've been following me for so long. Even if they haven't made great contributions, they've at least worked hard. What's wrong with giving them a bit of a reward? Qi Yuan said casually. Besides, it wasn't just a reward. After all, these people would become his foundation, fighting for him in the future. The ancient god fell silent, and Venerable Shenlei was also speechless. These villagers had barely been with the origin heavenly lord for a year, let alone a century. And that was considered a long time. Qi Yuan's actions, if seen by people from Blue Star, would make them think he was a crazy, money-throwing fool. But once that money was thrown on them, suddenly he wouldn't be a fool, he'd be a benefactor. At that moment, both the villagers and ancient gods looked at Qi Yuan with similar feelings. Then, Venerable Shenlei spoke up with difficulty, actually, those legendary thunder techniques, I found them quite suitable for me. Venerable Shenlei hinted at Qi Yuan. After all, among those 1,000 divine techniques, there were over 10 legendary ones and nearly 100 epic ones. Each one made Venerable Shenlei's heart burn with desire. He was worried that Qi Yuan had already exhausted his supply and had nothing powerful left for him. Qi Yuan smiled. This time, I specifically chose a particularly powerful one for you. This time, he had visualized several exceptionally strong divine techniques. For Venerable Shenlei, the strongest was the Lord of the Thunder Department in the Heavenly Court. As the head of an entire department, how could his combat power be comparable to that of a mere divine myth? In Qi Yuan's understanding, the blood-red stars in the sky were nothing compared to him. Among the many star lords in the Heavenly Court, not one of them could have a true form weaker than an ordinary sun god. Let alone a top figure like the 9 heavens responding Thunder General, who was in a league far beyond. A powerful one, Venerable Shenlei said, filled with anticipation. You 30 all have one, Qi Yuan said. The 21 ancient gods from the Ancient Gods Alliance, the 8 from the Ancestral Land, and Venerable Shenlei, each one had a divine technique prepared for them. Since his true god power was running low, he had been particularly careful in selecting these 30. His goal was to maximize their combat strength. He only had one more chance to go back in time. Venerable Wangsong looked at Qi Yuan, trembling inside. Her usually composed twin sister couldn't stay calm either. These are prepared for you. Qi Yuan waved his hand, and 30 divine techniques floated in the air. The crowd froze. Even though they had seen over 1,000 epic and legendary techniques before, their breathing still quickened when they saw these 30 divine myths. Divine myths. All of them were divine myths. And these myths seemed even stronger than expected. Venerable Wangsong, yours is the imperial teacher Kai Songzi, an ancient great god. Do not let his name be tarnished. Venerable Wanghan, yours is the water god emperor who resolves disasters. Venerable Chifeng, the water virtue star lord, who commands all the waters of the world. Yours is the water star. You 2 sisters, one will have the sun star lord, and the other, the moon star lord. Comma. And you, the southern true emperor of all blessings. Comma. Venerable Shenlei, the 9 heavens responding thunder general. Qi Yuan distributed the 30 divine myths as if they were cabbages, handing them out in a flash. The ancient gods who received the divine techniques immediately delved into them with their consciousness. Countless pieces of information flooded their minds. Their expressions ranged from joy to shock to confusion. Their consciousness briefly returned to the present, and they all looked at Qi Yuan. Thank you, Heavenly Lord, for bestowing these techniques. Qi Yuan looked at the 30 ancient gods, his eyes filled with expectation. I hope you can all become great venerables. A divine technique is essentially borrowed power. The first time it's visualized, the effects are strongest, and the growth is greatest. A legendary level technique could allow a true god in the first step to break through multiple divine orifices at once. A divine myths technique was even more terrifying. Take Zhu Zhuangxi, for example. The technique he visualized was for the Grand Marshal Tianpeng. He had already reached the 3rd step of ascension, just a breath away from becoming a great venerable. And that was with him starting from a nascent soul. If he had been an ancient god, he might already be a great venerable by now. These 30 ancient gods had received techniques perfectly aligned with their paths, making the first time boost even more effective and fearsome. Especially Venerable Shenlei, Qi Yuan had high hopes for him. Venerable Shenlei was only in the 4th step of ascension. With a technique from such a top-level god, breaking through several minor realms in one go wouldn't be a problem. Everyone, keep working hard. We still have a day left. While the heaven pillar stands, keep cultivating. With that, Qi Yuan vanished. The 30 ancient gods stood there, stunned. Venerable Zhanghan's eyes lit up with excitement as he turned to Venerable Shenlei. Haha, the Lord didn't give me just any divine myth this time. Venerable Shenlei, I'll show you what it means to look at someone with fresh eyes after 3 days. Venerable Zhanghan had borrowed the phrase from Qi Yuan. He had heard Qi Yuan say it once and had memorized it. Now, he was feeling quite proud of himself. The divine technique he had received was for the Earth Star Lord. The Earth Star Lord was one of the 9 Star Lords. Just by briefly interacting with the technique, Venerable Zhanghan had already realized that this was no ordinary divine myth. The Origin Heavenly Lord must have seen his exceptional potential and chosen such a powerful divine technique for him. But Venerable Shenlei was fully immersed in his divine technique and couldn't be bothered to respond to Venerable Zhanghan. After all, the technique he had received, just from one glance, he could sense its terrifying power. Compared to the Thunder Ancestor, what was the Sun Holy Saint in the sky? Venerable Zhanghan continued to boast, the Lord's true form must be a Lord of the Stars, a powerful young god. And the technique I've received must be from one of his most powerful subordinates, half a step above even a young god. Venerable Zhanghan was practically floating. Little Earth Star, dare to be so arrogant. The younger of the twin sisters scoffed. I'm the Moon Star Lord, the Lord's first general. The Star Lords knew there were 9 of them, but they didn't know who was who. Each believed themselves to be the strongest. No, I'm the Lord's most powerful general. Another ancient god argued. He believed the god he had visualized far surpassed any ordinary divine myth and wasn't even threatened by the sun gods. At that moment, a usually silent ancient god spoke up. The Lord of the Stars is nothing. The other ancient gods turned to look at Zhuge Yan, their eyes sharp. The god I've visualized as the southern true emperor of all blessings, one of the 10 emperors. An ordinary Lord of the Stars wouldn't even have the right to enter my domain. Zhuge Yan's words left the other ancient gods in stunned silence. A Lord of the Stars, that's already no ordinary young god. But Zhuge Yan said an ordinary one wouldn't even qualify to enter his domain. And this was just one of the 10 emperors. What kind of unimaginable power did the other 9 emperors hold? The ancient gods were all speechless. Then, one of them spoke up, a Lord of the Stars is indeed nothing special. The god I've visualized is a Lord of the Stars, and not an ordinary one at that. The others gasped. Venerable Zhanghan, who had been so proud of his Earth Star Lord technique, couldn't take it anymore. So none of you have ordinary divine myths. Not just ordinary, his seemed to be the weakest. The joy he had felt earlier had evaporated. It's sad enough when your own efforts seem weak, but it's even more painful when your friends are much stronger. At that moment, Venerable Shenlei opened his eyes, lightning flashing within them. Today, I'll show you what it means to reach the myth realm in a single day. Venerable Shenlei was filled with confidence. The 9 heavens responding Thunder General was the Lord of all thunder. The insights this divine technique had given him were immense. He was confident he could reach the divine myth in just one day. The other ancient gods all turned to look at Venerable Shenlei, their hearts filled with awe. Reaching the myth realm in a single day, is this even a divine myth technique? At the top of the heaven pillar, in the bamboo house. The red-dressed woman sat surrounded by various fish. She cradled a bowl of fish in her arms, her eyes blank. Suddenly, she seemed to sense something, and a glimmer of joy flashed in her eyes before quickly fading away. She spoke to the empty air in front of her. Qi Yuan, I'm hungry. Qi Yuan looked at the weakened foodless Holy Mother, his eyes filled with guilt. That's on me, I visualized too much. He couldn't use his spiritual senses to examine the foodless Holy Mother, but just by looking at her, he could tell she was very weak. He glanced at the fish, not hesitating to let blood drip from his fingers, pure, transparent blood that fell onto the fish. Qi Yuan's body suddenly shuddered, and his face grew even paler. Using so much blood at once was hard even for him. The foodless Holy Mother stared at the fish, her eyes glowing as if she were looking at the most delicious meal in the world. But instead of eating immediately, she looked at Qi Yuan. How do you do it? Secret, Qi Yuan replied without hesitation. Eat slowly, and I hope that by the time I leave, your body will be fully healed. Otherwise, I'll feel guilty. Qi Yuan never liked owing anyone anything. The foodless Holy Mother said nothing, her eyes growing cold again as she slowly ate the fish. After some time, she set down her chopsticks, lowering her head as if deep in thought. Finally, she whispered. We've met by chance. When you leave, let me know, and I'll see you off. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Eat more fish, it will make the heaven pillar stronger. Qi Yuan said as he stood nearby. This recent visualization had greatly enhanced his subordinate's strength, as well as his own. The first step of his 3-step plan had been completed to perfection. The next step was to lead his army and annihilate the demonic forces of Qingheng continent with lightning speed. The demonic power he would gain from this would allow him to use the lost glow stick again, enabling him to return to the past for one final enhancement. Qi Yuan wasn't sure when that last journey to the past would take him. It could be any time between the present and the Hongtang War or even far before that. But whatever the case, it was a good idea to feed the foodless Holy Mother more and strengthen the heaven pillar further. The next visualization should have even greater results than this one. Thinking about this, Qi Yuan asked, "Do you know anything about the ancestral land of the ancient clan?" He had always been curious about the ancestral land of the ancient clan but hadn't found much information about it from others. The foodless Holy Mother's expression grew complicated. That place is extremely dangerous. Even a divine myth might perish there. Indeed, without a special method, it's impossible to enter. Entering recklessly could lead to death even for a divine myth, Qi Yuan agreed. It seemed the foodless Holy Mother didn't know much more about the ancestral land than he did. She lowered her head and continued eating her fish, saying nothing more. Qi Yuan looked up at the stars, his face pale. Fortunately, his recent level ups had been substantial, so the effects of losing the pure glazed blood weren't too severe. However, before I leave, make more fish dishes, spicy fish stew, grilled fish with chili, and pickled fish, Qi Yuan continued. All right. For the rest of the day, the foodless Holy Mother spent her time fishing by the lakeside. Dressed in her red robe, with her long black hair flowing down to her waist, her eyes reflected a coldness that seemed impossible to dispel. Qi Yuan lay on a recliner the foodless Holy Mother had found somewhere, though he wasn't really resting. He watched the fish in the lake, his mind unusually clear. Suddenly, he had a thought and asked the figure not far from him, "If you went back to the past, unable to change anything just like I am now, what would you do?" He asked curiously. He truly didn't have any good way to alter the past. Powerful divine techniques couldn't be passed on to people in the past since divine techniques must be visualized, not taught. So, he couldn't really enhance the strength of the Fengsin realm's forces. What was he supposed to do? Teach the foodless Holy Mother nuclear fission? The thought was amusing, and even if he did, to a true god, it would be like a weapon for blowing up fish. If he could physically go back to the past, Qi Yuan would have the confidence to change history. But in this state, he couldn't. The foodless Holy Mother hesitated before slowly replying, "I would just be a passerby, looking at the mountains and rivers, that would be enough." "No wonder you're the number one in the Fengsin realm. You truly live a carefree life," Qi Yuan said, recalling how during the Hongtang War, the foodless Holy Mother had led him to travel the mountains and rivers. After a few hours passed, the table was filled with various fish dishes. The foodless Holy Mother wasn't greedy, making only enough to fill the table. The fragrance of the food was strong, though Qi Yuan couldn't smell it. Looking at the fish, Qi Yuan felt a bit of pain in his heart. Still, he let drops of his pure glazed blood fall onto the fish. The impurities were cleansed once more, and Qi Yuan's body swayed slightly, feeling like he had a cultivation version of low blood sugar. "All right, I have to go now," Qi Yuan said, satisfied with his work as he clapped his hands. The foodless Holy Mother glanced at where Qi Yuan had been standing, her gaze then falling on the fish on the table. "Thank you. No problem, helping each other is a traditional virtue." Qi Yuan smiled. In his heart, though, he was grumbling. "This game really takes everything from you, even blood." Without further hesitation, Qi Yuan's figure vanished. The bamboo house was now empty, and the red-robed woman's expression froze as if she had realized some truth. A voice filled with despair suddenly echoed in her mind. "Swallow him. Swallow everything." A trace of coldness flashed in the woman's eyes as she looked at the fish in front of her, her gaze becoming even more complex. She chewed slowly, taking half a day to eat just half a fish. In Feiwu City, a group of people suddenly appeared in an open space. These figures exuded terrifying auras, each with a look of excitement and exhilaration on their faces. Venerable Wangsong muttered to herself, still feeling as though she were in a dream. "I never thought I, Wangsong, would have the chance to step into the fifth step of ascension." The fifth step of ascension was the realm of the great venerables. And among great venerables, it was not considered weak. Moreover, she had already perfected the fifth step of ascension. One more step, and she would reach the sixth step. Sigh, 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 Venerable Zhanghan sighed 3 times in a row. He ultimately couldn't replicate the dynamic between Zhu Zhuangxi and the great black dog. Venerable Shenlei was a hurdle he couldn't overcome. Venerable Shenlei had stepped into the divine myth realm. A divine myth. Since the Hongtang War, there hadn't been a divine myth in the Fengsin realm. The gods present naturally envied him. Qi Yuan glanced at the gods, a smug look in his eyes. "Take a day to consolidate your power. After that, I have a big task for us. These people needed time to stabilize their newfound strength and get used to it. When the war began, it would be easier to crush the enemy. Yes, my lord, the 1,000 or so true gods answered in unison, their voices solemn. Here are some divine orifice elixirs, 10 per person. Whether you can open new divine orifices will depend on your own abilities, Qi Yuan said, waving his hand once more. Each venerable received 10 divine orifice elixirs. The supply of divine domain elixirs was limited, so he couldn't hand them out freely, but he had no such concerns with divine orifice elixirs. There were plenty of them. Thank you, Heavenly Lord. 1,000 true gods bowed, making Qi Yuan feel as if he were the Jade Emperor himself. Qi Yuan's figure faded once again, reappearing in the city lord's mansion. There, Qi was frowning, deep in thought. When she saw Qi Yuan appear, she quickly stood up. Godfather. Qi was in charge of the logistics, information gathering, and diplomacy for Qi Yuan's domain. She managed these tasks meticulously, greatly reducing the difficulty of Qi Yuan's game. All he had to do was handle the big battles without worrying about trivial matters. Godfather, there are some guests in the main hall, Qi said quickly. They are from the Ancient Ape Clan, the Well-Dragon Clan, and the Ancient God Alliance. Representatives of several major Ancient God forces from Qingheng continent had arrived in Feiwu City. The Ancient Ape Clan and the Well-Dragon Clan have likely come to join us in resisting the enemy. The Ancient God Alliance, their leader, a great Venerable, is here, but their intentions seem unclear. They might not have come with friendly intentions, Qi briefly explained each faction's stance to Qi Yuan. And, Qi paused for a moment, the Phoenix clan has also sent someone to offer their support to you, Godfather. Qi herself had some Phoenix clan blood. I see, I'll go take a look and see who's willing to become my subjects. With that, Qi Yuan's figure vanished again. Meanwhile, in the guest hall, more than a dozen ancient gods were seated, each wearing different expressions and engaging in various conversations. The setting sun at the sunset slope was truly awe-inspiring, temporarily alleviating our crisis. When the great sun hung in the sky, even I felt fear. That strike wasn't even from a true god, yet it was so powerful. What kind of terror must a true god be capable of? The leader of the Ancient Ape Clan, Yuan Kun, spoke, his voice tinged with helplessness. He was in the third step of ascension, with unparalleled physical strength. Just a bit of the light from the great sun could have shattered his powerful body. The events at Sunset Slope are indeed strange, but that's not something we should worry about. It was likely the work of the mysterious figure in the south who visualized 8 divine myths. What we should be concerned about is how to deal with Venerable Liang. The changes at Sunset Slope were only a small loss for Venerable Liang. Who knows when the next wave of his army will come? Yuan Kun, wasn't your grandson killed by the Origin Heavenly Lord? Why have you come here? An ancient god from the Ancient God Alliance asked, as if trying to stir up trouble. HMPH, my unruly grandson deserved to die. I, Yuan Kun, can still distinguish between family matters and the greater good. Yuan Kun replied, clearly displeased with the ancient god's insinuation. The greater good is something we all care about, isn't it? The ancient god from the Ancient God Alliance continued. Yuan Kun couldn't help but sneer. Then why is your alliance so intent on taking control of the Northern Sea God's Eye? Yuan Kun had never liked the Ancient God Alliance, and now that they had arrived with 3 great venerables, it was obvious they weren't here to cooperate but to take over. Most of the gods present had never thought much of the Ancient God Alliance, and now, after the alliance had lost over 100 gods at Sunset Slope, they looked down on it even more. For the sake of the world, the Northern Sea God's Eye should be controlled by the Ancient God Alliance. The Origin Heavenly Lord has many capable people under his command, but only one great venerable, Changhua. We don't feel comfortable with the Northern Sea God's Eye in his hands. However, if the Ancient God Alliance, which puts the world first, were to control it, we would ensure everyone's safety, the Alliance leader said calmly. Currently, the only way to resist the demonic army was through the Northern Sea God's Eye. Several great venerables working together could build a strong defense, perhaps even deterring the demonic army from sacrificing lives to break through. The Ancient God Alliance was determined to seize control of the Northern Sea God's Eye. Yi Luyun listened to their words, feeling even more disdainful. They were clearly after power, so why bother with such self-righteous rhetoric? In his view, the Ancient God Alliance was full of hypocrites. Too cowardly to face the demonic army, they chose to bully the Origin Heavenly Lord instead. Of course, the Alliance leader didn't know that Qi Yuan was the one who had visualized 21 legendaries and 8 divine myths, nor that it was Qi Yuan who had summoned the solar phantom. If he had known, he wouldn't have dared to speak so boldly. Just then, a lazy voice rang out. Who's spouting such self-important nonsense? What is this, the Bright Palace's branch? Qi Yuan, dressed in a green robe, appeared in the hall. He sat down in the main seat, his eyes openly fixed on the Ancient God Alliance leader. Seeing Qi Yuan, Yi Luyun quickly transmitted a message, Brother Qi, be careful. The Ancient God Alliance is up to no good. The Alliance leader glanced at Qi Yuan, his voice calm. My request may seem excessive, but if you hand over control of the Northern Sea God's Eye to the Ancient God Alliance, we will certainly compensate you. Are you deaf? Qi Yuan's gaze suddenly turned cold. The gods in the hall were all taken aback. Brother Qi, how can you be so bold as to speak to 3 great venerables like that? At the same time, it was incredibly satisfying. They had long despised the Ancient God Alliance, but they had always been too afraid of its power to say anything. The Alliance leader's expression didn't change much as he continued, your anger is understandable. But if you hand over control of the Northern Sea God's Eye, I will let this go. It seems some people really don't understand human language, Qi Yuan interrupted. He spread his hands, looking somewhat helpless. When I said you were from the Bright Palace's branch, I wasn't making small talk. I was telling you, you're heading west. Qi Yuan's lazy voice fell, and the gods in the hall were shocked. Yi Luyun's eyes widened. How does Brother Qi dare to keep surprising me like this? The other gods were also astonished. The Origin Heavenly Lord's words had completely offended the Ancient God Alliance. The Alliance might not take action now, out of respect for their shared status as ancient gods, but they would certainly take secret revenge later. The Alliance leader's expression hardened, but he seemed to maintain his composure. If you take back what you said, there's still time. Hearing this, Qi Yuan seemed to realize something. You're right, I should take it back because you're very strong. The gods in the hall were confused. This is too shameless. How can you talk tough and then back down right after? Yi Luyun also had a strange look on his face. Is Qi Yuan really going to back down? A hint of a smile appeared in the Alliance leader's eyes as he softened his expression. But behind that smile was a barely concealed killing intent. Qi Yuan then continued, the Bright Palace is too weak, just a bunch of purple mansions. So, I take back what I said, you're not from the Bright Palace's branch, you're the Bright Palace itself. And you're not just heading west, you're already on your way. The Alliance leader's smile froze, and the killing intent in his eyes was no longer hidden. For the greater good, I won't hold your words against you, the Alliance leader said. Qi Yuan, however, lazily replied, for the greater good, please go die. As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Yuan clapped his hands. Wanghan, Huolian, take these 3 from the Ancient God Alliance and send them on their way. With his command, 2 terrifying figures suddenly appeared near Qi Yuan, their overwhelming aura spreading through the room. The Alliance leader's face turned pale. Wanghan, you've become a great venerable. And Huolian, what's going on? The ancient gods from the Ancient God Alliance were all shocked. Just a few days ago, they had seen Wanghan and Huolian, both of whom had been in the 2nd step of ascension. Now, how had they become great venerables? Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. On Wanghan and Huolian, the Ancient God Alliance's leader sensed an overwhelming power he couldn't contend with. This meant, they hadn't just recently stepped into the 4th step of ascension. The 3 great venerables of the Ancient God Alliance were utterly shocked, feeling as if they were in a nightmare. The other ancient gods were equally stunned by the scene unfolding before them. Kill, Qi Yuan said softly. At this command, Venerable Wanghan and Venerable Huolian showed no mercy. Facing their former leader, they acted decisively, unleashing the full power of their divine domains, which immediately crushed the divine domains of the 3 great venerables from the Ancient God Alliance. The leader's face turned pale. 5th step of ascension. How is this possible? Another venerable cried out in terror. We're all on the same side, there's no need for such violence. One of the venerables from the Ancient God Alliance pleaded, feeling utterly helpless. Unfortunately for them, Venerable Wanghan and Venerable Huolian did not receive any orders from Qi Yuan to hold back, so they pressed their attack. Their terrifying divine domains, one of water and the other of fire, crushed the divine domains of the 3 great venerables as if they were nothing. Venerable Wanghan had visualized the water god of calamity, who ruled over all the waters of the world. How could these three hope to compete against him? Their divine domains, cobbled together without divine authority, were like fragile porcelain dolls in the eyes of Venerable Wanghan and Venerable Huolian, full of weaknesses. In just one breath, the divine domains of the three venerables shattered. They were utterly paralyzed. A complete slaughter. This wasn't just a difference in cultivation level, it was a disparity in the very essence of their divine domains. The strength of a great venerable lay in the divine domain. A divine domain with divine authority was an entirely different concept compared to one without. To use an imperfect analogy, it was like comparing a university student who could use mathematical formulas without understanding them to a mathematician who had created those very formulas. The gap was enormous. The divine domains of the three great venerables from the ancient God alliance were shattered. Then, a wave of divine power surged forth, and the three venerables were slain on the spot. Silence, fear, shock, various emotions spread across the faces of the ancient gods present. Qi Yuan looked at the corpses of the three venerables and sighed, delivering divine power from 1,000 miles away, such a thoughtful gesture. To repay this kindness, I've decided to eat 3 extra bowls of rice today. The deaths of the three venerables didn't stir any emotion in Qi Yuan. In fact, he seemed to have a good appetite, ready to enjoy his meal. The other ancient gods shifted their gazes toward Qi Yuan, their expressions changing. Yi Luyun remained silent. Qi Yuan's actions continually shattered his understanding of the world. 3 great venerables, just killed like that. Even though the venerables of the ancient god alliance had murderous intent, they hadn't outright attacked. But Qi Yuan, he didn't waste time talking, he simply killed them. Yi Luyun still couldn't understand how Venerable Wanghan had become a great venerable and, more puzzlingly, how he had reached the 5th step of ascension. Qi Yuan looked at the fearful ancient gods and spoke softly, "There's no need to be afraid. I'm not a bloodthirsty person. These people were from the Bright Palace's main branch and had a deep grudge against me. Back when I was just building my foundation, they humiliated me in every way possible. But luckily, the day came when I rose up, overthrew the oppressors, and wiped out the Bright Palace. Who would have thought they would set up their main branch here too? I had no choice but to kill them. But rest assured, I am a good person. I never harm the innocent, and I don't wipe out entire families." The people present gave awkward smiles. Yi Luyun really wanted to tell Qi Yuan, "Brother Qi, you might want to use a speechwriter next time. Do you realize your words contradict each other? First, you say you wiped out the Bright Palace, and then you claim you don't wipe out entire families." The leader of the ancient ape clan, Yuan Kun, was sweating profusely. "My grandson offended the Origin Heavenly Lord, and he was right to kill him. I, Yuan Kun, apologize to the Origin Heavenly Lord." Qi Yuan's gaze turned cold, and a bone-chilling aura enveloped Yuan Kun. Then, he heard Qi Yuan say, "Was the leader of the ancient god alliance your grandson? Could it be that you're a hidden powerhouse?" "Of course not," Yuan Kun hurriedly explained. Qi Yuan relaxed slightly. "Oh, you're from the ancient ape clan. You scared me for a moment. I was wondering if you were biding your time, planning to take revenge for that golden-furred monkey. I was even thinking about bringing some great venerables and venerables to visit your clan. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions. I just wanted to bring a wreath for the golden-furred monkey and maybe attend a funeral banquet." Qi Yuan's face was full of smiles, looking very amicable. But Yuan Kun's smile was more like a grimace, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Qi Yuan said he had no ill intentions. Nonsense. Bringing great venerables and venerables to deliver a wreath. Attending a funeral banquet. He meant to wipe out the clan. Yuan Kun felt lucky he had come here today. "Origin Heavenly Lord, my ancient ape clan is willing to fully submit to you and become your subjects." Yuan Kun gritted his teeth and said. He mainly feared that the Origin Heavenly Lord might change his mind and wipe out his clan. After all, he had just seen the 3 venerables of the ancient god alliance killed without hesitation. He was terrified. Qi Yuan was a bit surprised. Someone actually volunteered to become his subject today. Usually, when he tried to recruit gods as his subjects, it was like pulling teeth. And now, an entire clan was offering itself up. Was his luck especially good today? Seeing this, Qi Yuan beamed and looked at the other ancient gods. "And what about you?" He wanted to test if his good luck was holding. Yi Luyun hesitated, but seeing Qi Yuan's radiant and friendly smile, a deep chill crept into his heart. He couldn't understand Qi Yuan's intentions. Was he having a fit, or was he threatening them? Recalling the mentions of the candle dragon and 5-clawed golden dragon that Qi Yuan had previously brought up, Yi Luyun gritted his teeth and said, my well-dragon clan is willing to become the Heavenly Lord's subjects. Qi Yuan's smile widened. He really was having a lucky day. And the rest of you? The leaders of the other clans were heartbroken, feeling both sad and aggrieved. Some of them looked at Venerable Wanghan, considering their options. We are willing to become the Heavenly Lord's subjects. The other ancient gods also declared their allegiance. Qi Yuan was pleased. It seems my luck is really good today. Too bad there's no lottery shop around. I'd love to buy a few tickets. The ancient gods exchanged uneasy glances, not daring to speak. Shao Qi, Qi Yuan called out. Qi, dressed in a green gown, appeared once again. She glanced at the 3 corpses on the ground before looking back at Qi Yuan. Godfather. Where are the registration forms? These people want to become my subjects, so make sure to register their information. Qi's surprise flashed briefly on her face. Understood. Soon, a pile of registration forms was handed out. Qi Yuan added, remember to register the information of any true gods in your clans who aren't present as well. Yuan-kun quickly nodded. Understood. Faced with Qi Yuan, the ancient gods were filled with fear. This was a true killer, who had no qualms about slaying 3 great venerables right in front of them. Once the forms were filled out, they were handed over to Qi Yuan. At that moment, an old man cautiously approached and asked, Heavenly Lord, with the war about to break out on Qingheng continent, what should we do? Another ancient god chimed in, the demonic army is incredibly powerful. Shouldn't we all quickly retreat to the northern sea god's eye and use its natural defenses to resist the demons? The ancient gods discussed this among themselves. Most of them had come here for this very reason. Qi Yuan shook his head. Hiding in the northern sea god's eye isn't my style. What, does the Heavenly Lord have a different plan? The ancient gods were puzzled by Qi Yuan's statement. Of course I have a plan. I've even made detailed preparations, Qi Yuan said seriously. Qi, standing nearby, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Another plan. The other ancient gods, unaware of his past, looked on with curiosity. What plan? The Heavenly Lord truly deserves his title as ruler of this region. However, my plan is so intricate that any leak could disrupt the entire scheme. If the demons were to find out, they might be prepared. If I tell you about it today, you must promise not to reveal it, Qi Yuan continued. Another plan for today. We swear by the heavens, we will never leak it. The ancient gods were very curious. Was there really a better option than the northern sea god's eye? Right now, my army is resting. After a half-day's recovery, I will deploy my entire force to launch a surprise attack on the demonic army's main base on Qingheng continent, wiping them out in one fell swoop. They dared to plot against Qingshui village, but they've already signed their death warrant. The best defense is a good offense. They'd never expect me to mobilize the entire village to exterminate all the demons on Qingheng continent. Qi Yuan spoke passionately about his strategy, which blended elements from the art of war in his own thoughts. Such a perfect plan would surely make the ancient gods present want to applaud. Quote. Silence. The ancient gods were stunned into silence by Qi Yuan's plan. Mobilize the entire village to attack the demonic army's main base on Qingheng continent. How? Delusional. But out of fear of Qi Yuan, none of the ancient gods dared to speak up. Seeing their reaction, Qi Yuan asked, isn't my plan good? Why aren't you applauding? Absolutely, Yi Luyun said with difficulty. Yuan-kun also grunted, absolutely. The other ancient gods, seeing this, quickly echoed, absolutely. The plan was indeed absolute. Why no applause? Are you afraid of smashing the green wood table with too much force? Qi Yuan asked. Finally, Yi Luyun couldn't hold back. Origin Heavenly Lord, you can't be serious about this plan, right? He had some familiarity with Qi Yuan, which gave him the courage to speak up. Of course I'm serious. The plan is already in motion. All the villagers say it's a great plan and fully support it. Since you're all new here and a bit weaker, you don't need to participate this time. But in a few days, when I counterattack Tianju, you can join in, Qi Yuan said casually. Counterattack Tianju? Us? Yuan-kun was bewildered. If the previous plan sounded ridiculous, what could this possibly be? If they tried to counterattack Tianju, wouldn't they just be marching to their deaths? They wouldn't even make it there before dying on the way. Don't worry, my plan is well thought out. You just need to play your roles, and follow my guidance. From now on, the people of Fangxin will once again become the masters of the Fangxin realm. With firm belief, we will make the Fengsin realm great again. Qi Yuan said, casually borrowing a famous speech. He wondered if he should find time to destroy Earth, just in case anyone noticed the plagiarism. That might be awkward. However, Qi Yuan thought that these words were quite powerful. He felt a surge of adrenaline, even thinking that he might go straight to the factory to work tirelessly for 24 hours screwing bolts. The ancient gods here must also be feeling quite inspired, right? Looking at the silent ancient gods, Qi Yuan said, I understand. My words were so rousing that you need time to savor them. I won't disturb your reflection. With that, Qi Yuan's figure disappeared as quickly as he had arrived. Only then did the gathered ancient gods dare to exhale deeply. That was terrifying. Sigh, they had been too scared to speak while Qi Yuan was present, and now that he was gone, they finally felt some relief. But their minds were still in turmoil, unable to process everything that had happened today, which felt more surreal than anything they had ever experienced. Yi Luyun turned to Wanghan Venerable, who hadn't left yet, and asked, Venerable Wanghan, are you really going to attack General Li Yang's forces today? Wanghan Venerable's eyes twinkled with a smile. Yes. The gathered ancient god's breath quickened. It was true. Isn't that suicide? One ancient god muttered. At that moment, the tall and elegant Venerable Huolian spoke up, if anyone is going to die, it's General Li Yang. Her face was full of admiration and reverence as she spoke of Qi Yuan. The Heavenly Lord's power is unimaginable. Even the god above Tianju isn't worthy of tying his shoes. The ancient gods, who had received divine teachings from Qi Yuan, held many different theories about his identity. The most popular one was that the Heavenly Lord was a reincarnation of a supreme being. The gods they were visualizing were all former subordinates of this being. Though the Heavenly Lord was still weak now, his future potential was limitless. The other ancient gods exchanged uneasy glances, not quite understanding what Venerable Huolian meant. You can't comprehend the Heavenly Lord's power yet, which is understandable, Venerable Huolian said. But every action the Heavenly Lord takes is part of a well-calculated plan. If he dares to launch a counterattack against General Li Yang, and even dares to take down the god above Tianju, then he must have absolute confidence in his success. Let me give you a glimpse of the Heavenly Lord's might. Did you see the sun that fell today? That sun. The Heavenly Lord said it's his golden core. What? The sun belongs to the origin Heavenly Lord? How is that even possible? No wonder. The gathered ancient gods were in an uproar, their shock evident. The sun in the sky was the origin Heavenly Lord's golden core. In that case, Venerable Huolian continued, the Heavenly Lord's strength now is not even a tenth of what it will be in his full power. Facing the god above Tianju might still pose some danger. Honestly, I don't know how things will turn out. But this is our last chance, isn't it? For a long time now, the Fengsin realm had been without hope. The so-called God plan, where a few people escaped the Fengsin realm, was nothing more than self-deception. To Venerable Huolian, thinking that escaping with a few survivors meant the Fengsin realm was saved was laughable. The Heavenly Lord's plan is the only hope left for the Fengsin realm. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Seeing the admiration and respect on Venerable Huolian's face, the gods present were deeply shocked. Even if Huolian Venerable was deceiving them, her cultivation level couldn't be faked. From stepping into the second step of the sky to reaching the fifth step, that was a leap of 3 full levels, which would normally take a true god tens of thousands of years to achieve. And after the great changes in heaven and earth, advancing became even more difficult, especially from the rank of a venerable to a grand venerable. Not everyone had the opportunity to condense a divine domain. In just a few days, Huolian Venerable's earth-shattering transformation was simply astonishing. If only Huolian had undergone such a terrifying transformation, they might have thought that the origin Heavenly Lord was merely infatuated with women. But since Wanghan had also transformed similarly, it couldn't be explained by simple desire. Yi Luyun's breathing quickened. Divine visualization. A sudden surge in strength could only be explained by divine visualization. Suddenly, Yi Luyun remembered the powerful dragon clans that Qi Yuan had mentioned. His body trembled uncontrollably. If they were all real, and he obtained them, what kind of opportunity would that be? He regretted it deeply. After the 100 Flowers gathering, he should have followed Qi Yuan to Qingshui village. Anyway, now he was already a citizen. If he had gone earlier, perhaps he would be a grand venerable by now. He was filled with remorse. The other ancient gods present also had various thoughts in their minds. Tonight, the battle will begin. To prevent any information from leaking out, everyone here will rest for one day. Huolian Venerable's voice remained gentle as always, her long hair flowing, her temples soft. Isn't one day too short? How about we wait until the battle is almost over? Yuan-kun said calmly. We have no complaints, staying here for a few more days is fine. The Heavenly Lord's plan is of utmost importance. These people quickly adopted their roles, thinking on behalf of Qi Yuan. Venerable Wanghan and Venerable Huolian did not explain further. After giving a few instructions, the two figures disappeared. As night gradually descended, several terrifying figures gathered in the hall. Standing below Qi Yuan was a group of ancient gods. These ancient gods were now all grand venerables, their strength formidable. They gathered to discuss the upcoming attack on the evil god's base in Qingheng continent. Venerable Shenlei was in high spirits, his gaze sharp. There are two mythic figures in Qingheng continent, one is General Li Yong, and the other is Deputy General Tai Zhang. These two, leave them to me, I can suppress them with one hand. The elder of the twin sisters, usually reserved, now revealed her edge. Though we, the 9 luminaries, have only reached the 5th step, our divine domains can overlap and reinforce each other. Together, we can fight a mythic figure. Standing among the group, Venerable Zhanghan secretly glanced at Venerable Shenlei. Now, with 8 ancient gods supporting each other, he had grown bolder and was no longer so fearful of Venerable Shenlei. Although I have only reached the 6th step, I can still hold off a mythic figure for a time, said a low-key old man who had visualized the southern true Wanfux's Tianzun, one of the 10 great Tianzun. Qi Yuan nodded. Among the ancient gods present, there were 3 who could combine their strength to achieve mythic-level combat power. And this was only temporary. Given time, Qi Yuan believed that in 100 or 1,000 years, there would be 20 or 30 mythic-level combatants. But Qi Yuan couldn't wait that long. Although our current strength still falls short of that of the evil gods, it is far greater than that of General Li Yong. Qi Yuan said confidently. At that moment, a voice came through. Heavenly Lord, Venerable Li Shan has arrived. Qi Yuan was surprised. Venerable Li Shan had actually come from the southern region to the northern region. Let him in, Qi Yuan instructed. The ancient gods present were brimming with confidence. Venerable Shenlei continued, now is the perfect time to strike. I believe we should head to the evil god's base in Qingheng continent right now and slaughter them until rivers of blood flow. Venerable Shenlei, is this what you call being steady? Didn't you promise me you wouldn't be reckless? At that moment, a grumbling voice came through. Venerable Li Shan, with his white hair, entered and looked at Venerable Shenlei as if he wanted to tear him apart. Previously, Venerable Shenlei had complained to him, claiming that he wasn't the reckless one, but that the origin Heavenly Lord was. At the time, Venerable Li Shan had believed him and had considered the origin Heavenly Lord to be a reckless fool. But what did he hear as soon as he arrived? Head to the evil god's base in Qingheng continent right now and slaughter them until rivers of blood flow. Clearly, Venerable Shenlei had been deceiving him. Venerable Shenlei was always reckless and had been egging on the origin Heavenly Lord. He had misunderstood the origin Heavenly Lord. Venerable Li Shan was furious, glaring at Venerable Shenlei. Venerable Shenlei looked at Venerable Li Shan, a smile appearing on his face. Li Shan, I'm not being reckless. I'm very steady. I only plan to take on the 2 mythic figures in Qingheng continent. The other rabble, I'll leave to the other ancient gods. Normally, I would take them all on myself. Isn't that mature and steady? Venerable Li Shan was taken aback. He didn't immediately understand Venerable Shenlei's words. Venerable Shenlei continued to smile. Li Shan, open your eyes and see what my cultivation level is now. Venerable Shenlei's divine domain unfolded at that moment. In an instant, endless thunder filled the air. A terrifying divine domain seemed to turn the world into a sea of lightning. Venerable Li Shan's white hair stood on end. Venerable Li Shan's eyes widened, his voice trembling. Mythic figure, how did you become a mythic figure? He couldn't understand or believe it. How had his old friend become a mythic figure in such a short time? It was like both of them had been the wealthiest men in their village, and after not seeing each other for a few days, his old friend had become the wealthiest man in the country. Venerable Li Shan's heart was filled with disbelief. The fact that I, as a mythic figure, can suppress 2 mere mythic figures, doesn't that make me mature and steady? Venerable Shenlei said smugly. Venerable Li Shan fell silent. The divine domain before him was so real it couldn't be faked. In half an hour, we will attack the evil god's base in Qingheng continent. Venerable Li Shan, your strength is still decent, how about playing the Suona for me? Venerable Shenlei said proudly. He remembered how Qi Yuan had once asked him to control thunder and then attack. He suddenly found that rather enjoyable. If Venerable Lishan played the Suona behind him while he fought mythic figures, it would surely enhance his combat power. It would be like, with the commander stepping on the peaks of flying snow, 10,000 soldiers play music. Venerable Lishan was speechless. At that moment, Qi Yuan, sitting on the high platform, spoke. It seems everyone is confident. In that case, all ancient gods, prepare to march and sweep through Qingheng continent. The calm voice rang out like thunder in Venerable Lishan's ears. At your command, Venerable Shenlei responded confidently. Since being injured, he hadn't fought properly. The last time he had planned to ambush Zhang Feng, Qi Yuan had intercepted him. This time, he was eagerly anticipating the battle. At your command, the elder twin sister's eyes also shone with determination. Who would have thought that after retreating step by step, even abandoning the northern region and migrating south, the ancient gods would today begin their first large-scale counterattack against the evil gods? Whether they succeeded or not, the world would be shaken. Even the god above Tianju would likely hear of this. But none of the people present felt any fear. On the contrary, they were all filled with excitement. Kill, kill, kill. Let's turn the world upside down. Venerable Wangsong shouted. All the ancient gods present were filled with battle spirit, a spirit accumulated over thousands of years, like a volcano that had lain dormant for 10,000 years, ready to erupt violently. For so many years, the evil gods had oppressed the northern region, making life unbearable for the ancient gods. Facing the evil gods, the ancient gods had struggled to survive and had hardly thought of launching a counterattack. But today, it seemed that they were going to do it. And this counterattack wasn't a small one, it was a crushing one. Venerable Lishan watched this scene, deeply moved. Because he clearly felt that these ancient gods he had once been familiar with were now radiating terrifying auras. He seemed to be infected by the scene before him, and he muttered, Shenlei, if you can kill those evil gods, then I'll play the Suona for you, no problem. Qingheng Continent, the evil god's base. General Li Yong, dressed in black, stood with deep-set eyes. Deputy General Tai Zhang stood beside him, his gaze filled with a mixture of awe and respect. Although they were both mythic figures, the difference between them was vast. General Li Yong had the favor of the Yang god, which had allowed him to have his own star that shone upon the heavens. That star wasn't very large. By the standards of Qi Yuan's previous world, it was only about 1.5 times the size of the moon. But even so, it was still a star that illuminated the heavens. General Li Yong had even slain a mythic figure from the Fengxin realm in the past, making him an opponent not to be taken lightly. Deputy General Tai Zhang lowered his head, appearing like the most devout servant beside General Li Yong, and asked, General, what did the Lord say? The falling star and the annihilation of Sunset Slope had shaken the 5 generals. General Li Yong had gone to meet their lord and had just returned. General Li Yong shook his head, his expression complicated. The Lord is in seclusion, so I couldn't meet him. The evil gods, led by General Li Yong, served a lord known as the Blood God Saint. He was a Yang god, exalted above the heavens, with countless divine soldiers and generals under his command. Among his subordinates, there were more than 20 who were illuminated by the heavens. Most importantly, the Blood God Saint's daughter, the Blood Sun Saint, was also a Yang god. A father and daughter, both being Yang gods, was an incredibly terrifying force. If the Blood Sun Saint fully absorbed the heavenly Tao of the Fengxin realm and refined it into a primordial seed, her strength would increase significantly and her potential would be greatly enhanced. The power of their followers would also rise in tandem. Don't worry, General Li Yong said, noticing the worry in his deputy's eyes. What happened the other day won't happen again. The last time the star fell, the Lord didn't intervene because he didn't want to bother. To the princess, that attack was just a scratch, and it would have been troublesome for the Lord to deal with it. He thought it would be better to let the princess handle it. But who would have expected that unknown Yang god to act dishonorably and attack Luori Slope? Now the Lord will definitely be more vigilant. Such a thing won't happen again. Without the aid of a Yang god, the forces of the mortal heart realm pose no threat to us. With no mythic figure among them, how dare they challenge us? Once the Lord's orders arrive, we'll rally our forces and sweep away these insignificant foes. General Li Yang's eyes were filled with confidence. Without the assistance of a Yang god, the enemies in the Fengxin realm were nothing to worry about. To him, they were merely chickens and dogs. You're right, General. Without a young god to back them up, these people are just a bunch of clowns, Deputy General Tai Zhang said, a sneer of contempt appearing on his face. With just one move, he had nearly turned the southern region upside down. The so-called foundations of the Fengxin realm were laughable in his eyes. But just at that moment, a vast and overwhelming voice suddenly echoed across the sky, like world-ending thunder. I command the life and death of all beings, reward and punishment for good and evil. I oversee the 5 thunders and govern the 3 realms. Now, I summon the thunder of myriad calamities to strike down demons and cleanse the heavens of all evil. With this resounding declaration, the entire sky above the evil god's base became shrouded in dark clouds. Lightning crackled and rumbled, filling the sky. The sea of thunder seemed to pour down, the divine prison imposing its will. Amidst the endless lightning, the shadows of countless terrifying deities began to appear. 9 heavens thunder generals, 8 directions cloud and thunder generals. 5 thunder kings, 36 thunder lords, 5 barbarian thunder envoys, 24 protector heavenly lords. Endless numbers of thunder division soldiers and generals waved their flags and commanded the lightning. Kill, 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 the sound of war drums echoed, and the word, kill, surged like a tide. Within the evil god's base, all the evil gods turned pale. It was as if they were suddenly surrounded by a million true gods. The evil god's base fell into complete chaos. General Li Yang's eyes flashed with horror. Mythic figure, divine domain, how could such a figure exist in this realm? There was no time for him to think. He roared, this is a divine domain of a mythic figure. All these deities are mere illusions, not real. He was trying to dispel the fear in his subordinates' hearts. But his roar did little to quell the overwhelming fear among the true gods. Because even if they were just shadows, they could feel an overwhelming, unbeatable presence and the crushing pressure it brought. If these were not mere shadows, what then? They couldn't even begin to imagine. General Li Yang was growing anxious. Even he felt a strong sense of danger from the mythic figure standing before them. Moreover, this mythic figure had directly unleashed a divine domain that completely enveloped the evil god's base. General Li Yang let out a thunderous shout. Lord Blood God, grant me your divine light to dispel this illusion. His divine domain expanded at that moment. Above the sky, a small star suddenly shone brightly. Within the realm of thunder, a blood-red light began to glow. General Li Yang's body seemed to be made entirely of overwhelming blood light. He stood under the thunder, with endless blood light beneath him. But facing the invincible power of the thunder, the blood light in the divine domain trembled. Deputy General Tai Zhang saw this and quickly activated his own divine domain. General, let me help you. The 2 mythic figures joined forces to face the terrifying enemy. Above the sky, Venerable Shenlei's purple eyes remained indifferent, countless reflections of lightning dancing within them. A majestic voice resounded. Above, I illuminate the great Tao of heaven, below, I relieve the suffering of the underworld. Your delusions have taken root in your heart, and for that, you must be slain. 9 heavens divine thunder, heed my command, kill. With Venerable Shenlei's thunderous command, the battle within the divine domain finally began. In an instant, endless lightning transformed into countless divine generals and heavenly soldiers, descending from the sky and charging into the sea of blood. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Nearly 1 million bolts of purple lightning descended from the sky, crashing into the blood-red divine domain. Each bolt of lightning transformed into a soldier or a god of the Thunder Division, or into a Thunder Lord or Thunder King. This was no simple plea for help from the Thunder God and Mother of Lightning, it was a command that all gods of thunder obey. Within the divine domain, countless thunder gods descended to cleanse the blood-red domain, bringing justice to the wronged and smiting the evil demons. General Li Yang and Deputy General Tai Zhang, 2 mythic figures, joined forces, one even had the support of a star. Yet, under the crushing power of the divine lightning prison, they were utterly overwhelmed. With just one clash, General Li Yang's face was marred with blood-red cracks, from which a bloody glow continuously seeped. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Who exactly is the god you worship? He couldn't comprehend it, and a deep fear took root in his heart. The towering figure of the thunder ancestor seated in the heavens was too terrifying for him to even glance at directly. Not to mention the master of the divine domain, just the terrifying gods formed from the lightning, even as mere shadows, were enough to suffocate him with their pressure. And there weren't just 1 or 2 of these shadows, there were hundreds. If mere shadows could wield such power, what would the true forms of these gods be like? He couldn't even imagine. What kind of enemy was he facing? Venerable Shenlei stood in the void, his long robe billowing, surrounded by countless flashing bolts of lightning. He wasted no words, his voice thundering like a storm. Great, merciful sage, sovereign of the supreme Tao. As his voice echoed, all the gods formed by the lightning suddenly expanded tenfold, 100-fold. Their auras became unimaginably terrifying. These heavenly gods, descended by the order of the Thunder Ancestor, were here to sweep away all evil gods. General Li Yang's divine domain was fracturing under the pressure. Without the support of his star, he would likely have perished by now. Yet, even with it, his divine domain was already 1/3 shattered after just a brief clash. The two opponents were on completely different levels. Meanwhile, outside the divine domain, the battle was just as intense. In the skies above Qinghang continent, 9 massive star shadows suddenly appeared. Everyone in the continent who looked up could see these terrifying star shadows. It was as if they could reach out and touch the edges of these stars with their hands. Each star emitted a terrifying aura. 9 stars encircled the sky, waging war. It was said that the 9 celestial lords governed all the fortunes and misfortunes of gods, and now, their wrath was evident. Boundless Tai Chi, the 9 stars conquer the heavens. One twin represented the sun, the other the moon. Yin and Yang combined to form the Tai Chi. As the 9 celestial lords roared, a massive Tai Chi symbol, like a sky-covering canopy, was forcibly slammed down onto the earth. 7 stars shone brightly within it. Countless evil gods, like fireflies, rose into the sky. But within the great formation of the 9 celestial lords, there was no escape. They were like primitive tribesmen in animal skins, wielding wooden spears, charging at a modernized army of steel and iron. Their only fate was death. Ah, no, all the great lords, heed my command. Break through. The evil god's base was in chaos. The disordered evil god army began to form battle lines, attempting to fight back against the 9 celestial lords. However, 1,000 supreme beings might be able to kill one great supreme, but 1,000 exalted beings couldn't even harm a great lord. The gap between divine domains couldn't be bridged by sheer numbers. The 9 celestial lords, when united, could even fight against mythic figures. How could these exalted beings and ordinary great lords compare? The divine domains granted by Qi Yuan's God Vision technique were all from the orthodox gods of the heavenly court. They ruled over the 33 heavens, each one possessing boundless power. Their divine domains even coalesced into divine offices. Their power was 10 times greater than those of the same rank. 9 great lords, each at the peak of their power, united to unleash unimaginable devastation. And beyond the 9 celestial lords, other true gods tore through the evil god army like a hot knife through butter. The war was completely one-sided. The evil god base was in ruins. Everywhere was engulfed by divine domains, and ordinary exalted beings were killed in the crossfire without even realizing it. Miles away, all the cultivators and ancient gods couldn't help but soar into the sky, watching from afar as the massacre unfolded. They couldn't see the specific details, but they could see an endless sea of lightning hanging upside down, as if it were about to swallow the world. They could see the 9 stars suspended in the sky, with countless evil gods throwing themselves into the flames, only to fall back down. A great battle is taking place at the evil god base. These are definitely mythic figures. Mythic figures are attacking the evil god base. What's going on? Where did these mythic figures come from in the mortal heart realm? Countless eyes watched the earth-shattering battle, faces filled with horror or joy. Some fell to their knees, weeping, while others had tears of hope in their eyes. All the cultivators and ancient gods, witnessing this scene from afar, were filled with awe and shock. Miles away, a headless, terrifying ancient god stood on a high mountain, watching the distant battle. Tears of blood flowed from the stump of his neck. Ha ha ha, Venerable Ling Zhong laughed wildly, the sea of lightning covers the sky, the 9 stars hang high, I've seen it. He recalled half a month before the Battle of Hongtang, when foodless Holy Mother had sought him out and given him something. At that time, her eyes, usually cold, held a rare glimmer of hope as she said, the mortal heart realm won't perish, hope is always there. In the distant future, someone will rise, shattering stars with their fists and tearing the young god apart with their hands. He really exists, foodless Holy Mother. Venerable Ling Zong's expression turned crazed. Hope had always been there, but foodless Holy Mother and the fallen mythic figures would never see it. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan, dressed in a green robe, stood in the void, his expression calm as his experience bar skyrocketed, and the evil god's power accumulated rapidly. In just a few breaths, his gains had surpassed those from the Battle of Sunset Slope. He glanced at Venerable Lishan beside him and said indifferently, "Your Suona playing needs practice, you were too quiet. The ancient gods fighting down there couldn't hear you." Venerable Lishan's face turned red with embarrassment. It wasn't that he played too softly, it was that the battlefield below was simply too loud. The combined forces of both sides numbered in the tens of thousands. And the weakest among them were all true gods. Venerable Lishan had even expanded his divine domain, using countless divine powers to create avatars to help amplify the sound of the Suona. But his voice still couldn't reach the battlefield. Because his divine domain was too weak, while the divine domains below seemed to have been supercharged, each one had a divine office, which was unimaginable. Divine offices had always been the hallmark of true geniuses. For instance, out of the nearly 10,000 evil gods in the base below, only a few dozen had divine offices. But on their side, they all did. Even the most ordinary exalted beings had a divine office to guard the gates of heaven. It was utterly absurd. It left Venerable Lishan deeply moved. Especially Venerable Shenlei's terrifying divine domain, which made even Venerable Lishan envious. The rolling thunder, the endless lightning, it was all so overwhelming. Venerable Lishan even thought that if not for the need for a swift victory, Venerable Shenlei alone could have wiped out all the enemies here. Of course, that would have taken some time. If you want, I can break your divine domain and give you a louder divine office so you won't have to worry about playing too softly, Qi Yuan said casually. Venerable Lishan was taken aback, then quickly responded, "My lord, this old man doesn't want to spend his life playing the Suona. I want to personally cut down these evil gods." As he spoke, his eyes burned with a deep-seated hatred. His parents and kin had all been killed by the evil gods. "There will be opportunities," Qi Yuan replied indifferently, glancing at the Thunder Prison. Deputy General Tai Zhang had already been killed, leaving only General Li Yong struggling to hold on. In the heavens, the star belonging to General Li Yong was growing dim, as if it were being devoured by the endless sea of lightning. In the evil god base, Qi Yuan's people were like true heavenly soldiers and generals, cutting down the ragtag army with ease. In an instant, 2/3 of the evil gods had fallen. Just then, Qi Yuan narrowed his eyes. "Since you're here, you might as well stay." With his words, a blood-red sword shot out, slashing toward a distant mountain 1,000 miles away. At this point, Qi Yuan's experience bar had skyrocketed, and he had already reached the mythic level. In this game, it had taken him a long time to reach the true god level from the Purple Mansion realm. But from the first step to the mythic level, it had been very quick. 1,000 miles away, on a distant mountain, 2 evil god generals were startled. Mythic level, facing Qi Yuan's sword, the 2 of them didn't hesitate to turn and flee. They could feel an intense threat, one even greater than that posed by Venerable Shenlei. "My sword is called the Sealing Sword. No one can refuse being sealed by it. You will be sealed as the gods of death, but dead gods." The divine power on the sword surged, and a special divine domain unfolded at that moment. The 2 evil god generals were pulled into the divine domain. "What is this? What kind of divine domain is this?" The 2 evil god generals were terrified. Because this divine domain wasn't like any other they'd seen before. It was like a garbage dump. Inside the divine domain, there was a chaotic mix of everything. Stars rolled like soccer balls on a field, enormous lightning bolts constantly struck the ocean, endless magma flowed from water pipes, and deep within a frying pan, a black hole sneezed. Everything in this divine domain was chaotic. Lightning, water, wood, growth, death, there's a bit of everything. "What is this?" The 2 evil god generals were horrified. This was the first time they had encountered such a chaotic divine domain. Most divine domains are pure and focused, as this allows them to unleash their full power. Even if other attributes are present, they're usually minor. But this one was a total mishmash. How did idiots like you manage to cultivate to the mythic level? Didn't I already tell you that you were going to die? In context, it's clear that this is your burial ground. Haven't you ever learned reading comprehension in school? If you can't even answer a question like this, how did you reach the mythic level? The world is too unfair. I, Qi Yuan, will do the world a favor by killing you and restoring a bit of fairness. As Qi Yuan's voice echoed, the sword transformed into countless blood-red bullets. Nameless Gatling Bodhisattva, DDDDDD. The bullets transformed into terrifying giant serpents, opening their bloody maws to devour the 2 evil god generals. The two evil god generals screamed in agony, their divine domains crumbling like paper under Qi Yuan's assault. Their minds and spirits began to fracture under the relentless onslaught. Don't kill us. Ah, with such a chaotic divine domain, you'll never reach the Yang God level. When our master takes action, you're dead for sure. Spare us. The two evil god generals begged for mercy. They had cultivated for most of their lives, even obtaining the opportunity to illuminate the heavens. They didn't want to die here. At that moment, Qi Yuan looked up at the starry sky. 2 stars were dim, and shadowy red figures were gnawing at them. You have such big stars, so much land, and yet you're letting it all go to waste without housing anyone. Such a waste. With housing prices so high, you two have contributed greatly to the problem. What are you even talking about? The Yang gods are invincible. I'm saying, why aren't there people living on the sun? These sun gods are just greedy landlords. The sword light flashed, and the two evil god generals' divine domains shattered in that instant. 2 tiny specks of dust were added to Qi Yuan's divine domain. A torrent of evil god power surged into him, and Qi Yuan's experience bar shot up wildly. Mythic level, is this weak? Or maybe, I'm just too strong. By this time, the battle at the evil god base in Qingheng continent was drawing to a close. General Li Yong had been slain by Venerable Shenlei. The latter's eyes still sparkled with purple lightning, clearly indicating that he hadn't had enough of the fight. He plunged back into the battlefield, slaughtering evil gods left and right. The sounds of slaughter and thunder filled the air. Moments later, the bloodied ancient gods stood beneath Qi Yuan, their eyes full of fierce determination. The evil gods of the base had all been exterminated. Venerable Shenlei stood beside Qi Yuan, his gaze domineering. But when he looked at Qi Yuan, it turned to reverence. At that moment, Qi Yuan finally spoke, "Everyone, I suddenly realized that I'm really strong. Just now, I casually killed 2 mythic-level beings." At these words, the ancient gods present remained calm, showing no surprise. After all, wasn't it normal for the Origin Heavenly Lord to kill mythic-level beings? If we're this strong, why not take the opportunity to wipe out all the other evil god bases too? Qi Yuan suggested, having carefully considered his decision. Good. Venerable Shenlei quickly agreed. He was eager for more battle, to slay more mythic-level beings. Kill. I want to keep killing. Venerable Huolian, no longer showing any semblance of a lady, had completely transformed. The other ancient gods also nodded, their hearts burning with fervent intent. Kill. Cleanse the Northlands, restore our homeland. They were all fired up. In that case, Qi Yuan was about to announce a new battle plan when his eyes suddenly narrowed. They're fleeing. At that moment, all the ancient gods looked up at the sky. In the northern sky, countless beams of light shot up, forming pathways to the heavens. Tens of thousands of evil gods were crammed into these pathways, fleeing from the mortal heart realm. They're fleeing. They're really running away. How could they flee? The ancient gods were dumbfounded, struggling to process the surreal scene. The evil gods, who had ravaged the mortal heart realm for hundreds of thousands of years, were just running away. Without looking back, with no hesitation, they fled. They're running, this is too boring, I wanted to keep killing, Qi Yuan muttered in disappointment. At that moment, Venerable Shenlei's voice boomed, "Deity, I've also come up with a plan, inspired by you." What plan? Qi Yuan asked, intrigued. Lord, since you're disappointed at the lack of opponents, I propose a 2-step plan. First, we immediately attack the Tianju Heaven Pillar and capture the Yang God. Second, after capturing the Yang God, we will launch an all-out counterattack against the evil god realms. Venerable Shenlei proposed excitedly. Qi Yuan blinked, then looked at Venerable Shenlei with a meaningful gaze. Are you out of your mind, or do you think I'm stupid? Marching against the Yang God now, would be suicide. Qi Yuan was feeling confident, but not so much that he'd get himself killed. And another thing, plagiarism is disgraceful. You took my plan, split it up, and then claimed it as your own. Have you no shame? I've never plagiarized, and I won't tolerate my followers doing it either. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Venerable Shenlei, after hearing Qi Yuan's reprimand, lowered his head, wanting to retort but finding no words. The plan was indeed borrowed from the Origin deity. Your plan is not thorough enough, we should go with mine, Qi Yuan said, his gaze fixed on the distant northern lands. Beams of light shot straight into the sky, with countless new gods crammed into them, fleeing from the mortal heart realm. The sight left the ancient gods present deeply moved. Venerable Lishan was equally astonished, never having imagined that one day he would witness such a scene. Venerable Wanghan, with a complicated expression, said, I never realized that we had become this powerful. Powerful enough that, before the battle was even over, the remaining enemies had already begun to flee. It's not that we're too strong, it's that the Heavenly Lord is too terrifying. Ancient God Wangsong remarked appropriately, looking at Qi Yuan with great respect. The other ancient gods turned their gaze towards Qi Yuan. Indeed, Wangsong was right. Without the origin Heavenly Lord, they would still be lost in confusion, worrying endlessly about the fate of the mortal heart realm. They wouldn't have been able to scare away the evil gods, let alone launch a counterattack against them. The changes Qi Yuan had brought to this world were monumental. Fortunately, I'm just a humble cultivator in the Golden Core realm. There's no need to praise me so much, it's quite embarrassing, Qi Yuan said, feeling a bit shy. He believed he was just a regular player in a game, not some mighty god. The real powerhouses were the three pure ones. The ancient gods were left speechless. Venerable Shenlei, in particular, wanted to tell Qi Yuan, stop being so modest, show the same pride you had when you boasted about your stellar elixir. Back then, that incident had left Venerable Shenlei completely dumbfounded. At this moment, Qi Yuan looked at the beams of light and felt a mix of emotions. These evil gods fleeing have messed up my plan. Originally, his plan had included measures specifically targeting these evil gods. With them fleeing, that part of his plan was now incomplete. But fortunately, most of those who escaped were from the evil god stronghold and their military camps. There are still many evil gods stationed in the cities who haven't had time to flee, Qi Yuan said, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. We should immediately take action and sweep across the northern lands, eliminating the remaining gods. Ancient God Wangsong suggested promptly. Qi Yuan nodded, it will be hard work for you all. No time for a banquet, just keep working. I never thought I'd end up like a capitalist. The other ancient gods, filled with battle spirit, immediately took their leave to hunt down the evil gods still lurking in the mortal heart realm. In Y City, the atmosphere had been tense ever since the evil god camp was bombed several days ago, with many evil gods coming to investigate. Y City, already chaotic, became even more fraught with tension. Inside the Red Leaf Pavilion, Xiao Xing, dressed in a yellow long dress, gazed at the sky. The sky, with its strange mix of blue and faint red, had left her in a daze. Aunt Lu, standing beside Xiao Xing, patted her on the shoulder and took a deep breath. Was what we just saw real? Xiao Xing snapped out of her daze, nodding vigorously, her expression a mix of hesitation and excitement. It was real. Too much had happened in just one day. First, the sun fell from the sky, then came the ocean of lightning and the 9 stars hanging in the sky. Such events were far beyond their understanding as mere cultivators in the Purple Mansion realm. Finally, those terrifying beams of light shot into the sky, leaving them more bewildered than ever, unsure of what had just transpired. But they knew it had to be something earth-shattering, especially when the evil gods investigating Y City saw the beams and fled frantically, muttering, "Wait for me." The Red Leaf Pavilion, which had been collecting information on the evil gods for the ancient gods for centuries, had an inkling of what this might mean. The hearts of all the ancient gods were filled with a mix of emotions. Just then, a clear voice echoed from outside the room. Last time, I left in a hurry and didn't pay. How about this? I'll treat you all to a banquet. Outside the room, Qi Yuan stood with a bright smile, speaking softly. The last time he and Zhu Zhuangxi had blown up the evil god camp, they had dined and dashed at the Red Leaf Pavilion, something that had weighed on Qi Yuan's conscience. Remembering his promise to treat everyone in Y City to a feast, he had decided to come back. The Red Leaf Pavilion had once been the home of the no-food mother, and Qi Yuan thought it might be a good idea to turn it into a memorial. Inside the room, Xiao Xing and Aunt Lu heard the familiar voice, and their eyes widened in surprise. Great One, they hurried to open the door, looking at Qi Yuan with a mix of emotions. Great One, you saved Y City from the evil gods, how could we possibly ask you for tea money? Aunt Lu quickly said, her voice trembling slightly. She looked at Qi Yuan with a heart full of gratitude and awe. In her understanding, Qi Yuan had to be at least a venerable one or higher. The thunderous event at the evil god camp might have been connected to the recent lightning ocean. How could she not be amazed? I have another reason for coming here. Would you consider selling the Red Leaf Pavilion to me? Qi Yuan asked gently. He was considering turning the place into a memorial for the no-food mother, who had once been the top figure in the mortal heart realm. Aunt Lu was taken aback, then looked at Qi Yuan with a bit of hesitation. We are followers of the foodless Holy Mother. We gather information on the evil gods for the ancient gods. If we sell the Red Leaf Pavilion to you, we wouldn't be able to continue our work. Aunt Lu and Xiao Xing both hesitated. They were dedicated to the cause of the mortal heart realm, to gathering information for the ancient gods. Even if the information they gathered had only a small impact, they still felt it was worth doing. You don't need to worry about that anymore. You can now live the life you want, Qi Yuan said softly, his voice gentle. Did you see those beams of light just now? That was the evil gods scrambling to flee the mortal heart realm. Xiao Xing's eyes widened, and Aunt Lu's body tensed at his words. Is this true? Xiao Xing's eyes filled with tears. Of course, Qi Yuan replied with a smile. Then, he flew into the sky and announced, the origin heavenly god has arrived. The people of Y City, it's time to feast. Tonight, we feast. ... Meanwhile, in the southern lands. In the Contemplation Mountain, Dong Zhonghe stood with an expression of reverence and awe. A mythic level contemplation method, I've finally done it. Ha ha ha, I can finally stop hiding my identity as the heaven's chosen. Who said I, Dong Zhonghe, wasn't the youthful heavenly emperor? I've just manifested a mythic level contemplation method, just like that. Dong Zhonghe was overjoyed. He felt that he could finally vindicate himself. Though the origin heavenly god had been suppressing him, with everyone in the group proclaiming the origin heavenly god as the true youthful heavenly emperor, Dong Zhonghe had never accepted it. Now that he had manifested a mythic level contemplation method, he could finally clear his name and figuratively shove it in the face of the origin heavenly god. After all, his future was limitless, while the origin heavenly god was already on his last legs. Leaving the Contemplation Mountain, Dong Zhonghe entered the chat group, brimming with pride. Where is everyone? Hey, where did you all go? Aren't you going to welcome your Dong Heavenly Emperor? I've finally done it, everyone, I've manifested a mythic level contemplation method. He sent the messages, but no one responded. The group was eerily quiet, with no activity at all. Dong Zhonghe was puzzled. What's going on? Where is everyone? Did they all go to the bathroom? Feeling confused and disappointed, he had expected the group to go wild, showering him with praise, acknowledging him as the true heaven's chosen. Even the gods who had once looked down on him, like Shenmiao Venerable and Black Dragon Venerable, would have to be reckoned with. But now, no one was in the group, making his achievement of manifesting a mythic level contemplation method feel a bit hollow. If they're not here, so be it. Once the old guy finds out I've manifested a mythic level contemplation method, he'll probably cry tears of joy and cling to my leg, calling me, Father. Thinking of his master, Dong Zhonghe felt even more excited. That old guy had always supported the mythic plan. Although he hadn't pressured Dong Zhonghe to manifest a mythic level contemplation method, Dong Zhonghe knew his master's true desires. The old guy had always wanted Dong Zhonghe to hurry up and manifest a mythic level method, but he was too concerned about pressuring him, so he never said anything. Since no one's here, I'll head out and flash my mythic level contemplation method. It'll blind that old guy's eyes. But before leaving, he left another message in the group. Mythic level contemplation method, really super easy. With that, he left to find his master. Master. In the grand hall, Dong Zhonghe, dressed in white, cut a striking figure, his youthful features exuding an extraordinary aura. But this time, when he called out for his master, there was no response. This was unusual. Every time he finished a contemplation session, his master would be waiting, full of anticipation. The eager look in his master's eyes always made Dong Zhonghe feel a bit guilty. But this time, he wasn't feeling guilty, he was full of pride. Yet, his master wasn't there. He was puzzled. Master. He pushed open the door and walked out of the cave, only to find the outside eerily quiet as well. This was strange. Looks like I need to use my trump card. He looked up at the sky. Master, something terrible has happened, it's an emergency. He called out urgently. Finally, a concerned voice echoed from the sky. What's wrong, Zhonghe? Hearing this, Dong Zhonghe's mood soared. Master, I have good news for you. Hurry up, I have urgent matters to attend to. His master's voice was rushed. Dong Zhonghe's smile deepened. Once he revealed his achievement, his master wouldn't be in such a hurry anymore. Today, while in the Contemplation Mountain, I accidentally manifested a mythic level contemplation method. Dong Zhonghe declared proudly, full of anticipation. A mythic-level contemplation method was a crucial part of the mythic plan. Manifesting such a method would greatly enhance the power of the mortal heart realm, aiding in the implementation of the plan. Oh, a mythic-level contemplation method. Not bad, that's impressive. There are a few bottles of pills in my cave, take them as a reward. I have to go out now, I'm in a hurry. His master's voice was calm and composed, without any great excitement. This reaction left Dong Zhonghe stunned. He didn't understand. He had just manifested a mythic-level contemplation method. Shouldn't his master be overjoyed? Shouldn't he be moved to tears? How could he still be thinking about going out, and what could be more urgent than this? Master, what's the emergency? Dong Zhonghe couldn't help but ask. Just now, a great battle occurred in the northern lands, and it seems that 3 evil god generals were killed. The entire army of the evil god stronghold has fled the mortal heart realm. His master said, his figure turning into a stream of light, with a final message echoing in Dong Zhonghe's mind. I have to go and confer with the other ancient gods, we'll talk later. The vast mountains were left empty, with only Dong Zhonghe standing there. He was utterly bewildered, his mind unable to process what had just happened. I was just contemplating, and the world changed. Dong Zhonghe was in complete shock. How could this be happening? And what his master had just said was too terrifying. The evil god army was routed. It was inconceivable. Even in his wildest dreams, Dong Zhonghe wouldn't dare to imagine something so incredible. It was as if someone was playing a game. Maybe they should let him play next. He stood there for an indeterminate amount of time before re-entering the chat group. This time, many members were online. Dong Zhonghe immediately saw a message from the origin deity. Zhonghe is right, manifesting mythic contemplation methods is indeed easy. The message had come from none other than the origin heavenly god. Below, many familiar faces were replying. Origin heavenly god, the northern evil gods fleeing, was that your doing? The thunderous ocean, the 9 stars in the sky, were those all manifestations of mythic-level contemplation methods? Origin heavenly god, was that all your work? The group was buzzing with excitement. Dong Zhonghe's earlier message about his own mythic-level contemplation method had been completely overshadowed. No one even cared about it. Dong Zhonghe felt like coughing up blood. But now, he was also extremely curious. What on earth happened? Without having seen it for himself, everything felt too unreal, like a dream. At this moment, Qi Yuan looked at the messages in the group and responded. I always thought the evil gods were powerful, but it turns out they're not that tough. The one who unleashed the thunderous ocean was the old man Shenlei. I gave him a slightly powerful contemplation method, and he jumped from the 4th step to the 7th step, taking down 2 evil god generals on his own. As for the 9 stars, those 9 received 9 mythic-level contemplation methods, but they're a bit weaker, so the power was just average. The evil god generals aren't that formidable, really. I killed 2 of them with a single sword stroke. I suspect the evil gods are all paper tigers, especially the generals. Maybe any one of you could take them down with a well-timed attack. Qi Yuan's words were calm, but the ancient gods were stunned. Wasn't there supposed to be only 8 mythic-level contemplation methods? Dong Zhonghe had thought that those 8 had all been given to ordinary people. But now, Shenlei Venerable had one too. And the origin heavenly god killed 2 evil god generals with a single sword stroke. Wasn't that a bit exaggerated? This couldn't be real, it had to be a lie. Dong Zhonghe refused to accept this reality. Origin heavenly god, didn't you only manifest 8 mythic-level contemplation methods? Shen Miao Venerable asked, trembling slightly. I manifested them before. Qi Yuan, sitting in the red leaf pavilion, replied simply. It was true, he had manifested them in the past. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. When was this? The ancient gods present were puzzled, their minds reeling with disbelief. Was the northern battle really your doing, origin god? So, it's true, such a shame about Venerable Tianbao, not being able to witness this moment. I heard the evil god stronghold fled entirely, what a relief. But, relief, doesn't quite capture it. The mortal heart realm has been oppressed for so long, unable to deal with the evil gods. And now, they were driven off by the origin god. So much has happened in such a short span, and without any warning. Origin god, mighty and powerful. All hail the origin god, eternal and unyielding. Origin god, a god among gods. The chat group was in an uproar. Only such outbursts could express their overwhelming excitement. What's going on? Did the Origin Heavenly God manifest another legendary feat? Messages flooded the chat. At this point, Chi Yuan remembered something and asked in the group, since we've known each other for a while, how about I offer you all some benefits? Interested? What kind of benefits? Asked Black Dragon Venerable. Even if the Origin God sends me to the wilderness, I'd gladly go. Replied Venerable Shenmao earnestly. I second that, Venerable Baishi chimed in, deeply moved. He still remembered the first time he met the Origin God in the group. Back then, the Origin deity was still somewhat naive and modest, even calling him senior. But now, the Origin deity had become a dominant force. Through his master, Venerable Lishan, Baishi had learned that the events in the northern region were indeed true. The Origin God, leading the people of Qingshui village and the surrounding villages, had utterly devastated the evil god's stronghold. It was almost unimaginable. Could it be that every villager in that place was a prodigy? Come to the Lin Kingdom, Feiwu City, and become my citizens. Chi Yuan extended the invitation, since we've met, I'll lead you in a counterattack against the evil gods. The game wasn't over yet, with the young gods in the heaven pillar still devouring the heavenly Tao. Chi Yuan was quietly accumulating his strength. In more sophisticated terms, the young god's path had reached its end, but he still had a long way to go. Citizens. I, Venerable Shenmao, am the first to agree. Becoming a citizen, I'd do it even if it meant dying. After all, the Origin God had done a great favor for the mortal heart realm. The god's kindness is something to be repaid over lifetimes, so becoming a citizen is no big deal. I agree too, Venerable Baishi responded. His master had already become a citizen of the Origin God, so why should he hesitate? Seeing the other ancient gods in the group so excited, Dongjonghe was left speechless. He was a young heavenly emperor who had manifested a mythic-level contemplation method. Becoming someone else's citizen felt beneath him. He couldn't bring himself to lower his pride like that. I have a form you need to fill out. I'll send you the information. If you want to become my citizens, fill it out, and I'll send you some benefits, Chi Yuan said, like a wealthy deity casually distributing his wealth. After all, he was earning so much so easily. If he were earning only a fraction of this, he probably wouldn't be so generous. In a matter of seconds, the ancient gods in the group wasted no time, immediately filling out their information and sending it to Chi Yuan. Dongjonghe, seeing this, widened his eyes. These people, did they have no pride? I'm the young heavenly emperor who manifested a mythic-level contemplation method. I can't be like them. I need the Origin God to personally invite me. I'll refuse once or twice before agreeing. Is anyone else interested? If not, I'm logging off. If you want to become my citizens later, there won't be any benefits, Chi Yuan asked in the group. Dongjonghe's pupils constricted at the thought. Was the Origin God really about to leave without personally inviting him? Panic-stricken, he blurted out, wait for me, Origin deity. I haven't filled out the form yet. Opportunities like this were rare, and he didn't want to miss out. After all, everyone else in the group had become the Origin God's citizens, with some even addressing him as their foster father. If he became a citizen too, it wouldn't be so embarrassing, right? The slaughter continued. The fall of the evil god's stronghold happened swiftly. However, hunting down the remaining evil gods was taking longer. The evil gods had scattered across various locations, and upon hearing that the stronghold's forces had all fled, they too began fleeing in all directions. The forces of Qingshui village fought for 3 days and still hadn't completely wiped out the remaining evil gods. Atop a high mountain, the village chief, Yuli, with his white hair, exuded a profound aura. Beside him was the priest Shintu, whose presence was cold and foreboding. Anyone who saw him felt an inexplicable fear. Zhu Zhuangxi, sitting atop a large black dog, grinned broadly, showing off his white teeth with pride. Now, filthy dog, do you know who your master is? The black dog whimpered softly, not daring to retort. At that moment, several ancient gods at the second step of the heaven ascension path appeared. When they saw Yuli and the others, they looked at them with deep respect. Honored ones, the 3 evil gods, including Lin Li, are hiding on the mountain ahead. The city has prepared a banquet for you. Once the evil gods are slain, we can feast together, one of the ancient gods said cautiously, looking at Yuli and the others with admiration. Very well, you may withdraw. Leave this to us, the village chief, Yuli, instructed. The ancient gods bowed and retreated. As they left, they whispered among themselves. So, these are the forces of Qingshui village. As expected of the origin god's direct subordinates, each one is extraordinary. A village where everyone is a true god. What kind of mystical place is Qingshui village? The origin god is quite the character, even issuing a no-kill stealing order. These evil gods are meant for their people to kill. Sigh, with our meager strength, we're hardly a match for the evil gods. How could we even think of stealing kills? We should just follow the origin god's preferences and focus on setting up the banquet. I've got that covered. As the ancient gods retreated, the village chief couldn't help but sigh. There was a time when we would tremble in fear at the sight of a divine being at the purple mansion level. Now, even true gods are cautious around us. This is all thanks to our god's generosity. The priest Shintu added. Zhu Zhuangxi's expression also shifted subtly. Who would have thought that my chubby self could become so popular? In recent days, he had rampaged through the enemy ranks, encountering many ancient gods who flirted with him with their eyes. Such things were unimaginable to him before. The once high and mighty goddesses were now more obsequious than even the black dog. Old Zhu, how is the task coming along? The village chief Yuli asked. Zhu Zhuangxi frowned slightly. We've killed 3 evil gods, and there has been some progress. The assimilation method is indeed profound. Over the past few days, they hadn't just been fighting, they had also captured some evil gods to interrogate about the assimilation method and conducted some experiments. When the evil gods came to the mortal heart realm, they took control of certain areas and slowly assimilated the people there, turning them into puppets. The village chief Yuli had tasked Zhu Zhuangxi with unraveling the mysteries of this assimilation. Hopefully, we can solve this soon, so that those who have been assimilated can be freed, the village chief Yuli sighed. In the mortal heart realm, millions of people had been assimilated and turned into puppets. Entering one of those cities meant seeing nothing but decay, fear, and desolation. The priest Shintu's gaze grew deeper. The next 3 evil gods, leave them alive. We need to continue our research and ensure we fully decipher the assimilation method. Also. He trailed off, but the 3 of them understood without needing to say more. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan had returned to Feiwu City. He had spent 2 days feasting in Wei City, sometimes watching Xiao Xing's dance performances with the Suona, other times enjoying the banquet and receiving updates from all over the mortal heart realm, feeling quite content. Now, back in Feiwu City, he looked at the orderly and restored city, feeling a sense of nostalgia. As the game nears its end, I can't help but feel a bit empty, Qi Yuan mused. Whenever a game was about to end, he always felt a sense of loss, a kind of wistfulness. At that moment, his attention was drawn to a nearby residence. With a thought, he appeared outside the house. In front of Qi Yuan was a modest red brick, blue-tiled house, somewhat resembling the one he had back on the 7 Colors Peak. Qi Yuan thought to himself that when the game ended and he broke through to the nascent soul stage, he would tear down his old house and build something more impressive. Looking at the house in front of him, he called out in a refined and gentle voice, "Is anyone home? The origin heavenly god has come to visit." The house was home to 2 sisters, the elder sister Yang Lian and the younger sister Yang Hua. Qi Yuan had once received a gift from these sisters, the blood jade leaf. This blood jade leaf contained the world's fortune. At that time, he had obtained the lost glow wand but couldn't use it. It was the aura of the blood jade leaf that had allowed him to activate the lost glow wand. The person who had given him the gift had mentioned that they didn't like to see strangers, so Qi Yuan hadn't disturbed them. But now, with the game nearing its end, he thought he might as well visit the people inside. There was a moment of silence. But Qi Yuan could hear the nervous heartbeat of the woman inside. The sisters seemed to be whispering to each other. Qi Yuan, being a gentleman, did not eavesdrop. If he were not a gentleman, he wouldn't have waited outside but would have barged in directly. After about 30 seconds, the door creaked open, and the tall Yang Lian appeared, her eyes filled with a hint of caution. "Please come in, origin god." Qi Yuan glanced at Yang Lian, his gaze curious. Finally, he entered the house, where he saw a frail girl lying on the bed. The girl was petite, her face pale and bloodless, but her deep eyes were full of intelligence. As the girl's information entered Qi Yuan's mind, he caught on to a few key details. A flicker of disappointment flashed in his eyes. "Thank you for the gift, it was a great help," Qi Yuan said sincerely. The little girl, Yang Hua, forced a smile, her voice as soft as a spring breeze. "You saved the people of Feiwu City, you saved me, so I should be the one thanking you." Yang Lian, standing by, kept her gaze fixed on Qi Yuan, her whole body tense. Her sister carried within her the seed of the world. If this were revealed to any powerful being, even an ancient deity, it could be a disaster. The world seed was something everyone coveted, even those at the level of divine myths. While the origin god had driven off the evil gods and was a great benefactor to the mortal heart realm, no one could truly know his intentions. The stronger the person, the more likely they were to desire the world seed. I once had an old friend who, like you, had a world seed within her. But, she was a bit different from you, Qi Yuan said, thinking of the foodless Holy Mother. Indeed, he had sensed the presence of a world seed within the foodless Holy Mother. But the seed within her was different from the one in the girl before him. The girl's seed seemed to have come from the heaven pillar. The foodless Holy Mother's seed was something else entirely. However, the foodless Holy Mother had perished. The girl in front of him was not her reincarnation. Upon hearing Qi Yuan's words, the girl showed a hint of surprise. Yang Lian was also taken aback. She hadn't expected the origin god to know someone else with a world seed. She's someone you should be familiar with, she's the foodless Holy Mother. What, it's her? Yang Lian was astonished. The little girl, however, remained calm, displaying a maturity beyond her years. Brother Qi Yuan, you're very mysterious and very powerful. Just average, really. To have scared off the evil gods, you are the greatest in the history of the mortal heart realm, Yang Lian said, her voice tinged with admiration. Don't flatter me, I'm still quite weak, only capable of defeating a baby, Qi Yuan replied, recalling the information he had seen in the ancestral land. I've seen what I came to see, so I'll be going. Yang Lian was surprised at his sudden decision to leave. You're leaving? Qi Yuan looked at Yang Lian and smiled. Though I may have flexible morals, I don't harm others. A world seed might be precious to some, but to me, it's not as valuable as a bowl of delicious fish soup. Hearing this, Yang Lian was filled with guilt. She had indeed been judging a gentleman by her own narrow standards. The origin god clearly had no interest in the world seed. She believed his words. If he had truly been greedy, he could have taken it by force, there was no need for deception. Let me see you out, origin god, Yang Lian said, following him quickly. All right, Qi Yuan replied as he walked out of the house without a backward glance. Yang Lian followed closely, her expression shifting several times. What do you plan to do next, origin god? Yang Lian finally gathered the courage to ask, referring to the evil gods. Naturally, I'll slay the two young gods, Qi Yuan said confidently. This was the final step in his plan. Once the two young gods were defeated, his task of protecting Qingshui village would be complete. Yang Lian lowered her head, a look of melancholy in her eyes. The mortal heart realm is an innate world. Anything is possible here, but it's impossible to break through to the level above yin gods. Your talent is unmatched in history, but, without ascending to that level, you won't stand a chance against those two. There was much Yang Lian hadn't said. To walk the seventh step on the path to the heavens is to enter the realm of the Yang God. But the seventh step is a long journey, requiring one to truly walk the path of heaven. With the heavenly Tao within the heaven pillar being devoured, even hundreds of years might not remain. Time was running out for the origin god. Even if it were possible to break through to the level of a Yang God in this innate world, the time was too short. Qi Yuan remained silent. Yang Lian continued, the mortal heart realm is doomed to perish. The two Yang gods, they are unbeatable. Perhaps in a past life or in another form, you were a being of great power, but here in the mortal heart realm, you are trapped, as if in a cage. Yang Lian begs you to take my sister away from the mortal heart realm. My sister carries the world seed within her. If you are interested, when she grows up, she could dual cultivate with you, which would greatly benefit your cultivation. If you break through to the level above yin gods, you will be far beyond a mere Yang God. Yang Lian spoke earnestly. The origin god was someone she could trust. She felt at ease in trusting her sister to him. And besides, who else could take her sister out of the mortal heart realm? Qi Yuan looked at Yang Lian's face, feeling rather speechless. I'm really not interested in your world seed. Leaving the mortal heart realm? How would I continue the game then? I can't grant your request. Qi Yuan flatly refused. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Yang Lian was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected such an answer. This was a world seed, nearly equivalent to the essence of an entire world. The seed of a primordial world represents infinite possibilities, something even the Yang gods deeply coveted. God, are you really not going to reconsider? Yang Lian was reluctant to give up. The only one who could take her sister out of the mortal heart realm was likely the origin god. No need, Qi Yuan replied firmly, his figure disappearing. In the alleyway, only Yang Lian remained, her gaze complex as she looked at the spot where Qi Yuan had disappeared. Meanwhile, outside Feiwu City, powerful figures were gathering. The escape of the evil gods from their stronghold had shocked the entire world. The higher echelons of the ancient gods in the southern region had engaged in intense debates. Different gods held various opinions about the origin deity. Some believed the origin god was the savior of the mortal heart realm, the last hope, and that they should firmly support him. Others thought that while the origin god might be powerful now, he had no chance against the two supreme evil gods. Only the mythical plan offers a slim hope. Yet another faction saw the origin god as another evil god and harbored distrust and skepticism towards him. Most of those who had come to Feiwu City adhered to the first view. Dong Zhonghe was among them, closely following his master. The arrogance on his face was gone, replaced by a layer of frustration. Those old geeks are despicable. The mythical level contemplation method I worked so hard to create, and they just took it away. Dong Zhonghe had decided to come to the northern region with his master to become a citizen of the origin god. However, some ancient gods in the southern region had forced Dong Zhonghe to leave his mythical level contemplation method behind, arguing that the mythical plan had provided the resources for him, the chosen one, to create it, so it had to stay in the southern region. His master consoled him, coming to the northern region might be the greatest opportunity of your life. A mythical level contemplation method is nothing in comparison. In the mortal heart realm, a mythical level contemplation method could at most allow a second step to reach the third step overnight. As for a grand venerable, a half-step increase would be remarkable. In terms of potential and power growth, it wasn't even as significant as the legends Qi Yuan had contemplated. Right, the origin god did say he would give me some benefits. Dong Zhonghe's mood brightened at the thought. Everyone in the group had come to Feiwu City, gathering and conversing with each other. Dong Zhonghe's earlier complaints were more about trying to show off to the others. Unfortunately for him, the others in the group were already familiar with his tricks and didn't bother responding. Nearby, Venerable Shenmao looked at Dong Zhonghe with disdain. So, you're just at the first step of the heaven ascension path, and you call yourself the young heavenly emperor. I'm at the third step. What does that make me, the middle-aged heavenly emperor? Venerable Hailong, who was a bit older, chuckled. Among us, it turns out Dong Zhonghe is the weakest. I still remember when the origin god first appeared, Dong Zhonghe mistook him for a divine being who hadn't even reached the level of a true god, Venerable Baishi reminisced. Who knew he was a myth all along? It hadn't been that long ago, yet it felt like a lifetime. Dong Zhonghe wasn't happy with that remark. How is that my fault? Back then, the origin god acted like a clueless newbie who didn't even understand the realm of true gods. Who knew he was playing dumb, teasing us? Indeed, when the origin god first joined the group, he had seemed like a total beginner, asking all sorts of basic questions. Who could have guessed, he was actually a myth all along? Venerable Shenmao said, awe evident in his eyes. The ancient gods present couldn't help but feel a deep admiration. A myth, the only myth in the mortal heart realm. Is it possible that the origin god we met at first wasn't actually a myth? Venerable Hailong suggested, sounding thoughtful. The ancient gods were taken aback. Not a myth, then, was he just a true god? Venerable Hailong, what nonsense are you spouting? How could anyone go from the Purple Mansion stage to a myth in just 1 month? Even a young god reincarnated couldn't achieve that. Dong Zhonghe didn't believe it for a second. The other ancient gods agreed with Dong Zhonghe. The origin god must have been a myth all along, just biding his time and gathering strength. Once he was ready, he struck the evil gods with overwhelming force. That's why we shouldn't speculate idly or believe baseless rumors. Didn't some say the origin god was mad, that he wasn't in his right mind? How could someone who has reached the level of a myth be anything but sharp? Dong Zhonghe continued. Exactly, we interact with the origin god in the group all the time, we know what he's like. Such a peerless ancient god must be unmatched. Even the foodless Holy Mother can't compare. At that moment, Venerable Dusk appeared, radiating an aura of depth and ancient power. All the grand venerables and gods present turned their attention to Venerable Twilight. Such an aura, I feel an overwhelming presence of water. The grand venerables were astounded. They had the distinct feeling that if Venerable Dusk chose to attack them, none of them would be able to withstand it. Venerable Dusk's power was simply too great. One of the deities, who also practiced water-based techniques, looked at Venerable Twilight with a mixture of fear and disbelief. He had once seen Venerable Dusk when they were both at the second step of the heaven ascension path. Now, however, Dusk had become a Grand Venerable, and not just any Grand Venerable, he was far beyond reach. Facing Venerable Dusk, the water-controlling god felt an urge to bow in submission. It's too late to meet the god today. The origin god has already retired for the night. Please join us for a feast, and tomorrow, the origin god will summon you, Venerable Twilight said, his voice calm and gentle. At that moment, Qi Yuan was sleeping soundly on the crooked neck tree, alongside Little Jaw. It was the first time Venerable Dusk had witnessed such a scene and was quite surprised. After all, at their level, who still needed sleep? Someone had even secretly asked Qi Yuan about it. The origin god's response had been simple: even true gods need to eat, so why not sleep? The ancient gods had been left speechless. The ancient gods from the southern region, now in the north, were equally baffled. Sleeping? What kind of true god needs to sleep? They thought it was some kind of intimidation tactic. Nervous as they were, they accepted the situation. But after the feast and seeing the origin god the next day, they realized they had misunderstood. The origin god had genuinely been sleeping. Now, Qi Yuan woke up groggily, stretching his neck. So, everyone has arrived. Not bad, not bad. Nearly 1,000 people have come. How was the feast? Did you enjoy it? Qi Yuan spoke like a host addressing his guests, surveying the 1,000 or so ancient gods before him. Enjoyed it. The Grand Venerables and ancient gods examined Qi Yuan, eager to see what the legendary origin god looked like. Qi Yuan spread his arms, his demeanor lazy. My goal is to ensure there's a feast everywhere in the mortal heart realm. I've already achieved more than half of that. When he first arrived in the mortal heart realm, Qi Yuan had been hungry. Qingshui village was dirt poor, with no food to be found. Only by attending banquets could he fill his stomach. He didn't want anyone in this world to suffer from hunger as he had. So, he made it his mission to ensure that everyone had a feast to attend. As Qi Yuan reflected on his past hardships, his gaze suddenly became sharp. I'm a lazy person, I don't like making grand promises, and I don't have the energy to persuade you with empty words. His words left the ancient gods present with mixed feelings. Even Dongzhong he was taken aback and couldn't help but send a voice transmission to Venerable Shenmao. This origin god is really something else. Are you trying to say he's a bit unhinged? Venerable Shenmao, you're in trouble now. I recorded your voice transmission earlier. If you don't give me that piece of star god copper, I'll play it for the origin god. You're playing mind games with me. In truth, the ancient gods all thought the origin god was a bit unhinged. After all, isn't it customary to say some polite things first? Even if you don't have grand promises to make, at least offer some words of encouragement, right? Qi Yuan, however, paid no attention to their reactions. You've come all this way, and I have only one request: become my citizens. If you agree, fill out the form within the time it takes for one incense stick to burn. If not, finish the feast and leave. Qi Yuan couldn't be bothered to explain anything to a bunch of NPCs. Explaining himself would just take the fun out of the game. As expected, Qi Yuan's straightforward approach left the ancient gods feeling awkward. Shouldn't there be some exchange of ideas, a discussion, before deciding whether to become his citizens? Now, with such direct words, some ancient gods felt uneasy. They whispered among themselves, "This is too abrupt. Shouldn't we discuss this first? What if we become his citizens, and he suddenly decides not to fight the evil gods? This makes us look bad. Couldn't we have discussed this in private?" Many ancient gods were unhappy with Qi Yuan's approach. It was too direct, too crude, and lacked finesse. In truth, they had already mentally prepared themselves to pledge allegiance to the origin god when they came to the northern region. After all, only the origin god dared to challenge the evil gods, offering them a chance to win the war. No need to guess what the origin god is thinking. Just look at what he's done. He has taken the fight to the evil gods, slaughtering over 10,000 of them. He is our benefactor. For that reason alone, I am willing to become his citizen. I am willing too. The gods present expressed their opinions. Basic information registration forms floated down, and many ancient gods began filling in their details. Some gods, however, hesitated, holding on to their forms, not ready to make a decision. Others preferred to wait and see or chose to leave quietly. A quarter of an hour later. In Feiwu City, Qi Yuan looked out at the gathered gods, his expression calm. Among the crowd were not only the newly arrived ancient gods but also the other villagers from Qingshui village. Altogether, there were over 4,000 people. Among them, 99% were true gods, and there were even some like Big Black Dog who were only at the Purple Mansion level. Not bad. Not bad at all. As expected of my citizens, each of you has a strong spirit. Qi Yuan couldn't help but praise. After all, on Earth, outside of the military, it's rare to see thousands of people gathered with such energy. Most of the time, they would be slumped over, looking like they had just spent the night gaming at an internet cafe. With such a mighty force, united under Qingshui village, how could we fail to wipe out the evil gods? Qi Yuan mused. The villagers of Qingshui village, including Zhu Zhuangxi and the others, looked on with excitement. From being cold and starving villagers to becoming true gods feared by all, it was all thanks to the origin god. We are willing to die for the origin god, village chief Yulei declared solemnly. The other villagers from Qingshui village, along with those from Shaoxi village and Chengxi village, also shouted in unison, "We are willing to die for the origin god." In this moment, they seemed truly ready to lay down their lives for the origin god. The ancient gods, including Venerable Dusk, were also moved and shouted in unison, "We are willing to die for the origin god." For now, they did not mention the mortal heart realm, only the origin god. Qi Yuan raised his hand, and the fervent cries died down, leaving the place in silence. We have met by fate, and I hope that when the matters of the mortal heart realm are concluded, you all will have a bright future. In the flowing wind realm, Qi Yuan also had many subordinates. But in reality, aside from a few familiar faces, he didn't even know most of them. Those people didn't share the same goals as Qi Yuan. Their goals were to increase their power and prolong their lifespan. In the end, they chose to serve Qi Yuan, compelled by his primordial abilities. There was some element of coercion involved. But in the mortal heart realm, things were different. Here, they shared a common goal. These ancient gods were genuinely willing to serve Qi Yuan. God, when shall we launch our counterattack against the evil gods? Venerable Lingzong asked, voicing the question on everyone's mind. He had once been entrusted by the foodless Holy Mother to deliver something to the origin god before heading to the Heaven Pillar. After your strength increases from this time, and after resting for a day, we will be ready for the final battle. Qi Yuan's eyes shone with determination. To be honest, this plan was the most uncertain, the one he had the least confidence in, out of all his plans. Two young gods, could he really defeat them? Even Qi Yuan himself wasn't sure. The ancient gods, upon hearing this, felt a surge of excitement. After all, they had witnessed the rapid growth of Venerable Shenlei, Venerable Dusk, Venerable Fire Lotus, and the others. They didn't expect to become mythical-level beings like Venerable Shenlei, but gaining a powerful contemplation method and growing stronger was always good. Qi Yuan looked over the crowd, his voice steady. Everyone, let's set off. This time, he planned to use the Lost Glow Wand one final time to return to the past, to contemplate more gods and help these ancient gods grow stronger. A single ancient god could use more than one contemplation method. For instance, he could contemplate more thunder gods like Lei Gong for Venerable Shenlei, which would further enhance his power. Now, after slaying over 10,000 evil gods, including 4 mythical beings, Qi Yuan had more divine power than ever before, 100 times more than during his last contemplation. He could contemplate even more powerful gods. This time, he intended to summon all the powerful, named gods. Perhaps even the 3 pure ones. This would be Qi Yuan's last chance. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Thunder rumbled, and dark clouds obscured the sun. In the Shaozhong Mountains, the air was filled with curses and angry shouts. Streaks of light flashed across the sky, and a great fire broke out, engulfing the entire mountain range. Even the torrential rain couldn't extinguish the blazing inferno, which raged for 10 days straight, leaving the once verdant Shaozhong Mountains a desolate wasteland. Several streaks of light hovered over the mountain, searching for something. Did you find it? No, useless. A group of Purple Mansion-level cultivators couldn't even catch a mere mortal. She was in the Shaozhong Mountains before the fire. Her fate is special, and she isn't even a Qi refining stage cultivator. She should have perished in the flames. The Shaozhong Mountains span 300 miles. She should be dead. Damn it, our time here is limited, and this world has too many powerful beings. Otherwise, the primordial body and the devouring body, two of the most powerful physiques, are both in one person. If we could obtain even one of them. No matter, if she's dead, then our mission is complete. Even if she isn't dead, she'll either starve or overeat to death. We wasted a precious descent talisman just to kill this little brat. As their voices faded, the streaks of light disappeared as well. The Shaozhong Mountains, stretching 300 miles, were now a wasteland, with only the remnants of the great fire left behind. After a long time, a small figure crawled out from beneath the ground. It was a little girl, looking no older than 11 or 12. Her hair was burnt and yellowed, the tips singed by flames. Her clothes were tattered and torn, resembling a beggar's rags. However, if one looked closely, they could see that these clothes were once finely made, like a princess's dress. She raised her head and looked up at the sky. She saw countless stars but none that she recognized. A deep sense of loneliness welled up inside her. Since birth, she had been frail and sickly, nearly dying shortly after she was born. However, her parents had discovered that she possessed the primordial body, one of the 10 most powerful physiques known. This physique was pure and unblemished, as if made of celestial glass, free from any worldly taint. Because of this, her family had showered her with love and care. However, alongside the primordial body, her body also harbored the devouring body, another of the top 10 physiques. If the primordial body represented purity and detachment from the world, the devouring body was its antithesis, designed to consume everything in its path. These two physiques clashed within her, making her frail like a mere mortal, despite being 12 years old. Every day, her family spent enormous resources to buy unappetizing nutritional fluids to sustain her. She was grateful, especially to her mother, the only one who truly cared for her and could tolerate her spoiled nature. Even though she knew her parents were raising her to sell her in a grand transaction, she still felt a sense of gratitude. Her parents had always hidden the truth from her, as had all her relatives. In the family, everyone pretended to treat her well, doting on her as if she were a princess. She acted spoiled, indulging in their affection, even though she knew it was all an illusion. She could hear their thoughts. Her father looked at her with affection but also with the greed of someone eyeing valuable goods. Her mother was conflicted, often coming to hold her at night, filled with guilt, repeatedly asking for her forgiveness. But the little girl didn't feel that her mother was in the wrong. Her mother owed her nothing, giving her food, clothing, and enduring her tantrums. Even if she were sold off, it seemed fair enough to her. The little girl had encountered all kinds of people and heard all kinds of dirty thoughts in their minds. The holy and virtuous priest, who secretly had a fondness for elderly men. The high-ranking official, ambitious and eager to start a rebellion. This was her life until she turned 11. One day, her father excitedly came to her, saying he had found a way to cure her and was taking her to seek treatment. But she had heard his thoughts, she knew her father had found a buyer. She happily boarded the flying ship with her mother. Those days, her mother seemed troubled. The little girl was happy because she had heard 3 times that her mother had considered running away with her, although ultimately the buyer's offer was too tempting. On their way to treatment, an accident happened. A group of mysterious people attacked their flying ship. It crashed, and at that moment, her primordial body suddenly activated, transporting her to the nearest primordial world. Some of the mysterious attackers used descent talismans to follow her into this world, intent on killing her. After the fire subsided, she crawled out of the ruins, not reborn from the flames, but simply waiting for death. She curled up on the ground, her gaze empty. So, hungry. A deep sense of hunger gnawed at her, but she endured it. Starving to death doesn't feel good. She looked at the dirt on the ground, wanting to take a bite. But she knew if she did, her primordial body would react with pain far worse than the hunger she felt. The devouring body devoured everything, while the primordial body rejected everything. The conflict between these two opposing physiques had created her current state. All she could do was wait for death. After an unknown amount of time, she suddenly heard a voice in her mind. Is that the foodless Holy Mother? So, I've encountered her again. What a coincidence. The little girl remained motionless on the ground, as if she hadn't heard anything. After spending over 10 years in her family, she had become very skilled at pretending and playing her part. She was curious about the clear male voice but didn't show it. What's your name? The voice spoke again, this time addressing her directly. She was startled. A name? She didn't have a name. Perhaps because she was destined to be sold, her family hadn't even bothered to give her one, not wanting her to be entered into the family records. Everyone else called her Miss Ten, and her mother called her, Little Ten. Recalling the man's earlier words. Foodless Holy Mother. She showed a curious expression and said, "My name is Wu Shi." "Who are you?" "Wu Shi." The man fell silent, looking at the frail body of the foodless Holy Mother before him. He hadn't expected that the once overbearing foodless Holy Mother had such a miserable childhood. Whoever set the mountain on fire has no morals and should be thrown in jail, the man thought to himself. Wu Shi, still bowing her head, suddenly felt a strange sense of amusement. This man's thoughts were peculiar, unlike anything she had heard before. "I'll treat you to a meal. It looks like you haven't eaten in days," the man said, breaking her thoughts. Wu Shi heard his voice and then his thoughts. "Unfortunately, I came from the future and can't interfere with this world. Otherwise, I'd kill someone and treat the foodless Holy Mother to a feast. After all, she bonded with the heaven pillar, keeping it upright and helping me out." Wu Shi was stunned. She was even more curious about this man now. She had once heard her father and grandfather discuss that while there was a past and present, there was no future. Yet here was someone claiming to be from the future. Could it be true? A person's inner thoughts don't lie. Had he really seen her future self? And what about bonding with the heaven pillar? She remained cautious, though her stomach growled loudly. "I can't eat anything," she said, frowning. She vividly remembered the nausea and discomfort she experienced when she tried to eat. "Don't worry, you can eat what I'm offering. Just don't starve to death right now," the man said softly. If the foodless Holy Mother starved to death and he knocked down the heaven pillar, how could the game continue? Really, Wu Shi was skeptical. This world didn't have any nutritional fluids. What could she eat? "Why would I lie to a little girl?" the man replied. "But it's strange that you don't seem to breathe air." "You're strange too," Wu Shi whispered. The man in front of her was indeed odd, and his thoughts were just as peculiar. "Where's the food?" Wu Shi asked. She was really hungry. The devouring body's desire to consume everything was unbearable. If there was food she could eat, she might even consider bonding with the heaven pillar to help him. "Follow me out of this wasteland," the man said, sounding a bit exasperated. The wasteland stretched for 300 miles. "Are you sure you won't starve to death?" the man asked, worried. "No," Wu Shi replied. She was hungry, but not to the point of death, yet. "Good. If you die now, who will help me with the heaven pillar?" The man chuckled. Wu Shi fell silent. Shouldn't he be keeping such thoughts to himself? Speaking them out loud might ruin the image she had of him. She kept quiet, not responding. "I'm curious. If I see you in the future, will you recognize me?" the man asked. "Probably. But the foodless Holy Mother always seems like she's meeting me for the first time." "Little one, what secrets are hidden in your body?" the man wondered aloud, his gaze fixed on Wu Shi. "Maybe, she has the memory of a fish, only a few seconds long," Wu Shi mumbled as her small frame trudged across the wasteland. Her tiny feet were covered in ash, with burns from the fire. "If you keep walking like that, it'll take forever. It's like Sun Wukong taking Tang Sanzang to the western heaven. Let me teach you some magic." "Magic?" Wu Shi asked, intrigued. She looked in the direction of the man's voice and said seriously, "If I learn magic, I won't be valuable anymore." With her physique, once she started practicing magic, she would lose her value. Her family hadn't allowed her to cultivate for this reason. "You're a person, not a commodity. What does value have to do with it?" the man said nonchalantly. In his mind, he thought, the foodless Holy Mother must have had a rough childhood. "She's a bit odd. I can't let her learn my Qi Yuan Sutra. She doesn't have my sharp mind. If she practiced it, she might become even more confused." Hearing his thoughts, Wu Shi was silent for a moment. She memorized the flying spell called Princess Riding a Broom, and began practicing it. After a few moments, the man watched in surprise. As expected of the mortal heart realms number 1. She learned it so quickly. "Find a stick, sit on it, and follow my instructions." Wu Shi hesitated, glanced at the man's direction, and found a stick. She straddled it, activating the spell. Her body wobbled as she lifted off the ground. "You look like a witch now. Oh, by the way, are you afraid of heights? It'd be pretty funny if you fell from the sky," the man said as he led the way, occasionally making odd remarks. Wu Shi followed behind, not knowing how long they traveled. Eventually, they stopped by a small pond. It seemed a battle had taken place there, and half of the pond's water had drained away. The ground was littered with dead fish. "Cook the fish, and you'll be able to eat," the man said, clapping his hands as if excited. Wu Shi froze. She was starving, but looking at the fish made her feel nauseous. I don't eat fish. The man's thoughts flashed quickly. He said, just try cooking it. You'll see this fish is different from what you've had before. Wu Shi hesitated but decided to trust the man. After all, he had taught her to cultivate. If her family knew, they'd probably tear him apart. But that was just a thought. Her family would never come here. For the first time, she prepared fish, roasting it over a fire. She sensed the man approaching, and her curiosity grew. Then she heard him say, "Go ahead, try it." Wu Shi stared at the fish, her gaze filled with fear. She didn't want to experience that pain again. Even with the devouring body, eating anything made her want to end her own life. Only nutritional fluids were bearable. She hesitated but took a small bite of the burnt fish, chewing slowly. A warm sensation spread through her limbs, as if she were basking in sunlight. She felt warmth she had never known before. It's delicious. It was the first time she had tasted something so good. The nutritional fluids she used to drink couldn't compare to this. They were like the depths of the abyss in comparison. She felt that even if she died after eating this fish, it would be worth it. The man smiled. "You look like a cat eating a treat." He looked at Wu Shi as if she were a pet in a movie. Wu Shi continued eating the fish, savoring the taste she had never experienced before. She turned to the man and asked, "Why does it taste so good?" "That's a secret," the man replied. Wu Shi was disappointed. When he said it was a secret, he didn't even think of the real answer. "I want to eat another fish. I'll grant you a wish in return," Wu Shi said, her voice soft and hesitant. She really wanted to eat more. The man just smiled. He didn't respond to Wu Shi's offer, but his thoughts ran deep. What's the point of meeting her? Maybe there's no point at all. It's just a glimpse into history. History is buried by the sands of time, and stories are concealed. Uncovering even a small part of it might reveal the life of a single being. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. A new fish was roasted and ready. Wu Shi kept her gaze forward, hoping to catch a glimpse of the man's appearance. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't see him. Eventually, she stopped trying and turned her attention to the charred fish in front of her. Ignoring the heat, she grabbed the fish with her hands and began to devour it greedily, savoring each bite. As someone with the primordial body, Wu Shi rejected all worldly impurities. Even specially made nutritional fluids were hard for her to swallow. But this fish in front of her tasted like the most delicious thing in the world, something she had never experienced before. "Do you want some?" Wu Shi paused, holding the half-eaten fish out toward where the man's voice had come from. Then, she heard his thoughts. "Through time and space, I can't touch anything, so how could I eat the fish?" Wu Shi was puzzled by his thoughts, but she believed that the man really had come from the future. "Not hungry, you eat more," the man said. Naturally, he wanted the foodless Holy Mother to eat more and grow stronger. After all, he still needed to go to the heaven pillar to visualize the deities. Wu Shi felt a bit disappointed. It was the first time she had tasted something so good, but she was eating alone. "Earlier, I said if you gave me a fish, I'd grant you a wish. What do you want?" Wu Shi asked, looking up. She didn't like owing people anything. So when her parents treated her as a commodity to be sold, she didn't harbor any resentment. "A wish?" The man looked at the foodless Holy Mother, his eyes filled with surprise. "Do you see that mountain that reaches the sky?" Wu Shi turned her head and saw what looked like a giant pillar reaching the heavens. "That's the heaven pillar. Help me keep an eye on it, and make sure it doesn't collapse," the man said casually. For some reason, after saying this, he felt a sense of destiny. Wu Shi seemed confused but nodded. "Okay," the man smiled. "Now, go gather more fish, so you don't starve to death." Wu Shi hesitated, then her eyes lit up. "I can eat them all. If I leave and you starve to death, what's the point?" The man said. Looking at the foodless Holy Mother, he thought that if she hadn't met him, she really might have starved to death. And then, what would happen to the heaven pillar in the future? Besides, he was naturally kind-hearted and law-abiding. Helping out in this situation wouldn't hurt. After all, he and the foodless Holy Mother had met twice before, and this was their third and final meeting. Hearing the man's words, Wu Shi looked excited. She sat on her stick, flying around the area and collecting fish from the ground. Soon, like a hoarding hamster, she had gathered a pile of fish. The man looked at the fish, a pained expression on his face. You're really not holding back, are you? But he was a man of his word, and he would keep his promise, even if it meant doing it reluctantly. So he stepped forward, and drops of pure, flawless blood began to fall. His face grew pale, and his form appeared somewhat weakened, but it wasn't too severe. Wu Shi couldn't see the man's form. She looked at the pile of fish, delighted. I'll help you guard the heaven pillar, Wu Shi said earnestly. The man thought of something and asked, do you have a cultivation technique? The little girl was still too weak, she might not survive long without one. No, Wu Shi hesitated. If I start cultivating, I'll lose my value. You can't go on without cultivating. You need to learn how to protect yourself, the man insisted. Protecting the foodless Holy Mother meant protecting the heaven pillar. I'll teach you how to cultivate, the man thought. You go ahead and cook the fish. Give me a day, and I'll create a technique called the Wu Shi Sutra for you. The method of visualizing deities was unique, and he couldn't teach Wu Shi using the heaven pillar's energy. So he had to create a new technique. The man looked at the little girl and thought that if she cultivated the Wu Shi Sutra, she might become powerful enough to defeat the evil gods. If that happened, he could just relax and enjoy the benefits when he arrived in this world. He watched Wu Shi with anticipation. Then he turned away and began to seriously work on creating the technique. Creating the Wu Shi Sutra was naturally not as complex as the Qi Yuan Sutra. Meanwhile, Wu Shi glanced at the quiet man and happily started roasting all the fish. So hungry, she whispered. As night fell, the firelight reflected off Wu Shi's face. After a quick wash, she no longer looked disheveled, her snowy complexion was delicate, and she had an ethereal quality. She sat there, staring blankly at where the man had been, deep in thought. Why does it taste so good? How did he do it? In her heart, the little girl planted the seed of a question. The next morning, the man opened his eyes and looked at the little girl not far away. He couldn't help but laugh. She was hugging a giant roasted fish, seemingly asleep. Suddenly, the little girl opened her eyes, still a bit groggy as if she had just woken up. But she looked at him expectantly and asked, "Are you going to teach me to cultivate?" The man was surprised. "How did you know I finished the technique?" The little girl's eyes gleamed with mischief. A woman's intuition. Of course, she wouldn't admit that she had been listening to his thoughts the entire time. His thoughts had woken her up. "Wow, you're using intuition now." The man didn't press further. "I've created a technique for you called the Wu Shi Sutra. Try cultivating with it." He then spent 3 to 4 hours explaining the technique to Wu Shi. But her ability to remember everything in one go saved him the trouble of repeating himself. Wu Shi quickly began cultivating using the Wu Shi Sutra. Her talent was extraordinary, so much so that it could only be described as exaggerated. The man admitted that in the Kanglin realm, Wu Shi's talent would outshine every genius on the talent rankings. Even he would be ashamed to compare himself. A day later, the man looked at Wu Shi's frail figure and said softly, "Now that you can barely protect yourself, I should be on my way." It was time for him to leave, to enter the mountain of visualization and conduct his final visualization. Then he would return for the last battle. Looking at Wu Shi, he couldn't help but sigh. He remembered meeting the foodless Holy Mother later on, seeing her blood spilled at the Tianju pillar. She was a person who had long since died, a figure buried in the dust of history. Wu Shi's heart tightened, her eyes filled with a sense of loss. After a moment of silence, she asked softly, "Will we have a chance to meet again?" The man hesitated. He had used up the 3 opportunities provided by the lost glow rod, so he couldn't return to the past. As for the foodless Holy Mother, recalling how she didn't seem to recognize him during their later encounters, he wondered if the 3 foodless Holy Mothers he had met were even the same person. "Fate will bring us together again," he said finally, before disappearing. By the ruined pond, the young girl sat surrounded by a pile of charred fish. Her eyes were filled with complex emotions. Her hands clenched tightly, her nails digging into her flesh, drawing blood. Her gaze was full of intense desire. "I really want to eat him." This desire was a primal instinct. With her devouring body, she felt she could take a bite out of the empty air and maybe even tear off a piece of flesh. But she didn't dare, she was too timid. That person was too mysterious. He could even make food pure enough for her to eat. How did he do it? She couldn't understand why he would do such a thing. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Will we meet again? Wu Shi curled up, struggling to suppress the overwhelming desire within her. The more time she spent with that man, the more unbearable her urge to devour him became. It was a primal instinct she had to control, because she was too weak to act on it. Thankfully, he had left. If he had stayed even one more day, she wasn't sure what she might have done. When we meet again, will I be able to eat him? The girl wondered. What a boring and uneventful journey. Qi Yuan gazed out over the vast land below, sighing deeply. This time, he had met the foodless Holy Mother again, but it was when she was still a child. He had thought he might uncover some hidden truths of history or some earth-shattering ancient secrets. But it turned out to be nothing more than watching a little girl catch fish and eat, with nothing particularly special happening. There was no deep enmity or unresolved grievances between him and the foodless Holy Mother. It was like watching a simple movie. Time to visualize. With that, Qi Yuan stopped dwelling on the past and entered the place of visualization. This time, he had an abundance of evil god energy. He had many deities in mind that he wanted to visualize. He planned to bring out a group of powerful figures all at once. I've only visualized one of the 6 sovereigns so far, so the other 5 should be next. I also want to visualize King Totali, Yang Jian, the great sage equal to heaven, the fire god Zhu Rong, the ancestor witches, Hui, even the 3 pure ones, and perhaps even Pangu. Qi Yuan's memory holds many deities. While some of these deities were likely misrepresented in his previous life's lore on Earth, the ones he visualized were identical to those in his memory. This surprised Qi Yuan and left him unable to fully explain it. If he were to force an explanation, there were 2 possibilities. The first possibility was that these deities truly existed, and even if his visualization was inaccurate, it wouldn't affect the outcome of the visualization technique. The second possibility was that this innate world could create infinite possibilities, and these deities existed because of Qi Yuan's visualization. Regardless of the explanation, it didn't affect Qi Yuan's plan, so he didn't bother to dwell on it. Often, things that seem absurd are made up or closer to reality. Because reality doesn't follow logic, but fiction must. Qi Yuan's gaze grew focused. The first deity he intended to visualize was the king of the netherworld, the Queen Earth deity, also known as Hu-Tu. He had already planned out Chi-Chi's path, first having her ascend to the true god realm through the phoenix, and then becoming a grand sovereign through Hu-Tu. After all, for his goddaughter, he had to offer something good, right? As for the Thunder God Grand Sovereign, Qi Yuan planned to visualize another of the 6 sovereigns, the South Pole Longevity Emperor. The 9 Heavens Thunder God was essentially an incarnation of the South Pole Longevity Emperor, so he needed to further enhance the Thunder God Grand Sovereign's abilities. Qi Yuan had his personal preferences. For most of those who followed him, he would reward them with suitable visualization techniques to maximize their potential. But for those who were closer to him or had a more personal relationship with him, he would offer more. After all, a person without personal preferences wouldn't be human, right? With a mix of personal bias, Qi Yuan began his visualization. She governs yin and yang, commands all things, and maintains peace across the 9 continents. She is the mother of the earth. In his mind, he envisioned a divine woman of unparalleled holiness. She was a mythical figure, seated in the depths of the underworld, shrouded in mystery in all the ancient legends. Compared to the 9 Heavens Thunder God, she was even more revered. This was the first time Qi Yuan had visualized a deity of this caliber. Let's hope this works. His mind was filled with countless memories and images, spinning like a kaleidoscope. As before, no image of her appeared beside him. The entire mountain of visualization fell into an eerie silence. A chant, seemingly from ancient times, began to echo throughout the mountain of visualization. Return, O soul, do not descend into this netherworld. The mountain of visualization trembled, and the heart-questioning test did not appear this time. Just like before, manifest. At that moment, a vast and majestic female voice echoed in Qi Yuan's ears. Qi Yuan's eyes lit up with joy. It worked. If the 5 sovereigns could manifest, could the 3 pure ones be far behind? Meanwhile, by the lakeside, the young girl suddenly looked towards the distant mountain, which Qi Yuan had referred to as the Heaven Pillar. It's trembling. She lowered her head, looking at the fish she was holding tightly, her eyes clear. I promised. She had promised Qi Yuan that if he gave her a fish, she would help him guard the Heaven Pillar. She extended her pale hand and pressed it against the ground. The trembling Heaven Pillar suddenly calmed down. Her small face was pale, her brows furrowed in concentration. Fish. In the place of visualization. Qi Yuan's voice was steady and unyielding. Her eyes are like the sun and moon, her navel like the center of the earth, and she wields the great axe with grace. The pearl descended from heaven, holding the position of the primordial being. Vast in power, listening to orders but not commands. To the left of the North Star, she commands the spirits and holds the chart of all gods. The 9 stars are the roots of the 9 heavens, the beams of the sun and moon, and the source of all things. The heaven pillar trembled continuously. In the world of the mortal realm, all deities were awakened in shock. They had no idea what was happening. Their faces were filled with terror and confusion. This tremor lasted for a full hour. Yet, despite this, the heaven pillar of the mortal realm remained standing tall and unwavering. However, within the ancestral land of the ancient clan, one tower after another mysteriously vanished. But who in this world of deities had the time to care about the ancestral land? Even if the towers vanished, those ancient gods wouldn't notice. At this moment, Qi Yuan's eyes were filled with determination. Because just now, he had almost completely visualized all the powerful deities from his memory, condensing them into visualization techniques. Scrolls of visualization techniques floated around him. Each visualization technique exuded an aura as vast as the stars, ancient, profound, mysterious, and unknowable. If any ordinary ancient god were to witness this scene, their eyes would surely be blinded by the brilliance. Each and every one of these scrolls was of mythic quality. Moreover, they were not just ordinary mythic techniques. 3 of the scrolls were particularly profound, encompassing all things, with stars orbiting within them like decorations, and life and death intertwined around them. However, upon closer inspection, these 3 scrolls appeared as simple points of light. There was nothing amiss, but anyone who tried to visualize them would sense that all the other mythic-level visualization techniques combined couldn't compare to even one of these 3. These 3 visualization techniques represented the Jade Purity Yuan Shi Tianzun, the Supreme Purity Lingbao Tianzun, and the Grand Purity Dao De Tianzun. They were the most supreme deities of Taoism. The 3 pure ones, they actually manifested. Qi Yuan took a deep breath. The 3 pure ones, the 6 sovereigns, the 5 elders, the 3 officials, the 6 departments. Qi Yuan had visualized every deity from his memory. These successful visualizations left Qi Yuan feeling both excited and amazed. But the most surprising visualization of all was one deity that was downright absurd. Even more ridiculous than when he had visualized the Calabash brothers. Because this time, he had visualized Gatling Bodhisattva. Is there really someone out there worshipping him? Qi Yuan was baffled. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Qi Yuan stood atop the empty mountain of visualization, his thoughts in turmoil. He couldn't shake the feeling that the visualization techniques were far more complex than they seemed, and that this mountain held secrets beyond his comprehension. In other worlds, I've never encountered or even heard of anything like the mountain of visualization, Qi Yuan murmured to himself as he descended from the mountain. Meanwhile, in the endless mountain range, Dong Zhonghei's gaze wandered restlessly, and he sobbed, I gave up a mythic-level visualization technique to join Qi Yuan. The price I paid was too steep. The god of cats gave Dong Zhonghei a sidelong glance. Stop obsessing over that so-called mythic visualization technique. Don't you realize that since Qi Yuan arrived, mythic-level visualization techniques have become common? Over the past 2 days, those who had joined Qi Yuan had learned the secret behind the strength of the Thunder Grand Venerable and others. It was due to the visualization techniques. Qi Yuan hadn't just visualized 8 mythic-level techniques, he had even traveled back in time to visualize a whole array of such techniques. Yet Dong Zhonghei remains puzzled, his gaze fixed on Shenlei Grand Sovereign at the forefront. He couldn't help but wonder, doesn't the Shenlei Grand Venerable already have a visualization technique? Why is he here? Not only is he here, but so are the other ancient gods and villagers who already have visualization techniques, the Black Dragon Venerable said meaningfully. Dong Zhonghei inhaled deeply. If his guess was correct, it was terrifying. This meant that Qi Yuan wasn't lacking in visualization techniques, what he lacked was the spiritual power of the evil gods. Dong Zhonghei's pride crumbled once more. If the title of Young Heavenly Emperor has to go to Qi Yuan, so be it. Dong Zhonghei said, trying to console himself. The god of cats glanced at him without comment. At that moment, a calm voice echoed through the area. I possess countless techniques that can solve the mysteries of the world, comprehend the principles of yin and yang, and observe the cycle of life and death. My blessings, I now bestow upon you all. A man in a dark robe appeared, surrounded by countless specks of light, each representing a visualization technique. All the ancient gods and villagers looked at these visualization techniques with a sense of reverence. Even the previously nonchalant Shenlei Grand Sovereign couldn't maintain his composure. Gasp! There are so many more powerful ones than mine. After receiving the visualization technique of the Nine Heavens Thunder God, Shenlei Grand Sovereign had been quite pleased with himself. He had thought it was the most powerful visualization technique Qi Yuan could offer. After all, the Thunder God's power was beyond his comprehension, controlling thunder across heaven and earth, from the 33 heavens above to the 9 hells below. But now, as he looked at the visualization techniques surrounding Qi Yuan, many of them radiated an unfathomable aura that even he found mysterious and overwhelming. Especially the 3 techniques at the top, they looked simple, yet seemed to be the source of everything. When Shenlei Grand Sovereign gazed at them, he felt an urge to worship. And now, these visualization techniques were to be bestowed upon them. The gathered ancient gods felt a mix of solemnity and excitement. Thank you, Heavenly God, for your blessing. We vow to follow the will of the origin Heavenly God. Should we stray, may we suffer the wrath of heaven and earth. Every ancient god was filled with excitement. Even Dong Zhonghe finally admitted that his mythic-level visualization technique was nothing in comparison. Everyone looked at Qi Yuan with the reverence of devoted disciples. The elderly Lishan Grand Venerable, with his white hair, even had tears in his eyes. It was as if he saw hope for the world. Lingzong Grand Venerable remained silent, as if he had come to a realization. At that moment, Qi Yuan's gentle voice echoed. Once, the war god Xingtian fought with the emperor for divinity. The emperor severed his head, but Xingtian did not die. He used his nipples as eyes and his navel as a mouth, wielding a shield and an axe as he continued to battle. Lingzong Grand Sovereign seemed to feel something. His gaze was transfixed on one of the visualization techniques. It was as if he saw a terrifying deity, holding a giant axe and shield, battling fiercely with the emperor. Even after the emperor severed his head, this terrifying deity continued to fight, relentless and undaunted. Lingzong Grand Venerable was deeply moved. He thought of the ancient gods of the mortal heart realm who had perished in battle. The heaven pillar had been broken, the legends had fallen, and the backbone of the mortal heart realm was shattered. Yet, the ancient gods of the mortal heart realm never gave up their resistance against the evil gods. After the heavenly pillar broke, major battles ceased, but skirmishes continued, and nearly 2/3 of the ancient gods perished. Even the ancient gods who chose the mythic plan did so only to give the younger generation a chance. The elders chose to sacrifice themselves to pave the way. The war god Xingtian was just like the indomitable mortal heart realm. All the ancient gods who looked at Xingtian's visualization technique felt as if they were witnessing Xingtian's relentless struggle against the heavens. If all the gods of the mortal heart realm were like Xingtian, even in defeat, we would fight without regret. One ancient god sighed. Even such a great deity faced hardship, what chance do we have? Heavenly Sovereign, the ancient gods discussed among themselves, and those who had recently pledged their loyalty to Qi Yuan looked at him with even greater reverence. Xingtian's visualization technique floated before Lingzong Grand Sovereign. Lingzong Grand Venerable took a deep breath. Thank you, Heavenly God, for your blessing. I will rid the world of the evil gods. Qi Yuan's gaze then fell upon the Dusk Grand Venerable. The Dusk Grand Venerable seemed to sense this and grew solemn. Gonggong fought with Xuanzhu for the throne and, in a rage, rammed into Mount Buzhou, breaking the heavenly pillar and severing the earthly supports. In the visualization technique, all the ancient gods seemed to witness a majestic deity who commanded all the waters of the world, charging towards a mountain far taller than the heavenly pillar itself. The Dusk Grand Venerable, who had previously received the technique to break curses, now obtained the visualization technique of the ancient deity Gonggong. The Dusk Grand Venerable received the visualization technique and bowed deeply. Qi Yuan continued to recite. Tota Heavenly King Li, Red Boy, the Star Lords, the 10 Kings of Hell. One by one, figures from myth and legend emerged from Qi Yuan's memory. Each legend was a story buried in time. Every follower received a deity that belonged to them. Each person in the crowd obtained an extremely powerful visualization technique. Shi Chongshen received the visualization technique of the deity Erlang Shen, his gaze deepening. Shenlei Grand Venerable was even more shocked to receive the visualization technique of one of the 6 royal emperors, the South Pole Longevity Emperor. It was as if powerful deities were being reborn through each of Qi Yuan's followers. Finally, Qi Yuan was left with 3 visualization techniques. These 3 represented the supreme deities in Qi Yuan's memory, the 3 pure ones. At this point, every follower had received a visualization technique, making them more or less on par with dragons. However, when Qi Yuan tried to grant the three pure ones to those he deemed worthy, none of them were able to visualize them. In the end, Qi Yuan even had all the ancient gods try to visualize the three pure ones. But none of them succeeded. This left Qi Yuan surprised, and the ancient gods present were deeply shaken. Heavenly God, the status of these three deities is too high for us to visualize. One Grand Venerable said, deeply moved. The idea that the visualization techniques were too high in rank to be visualized was difficult to comprehend. Or rather, such a situation had never occurred before. This was the only explanation that made sense now. The ancient gods present couldn't imagine what kind of beings these three were, given that they could visualize deities of unimaginable power. Yet they couldn't visualize these three. Shenlei Grand Venerable then suggested, perhaps the heavenly god should attempt to visualize them. With this suggestion, all the gods nodded. If their ranks weren't high enough, then Qi Yuan certainly would be. Qi Yuan thought about it and nodded. You make a good point. Thunder roared, and rain poured down. The city of Feiwu was engulfed in silence. After some time, Qi Yuan opened his eyes. His once deep and ancient gaze was now calm, as if he were an ordinary mortal. The three pure ones live up to their name. Now I stand at the pinnacle of myth, don't I? Qi Yuan pondered. After visualizing the three pure ones, his power had skyrocketed. For him, defeating a military commander would no longer require a sword, just a glance would suffice. Even the most powerful version of Wuxi Shengmu in his memory would not last a single round against him. And as for the split of Blood Sun Great Sage in the past, Qi Yuan felt he could destroy it in the mortal realm. His strength had increased by tenfold, no, 100-fold. He even felt that he could be considered the greatest myth he had ever encountered. However, his cultivation remained at the 7th step of ascension. Once the 7 steps were completed, one could reach the level of the sun god. Yet these 7 steps seemed boundless, with no clear path forward. Just as others had said, he was stuck at the level of myth and could advance no further. A flash of contemplation crossed his tranquil eyes. At that moment, a voice, elegant, serene, and mysterious, echoed in his ear. Godfather, an envoy from the evil gods has arrived. The speaker was Qi. At this moment, she was dressed in a brown gown, her aura more profound and her demeanor colder. She was quite different from the mischievous girl she once was. Qi had visualized the deity Haotu, one of the 6 royal emperors, and a being of supreme nobility. An envoy from the evil gods. Qi Yuan was surprised. He hadn't expected the evil gods to send an envoy to see him. Now that the battle was drawing near, he decided to meet with them. After about 100 breaths' time, the evil god's military commander, Wu Kui, stood before Qi Yuan, led by Qi. For some reason, when Wu Kui saw Qi Yuan, he felt an overwhelming urge to bow in reverence. This feeling was far stronger than what he had felt in the presence of the sun god. He was deeply shocked. Despite both being at the 7th step of ascension, how could there be such a vast difference between them? Especially in this remote city of Feiwu, his divine power seemed to tremble uncontrollably, as if a terrifying deity lay dormant within the small city. Seated in a high place, Qi Yuan glanced at Wu Kui, a look of regret in his eyes. It's a pity I let you all escape last time, but it's fortunate we meet again. Last time, Qi Yuan had swept through the evil gods of Qingheng continent and was preparing to eliminate the remaining military commanders. But before he could act, those evil gods fled, leaving Qi Yuan at that time feeling somewhat regretful. Wu Kui's heart tightened, but remembering his master's instructions, he spoke firmly, "Greetings, Heavenly Sovereign. On behalf of my master, I come to negotiate peace." His words left the ancient gods serving Qi Yuan in shock. Qi's eyes also reflected a complex emotion. The evil gods actually wanted to negotiate peace. This was something they had never dared to imagine before. There was a time when the evil gods would never have shown weakness to their enemies, let alone sought peace. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Negotiate for peace. Qi Yuan was somewhat surprised. The evil gods had actually sent a military commander to negotiate. Go on, tell me, how do you propose we make peace? At this moment, Qi Yuan's followers were still processing and refining their visualization techniques. There was no rush. Military Commander Wu Kui quickly spoke, his demeanor very respectful. The mortal heart realm is an innate world, and the heavenly sovereign should be aware of the extraordinary nature of such worlds. Wu Kui continued. Innate worlds are formed at the beginning of creation. The beings here may resemble humans, but they are, in truth, different. They are not truly human and harbor different hearts. Since the Heavenly Sovereign has awakened memories of past wisdom, you are not one of these innate beings. Why entangle yourself with them? Humans and innate beings are naturally opposite. Chi-Chi's eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent. You claim we're not human. And you are. Wu Kui felt a sudden, inexplicable shiver of fear. He had the distinct feeling that if this woman made a move, he would have no chance of survival. His heart was filled with shock. Could she be another mythic being? His mind raced with speculations about Qi Yuan's past life, convinced that it must have been incredibly powerful. Distinguishing between innate beings and humans or even demons is simple. Innate beings are born from chaos, carrying a trace of chaotic energy within them. This chaotic energy represents endless possibilities. Because of it, innate beings can transform into demons, devils, humans, or even evil beings. Such innate evil spirits are a scourge upon the world, deserving of eradication by all. In the upper realms, we and the innate evil spirits are sworn enemies. To determine whether a disguised cultivator is an innate being, one only needs to see if they can practice a visualization technique. Only those with a trace of chaotic energy can cultivate such techniques. Wu Kui explained, and though his words were honest on the surface, they were laced with an attempt to deceive Qi Yuan. Innate beings in innate worlds symbolize infinite possibilities. They may appear as humans, demons, or beasts, and might believe themselves to be human. But in reality, they are not. Because they possess a trace of chaotic energy, innate beings can practice visualization techniques, rapidly increasing their strength, and are easily swayed by foreign evil gods. To ordinary cultivators, innate beings are seen as heretical, and almost everyone despises them. After all, it might take an ordinary genius thousands of years to break through to the Yin God realm, while an innate being could achieve it overnight. However, when it comes to innate worlds, the perspective of all cultivators is completely different. It's not fear, but greed. This is because an innate world is incredibly special, capable of producing countless innate beings. A mythic level cultivator who wishes to ascend to the Yang God level needs to cultivate their own domain of power. The more Yin gods that serve them, and the greater their potential, the stronger they will be when they finally ascend to the Yang God level. Thus, possessing an innate world can allow a mythic level being to rapidly accumulate power and ascend to the Yang God level. And not just any Yang God, a particularly powerful one. For mythic level beings, an innate world is crucial. For Yang gods, it's even more so. While Wu Kui didn't know the full details, he knew that a complete innate world could help a Yang God advance to an even higher realm. This was an incredibly tempting prospect. After all, a Yang God can effortlessly annihilate entire worlds with a mere flick of their hand. The fact that an innate world could aid a Yang God in advancing further was an unfathomable allure. Since an innate world is isolated and has not been connected to the greater realms, innate beings cannot become Yang gods. The most powerful in this realm are merely mythic level beings, making an innate world a coveted prize for Yang gods. However, any innate world that has been connected to the greater realms for a long time is met with great caution by every Yang god. Who knows what kind of monsters could be growing inside? Qi Yuan listened to Wu Kui's words, catching some of his inner thoughts, and a smile appeared in his eyes. How interesting. If only innate beings could practice visualization techniques, then what did that make him? After all, he could even visualize the three pure ones. Heavenly Sovereign, your origins are mysterious, and now you're confined to the mythic level due to the innate world. My master has said that he wishes to ally with you and share the innate world. All of your followers could enter your divine domain, and the innate beings would serve you. Once you leave the mortal heart realm, you could ascend to the Yang God level, and not just any Yang God, but a truly exceptional one. So you're saying I could take my followers and leave the mortal heart realm now? Qi Yuan asked with a playful grin. Wu Kui lowered his head and nervously replied, if the Heavenly Sovereign agrees to the peace terms, your followers will belong to you, and the innate world will belong to my master. Once the princess has fully consumed the Heaven Pilar's Tao, you and your people will be free to leave the mortal heart realm. The negotiation terms were simple. The Blood Sun Great Sage wanted the innate world, and the innate beings could be given to Qi Yuan. However, they wouldn't let Qi Yuan leave yet because once he did, he would ascend to the Yang God level. So, they needed to wait until the Blood Sun Great Sage had finished devouring the innate world before releasing him. Whether they would truly release him was still uncertain. Not enough sincerity. Qi Yuan shook his head. I want both the people and the land. Wu Kui trembled slightly. Heavenly Sovereign, isn't that a bit too arrogant? After all, there were 2 sun gods stationed outside the mortal hard realm. No matter how mysterious Qi Yuan's past life was, he was currently stuck at the 7th step of ascension, unable to reach the Yang God level. My demands aren't unreasonable, Qi Yuan stated. His mission was to protect Qingshui village. How could he possibly give up the land? More importantly, he had already engaged in battle with the evil gods. He had killed so many of them, he couldn't believe they were genuinely willing to let him off. Qi Yuan considered himself a gentleman, but even he couldn't forgive the Black Mountain sect after they had conspired against him. Instead, he had bravely taken up his knife and wiped them out. The evil gods were far from being gentlemen, so their intentions were undoubtedly nefarious. They were likely preparing to settle the score with him. 2 armies at war do not kill envoys. Go back and tell your master that peace is simple to achieve. Giving them the land in the mortal heart realm isn't out of the question, but I have one condition, Qi Yuan said calmly. Wu Kui heard this and assumed Qi Yuan was softening his stance. Perhaps his earlier demand for both the people and the land was just to scare him. It was like demanding to tear down a roof when you really just wanted to open a window. Qi Yuan was merely trying to negotiate for more favorable terms. Heavenly Sovereign, please state your condition, and I will convey it to my master truthfully. Your master and all the other evil gods must apologize to me, soothe my wounded soul, and then commit suicide to atone for their sins. If all of you die, I will give you the mortal heart realm as your burial ground. This way, the land will be yours, and the people will be mine. Isn't that fair? Qi Yuan thought he was a genius. He quickly came up with a solution that both sides could easily accept, and it also ensured he would have no future troubles. Wu Kui began to sweat profusely. Suicide as atonement. This Qi Yuan really dared to think big. This wasn't a negotiation, it was a provocation. But despite his shock, Wu Kui didn't dare to argue or curse. He could only reply with difficulty, I will convey these words to my master as they were spoken. Qi Yuan smiled warmly. No wonder they say that the best solutions are found through discussion. This plan is practically flawless. Hurry back and relay my exact words to your master. I'm sure they'll be excited and will applaud this perfect plan. Seeing this, Wu Kui didn't dare to speak further. He forced a smile, bid his farewell, and quickly left. He couldn't afford to stay any longer. After Wu Kui left, Chi-Chi stepped forward, her eyes filled with doubt. Godfather, why didn't you just pretend to agree to their terms to buy us more time? In Chi-Chi's eyes, the people of the mortal heart realm desperately needed more time. If they had enough time, the 4,000 yin gods under Qi Yuan's command could grow to terrifying levels. When they finally turned against the evil gods, they would be in a much stronger position. Why pretend to agree? I've already proposed my terms, Qi Yuan said seriously. He had already laid out a new set of conditions for negotiation, and they were very well thought out. Chi-Chi was speechless. These were terms. What kind of negotiation was this? Godfather, there's no way they'll agree to your conditions. The Tao gives birth to 50, and the heavens lose 1, leaving 49. There are no absolutes in this world. What if their master, on a whim, decides to agree to my terms? As a wise person once said, do not neglect to do good because it is small. Do not commit evil because it is small. So, even if the odds are slim, we should never give up. You never know, Qi Yuan said earnestly. He felt that after visualizing the 3 pure ones, his mind had become clearer, and his logic had sharpened. Every word he spoke seemed to carry profound wisdom. Chi-Chi was silent, unable to argue. The news of the evil gods sending an envoy to negotiate peace quickly spread throughout Feiwu City. The contents of Qi Yuan's conversation with the evil god's military commander also circulated, reaching many of the followers and ordinary cultivators. These followers and cultivators had mixed reactions. The mythic plan we've been clinging to isn't as good as the slim chance of the evil god's peace terms. If the heavenly sovereign agrees, 1 million people in the mortal heart realm could survive. The mythic plan, how many will it save? Shi Chongshan, who had just visualized the second god, Erlang Shen, wasn't surprised when he heard Qi Yuan's response. A refusal from the heavenly god is what I expected. At that moment, Ling Zhong, the headless Grand Master, stood with eyes wide open on his chest, looking particularly dignified. In his eyes, there was a mix of complex emotions. After 100 breaths had passed, Ling Zhong stood before Qi Yuan. He looked at the heavenly god and slowly spoke, Heavenly God, before the heaven pillar was broken, the Venerable Foodless Holy Mother once said that in the future, if anyone could save the mortal heart realm, I should give them this. Qi Yuan, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them, a hint of surprise in his gaze. He recalled the sight of Wu Shi huddled by the pond, clutching a large fish as she slept, and the complex and peculiar expression on the Venerable Foodless Holy Mother's face when he met her at the heavenly pillar. A specially crafted storage bag appeared before Qi Yuan. Ling Zong's figure disappeared, leaving Qi Yuan alone in the courtyard. With a sense of nostalgia and curiosity, Qi Yuan opened the storage bag. Immediately, a faint fragrance wafted out. Inside the storage bag were various fish, spicy fish, grilled fish, sour fish. The fish looked like the ones Wu Shi had made when Qi Yuan met her the second time. She didn't eat them. He recalled Wu Shi by the pond, clutching a half-eaten fish as she asked him. Do you want to eat? Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Staring at the fish inside the storage bag, Qi Yuan fell silent for a moment. He picked up one of the fish, his gaze complex. After all these years, it shouldn't have gone bad, right? This girl, she even saved some fish for me. He picked up a piece of the fish with chopsticks, placed it in his mouth, and slowly chewed and savored it. At that moment, a young, innocent voice echoed in Qi Yuan's ear. Hee, actually, my name isn't Wu Shi. I don't even have a name. When I first met you, I knew we would meet 3 times. Why? Because not only could I hear your voice, I could also hear your thoughts. The girl's voice brought Qi Yuan back to the recent past, to the moment he saw the young Wu Shi, the last time he would see the Venerable Foodless Holy Mother. Her voice was tender, as if she was saying something she had wanted to express when they first met. Qi Yuan had a moment of realization. No wonder, she had seemed so strange, because she could hear his thoughts. This meant she must have known that they would meet again in the future and that she would eventually die at the hands of a young god. As Qi Yuan ate the fish, the girl's incessant voice continued. When I first saw you, I was very cautious. I even thought you might eat me. I misjudged you. But I wanted to eat you, too, but I was too scared to do it. The girl began to recount her past, as if she were writing in a diary, lamenting her lonely life. Qi Yuan continued eating the fish, savoring each bite, as the voice in his ear gradually lost its childish tone and became more mature. The second time I saw you, I was a little happy because I finally got to eat some delicious fish. I was so hungry. Compared to eating fish, nothing else mattered. The scent on your body became even more enticing. I really wanted to eat you back then. Qi Yuan couldn't help but recall the second time he met the Venerable Foodless Holy Mother. She had been curled up on the ground in a red dress, her face pale, and when she looked at him, there had been a hint of greed in her eyes. But later, she had eaten the fish, her expression turning cold as she distanced herself from Qi Yuan. So, her attitude changed back then because she wanted to eat me. Qi Yuan's gaze remains calm. From the Venerable Foodless Holy Mother's words, he now understands that she possessed both the innate primordial body and the devouring primordial body. These 2 terrifying constitutions were in constant conflict with each other. No wonder, whenever he saw the Venerable Foodless Holy Mother, she always seemed strange, as if she were suppressing something. She was suppressing her desire to devour him. A chance encounter, you gave me fish to eat, so I helped you guard the heaven pillar. We're even, but you harbored ill intentions. If I devoured you, it wouldn't be unfair, would it? The Venerable Foodless Holy Mother's tone was light-hearted. But Qi Yuan knew the deep-seated struggle within her. The devouring primordial body's desire to devour was immensely strong. Back then, when the Venerable Foodless Holy Mother, a being of mythic power, ate ordinary fish, the pain had been so unbearable that she had trembled all over, lying on the ground. She was a mythic being, and even when her body was riddled with wounds while facing a young god, she had not cried out in pain. Yet, merely eating a piece of fish had caused her such agony. Luckily, I later realized that what I had been eating all along was your blood. The Venerable Foodless Holy Mother's voice carried a hint of nonchalance. It seemed she had convinced herself not to follow her instincts and devour Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan's gaze grew more complicated. So, she really could have eaten me back then. Even though they had been separated by time and space, there had been moments when Qi Yuan had felt a faint sense of danger around the Venerable Wu Shi Mother. He recalled the first time he saw her, when she had quietly eaten the fish in front of him. At that time, the fish had not been purified by his blood, yet the Venerable Holy Mother had still eaten it with relish. Previously, Qi Yuan had not understood why. He had assumed that each time he met the Venerable Foodless Holy Mother, it was a different person. Now, he understood that she had eaten the unpurified fish, enduring the extreme pain to suppress her urge to devour him. Qi Yuan's emotions were conflicted. He hadn't imagined that their 3 simple meetings, where nothing earth-shattering had occurred, just eating, drinking, and chatting, had such profound implications behind them. I wandered the mortal hard realm for tens of thousands of years. This world is much more interesting than my old home, and it smells much better. The Venerable Foodless Holy Mother's voice was filled with a certain cheerfulness. Qi Yuan remained silent. The Venerable Foodless Holy Mother's childhood had indeed been tragic. Like a caged canary, or perhaps more accurately, like a piece of merchandise, she had been kept at home. When she arrived in the mortal hard realm, the people there were like Qi Yuan, ignorant of her terrifying dual constitutions. The way they looked at her was much more normal. It was understandable that she had lived a happier life in the mortal hard realm than in her old home. Her time in the mortal hard realm had been the happiest of her life. As Qi Yuan finished the last piece of fish, a voice rang in his ear. Since we met by chance, how about a deal? I helped you guard the heaven pillar, and you helped me protect the mortal hard realm. Qi Yuan ate the last piece of fish. He recalled how he had exchanged 1 fish for the Venerable Foodless Holy Mother's help in guarding the heaven pillar. Now, the Venerable Foodless Holy Mother had returned the fish to him. After their second meeting, when she realized the fish contained Qi Yuan's blood, she had stopped eating them and left them for him. These fish contained the purest blood. After finishing the fish, the blood Qi Yuan had lost was replenished, and his aura deepened. Venerable Foodless Holy Mother, you've been too generous, Qi Yuan sighed. Because, without making any deal with her, he was already obligated by the game to protect the mortal hard realm, or more specifically to protect Qingshui village. This deal left the Venerable Foodless Holy Mother at a loss. Qi Yuan felt at peace, lost in thought. Suddenly, his expression changed. For some reason, he felt the solar true fire within the golden core of the celestial star flare up intensely. What's happening? He was surprised, examining himself. The golden core of the celestial star, which had always been calm and steady, had been following Qi Yuan's plan, slowly devouring other stars. Ning Dao sat within, time seemingly frozen. Due to the Great Forgetting Sutra, the divine seed that Ning Dao had awakened was connected to time. Now, after eating the fish, a sudden change occurred in Qi Yuan's celestial golden core, as if it had suddenly gained a devouring ability. Devouring primordial body. Qi Yuan was startled. He glanced at the now empty storage bag, his mind racing with thoughts. In the past, he had purified the fish with his flawless blood before giving them to the Venerable Foodless Holy Mother to eat. Now, did the Venerable Foodless Holy Mother not want to owe him anything, and so she added her blood to the fish? Now, his body had gained a trace of the devouring essence. This devouring essence was neither a divine attribute nor a divine domain. A wry smile appeared on Qi Yuan's face. With such a great favor, are you asking me to protect this world, for a lifetime? Zhu Zhuangxi, from now on, you're not allowed to bully Dahe anymore. Shi Chongshan glared at the burly Zhu Zhuangxi, a vertical eye seeming to appear on his forehead. The big black dog sat at Shi Chongshan's feet, as if it had found a protector, barking furiously at Zhu Zhuangxi. Damn it, even though it's my dog, why did Erlang Shen choose you? Zhu Zhuangxi was seething with jealousy. Shi Chongshan's second visualization was of Erlang Shen, the mighty and illustrious true lord. This god's power far surpassed that of Marshal Tianpeng. You have to respect the owner when dealing with their dog. He could no longer bully the big black dog like he used to. The mighty Erlang Shen is too noble to let someone like you visualize him. Shi Chongshan said smugly. He had already visualized a powerful god before, and later visualized several more. Finally, he had visualized Erlang Shen, the mighty and illustrious true lord, and now he had reached the level of a mythic being. Zhu Zhuangxi had also improved significantly in strength, but he was still far behind Shi Chongshan. You wretched dog, Zhu Zhuangxi cursed. At that moment, 2 figures approached, Village Chief Yuli and the god official Shentu. Village Chief Yuli was dressed in coarse cloth, with patches on his clothes. The priest Shentu, on the other hand, wore a brown robe and a hat, looking much more dignified. When the 2 men arrived, Zhu Zhuangxi's playful expression vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor. Come on, let's go have a feast. Tomorrow, the great battle begins. Village Chief Yuli's voice was hoarse, tinged with a deep sense of melancholy. Shi Chongshan's eyes flashed with excitement. 3 months ago, who would have thought that in our 2 villages, everyone would become a god? Qingshui Village, Shihia Village, and Chengxi Village were the first villages Qi Yuan had taken under his rule. I still remember back then, we didn't have enough to eat, and we were bullied by your Shihia village to the brink of extinction. Who could have imagined this day would come? The god official Shintu reminisced about the past, his voice full of emotion, as if he were in a dream. At that time, Qingshui village had been on the brink of collapse, and even Zhu Zhuangxi had been starving. Shi Chongshan also wore a look of reminiscence. The heavenly god's grace is unforgettable, even unto death. Back then, his child had been selected to be sacrificed to the evil gods. He had been pinned to the ground, unable to move. It was the heavenly god who had arrived, slaying the evil gods with a single sword, giving Shi Chongshan a new lease on life and bringing hope to Shihia village. Chengxi village was no different. These villagers all remembered the heavenly god's kindness. Although they had not spent much time with the heavenly god, they were ready to die for him. Let's go, feast and kill the enemy. The 4 men and a dog were filled with fervor as they walked towards the banquet, talking as they went. Old Zhu, about the matter I mentioned before. Don't worry about my integrity, the results are in. Good. As night fell, all the ancient gods stopped their meditations and gathered in Feiwu City to feast. Thousands of true gods gathered together, feasting. The scene was incredibly awe-inspiring. What other city could boast thousands of ancient gods feasting together? Drinks were poured, and the atmosphere was lively. Everyone's spirits were high, with no fear of the future. It was just death, after all. For them, who was truly afraid of death? Within the heaven pillar, the sound of chewing echoed continuously. The devouring incarnation of Blood Sun Great Saint continued to consume the heavenly Tao. Suddenly, Blood Sun the Great Saint's movements halted. Devouring. Inside the heaven pillar, she looked towards the north. Her chaotic eyes became clear in that moment. Countless memories flooded back into her mind. A crazed look flashed in Blood Sun the Great Saint's eyes. The innate world, the devouring primordial body, is this heaven's favor for me? If she obtained the innate world and fully devoured it, her realm would rise to new heights. Now, she had even caught the scent of the legendary devouring primordial body. Among all the devouring incarnations, the devouring primordial body was the supreme form. Her current body was a devouring incarnation. Now, she had caught the scent of the devouring primordial body. How could she not be excited? For her, the devouring primordial body was even more precious than the heavenly Tao of this world. Because it was the most suitable constitution for her. Without any hesitation, she awoke from her slumber, halting her devouring of the heavenly Tao, and emerged from the heaven pillar. Boom! Suddenly, a loud, heart-pounding sound reverberated. This sound was like a heavy drum, striking directly at everyone's hearts. All the ancient gods in the mortal heart realm, as well as ordinary cultivators, were startled in that moment. A strong sense of hunger gripped their bodies. They clutched their stomachs, racked by the conflicting sensations of pain and emptiness. It was as if a piece of their consciousness had been carved out, leaving them dazed. All living beings in the mortal heart realm couldn't help but look up at the sky. High above, beyond their sight, a towering and terrifying figure appeared in everyone's vision. No matter the angle or distance, that figure was clearly visible to all. A being, above the true gods. The heavenly Tao, she's devoured most of the heavenly Tao. She is the undisputed ruler of the mortal heart realm. Ah, how can such a being be defeated? Seeing that figure, everyone felt an overwhelming urge to worship. It was as if they wanted to tear themselves apart and offer their pieces to her. Just a single glance told them she was invincible. The mythic plan seemed utterly ridiculous. Some had blood-red eyes, tears of blood streaming down their faces. Some knelt, driven mad, losing all reason. Only those who had seen a young god could understand the immense power of a young god. Evil gods, go to hell, ravaging our mortal heart realm, the evil gods must be destroyed. At that moment, 7 or 8 figures shot up into the sky from the southern lands. Each figure shone like the brightest stars. 8 pillars of light, filled with the utmost courage, charged straight towards the figure in the sky. For 8 grand venerables to act simultaneously was an event of monumental proportions in the mortal heart realm. All the followers watched, filled with anticipation. They hoped that these 8 grand venerables could at least just hurt, that evil god in some way. The evil god in the sky looked at the 8 pillars of light, her expression unchanged. She spoke, her voice cold and emotionless, like a deity issuing a decree from the 9 heavens. How dare fireflies compete with the sun and moon for glory? Blood Sun Great Saint didn't even lift a hand. With just a slight shout, her voice rang out. It was as if a divine decree had been issued, or as if her words alone held the power of the law. Boom! What no one had expected was that with just Blood Sun Great Saint's voice, the 8 pillars of light, like arrows that had exhausted their strength, suddenly stopped in midair. In the next moment, the 8 pillars of light exploded, and the brilliant light disappeared, turning into scattered starlight. 8 grand venerables had attacked simultaneously, yet they hadn't even forced the young god to act. With just a shout, all 8 grand venerables were slain. The mortal heart realm was left in a state of shock. Was this the power of a being above the true gods? Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. High in the sky, that towering figure stands arrogantly, above all others. Starlight scattered and fell from the heavens. It seemed as though the world was weeping, as a mysterious blood rain began to fall. Weaklings, you have no right to resist. Only death awaits you. The Blood Sun Great Saint was filled with arrogance and desire, her eyes fixed on the north, her tongue licking her lips as if she were eyeing the most exquisite delicacy. The devouring primordial body. If she could obtain it, combined with the innate world, how powerful could she become? It was unimaginable. Surrender to me, and I will make you my consort. Blood Sun the Great Saint's gaze pierced through miles, locking onto the origin heavenly sovereign in Feiwu City. Qi Yuan's face bore an expression of helplessness. Don't you know that interrupting someone during a meal is very rude? It's extremely disrespectful to the dead. Beware that the secret wheel Venerable might crawl out of hell to seek revenge on you. At this moment, Qi Yuan had already visualized the 3 pure ones and acquired the devouring primordial body. His strength had now reached an exceedingly terrifying level. Ordinary myths, he could obliterate with a mere gesture. When he spoke, his voice echoed across the world, reaching all corners of the mortal heart realm. All of the realm's inhabitants heard the words of the legendary Origin Heavenly Sovereign. In their hearts, hope arose, a hope that the Origin Heavenly Sovereign could vanquish the terrifying figure in the sky. Although they knew this hope was nothing more than a delusion. The devouring incarnation of Blood Sun Great Saint swept across Feiwu City, her gaze falling upon all the ancient gods. In her eyes, a flicker of amazement and surprise passed, a rare sight in the tens of thousands of years she had lived. Because those ancient gods, each one seemed to hold boundless potential. Moreover, each of these myths seemed capable of suppressing her during her mythic period. She was the favored daughter of the heavens, a being who had already stepped into the realm of the young god. And yet, what did she see here? Her body couldn't help but tremble before she broke into wild laughter. Ha ha, devouring primordial body, everything will be mine. These ancient gods will all become my nourishment. The gods you visualized will all serve me. Naturally, she assumed that Qi Yuan's achievements were all due to the devouring primordial body. Only the devouring primordial body could explain this. A mere incarnation dares to speak such big words. What Qi Yuan faced was actually one of Blood Sun Great Saint's incarnations. Back then, what the Venerable Foodless Holy Mother faced was merely a projection of that incarnation. This is my past body. Blood Sun Great Saint was furious. To ascend to the young god realm, one must walk the 7 steps of heaven, then sever the past body to achieve the present form. For a newly ascended young god, the past body may be weaker, but it is still the extreme of mythic power, capable of obliterating myths with a mere gesture. Blood Sun Great Saint's past body was more than enough to dominate the mortal heart realm. Not to mention, she had already devoured a large portion of the heavenly Tao. No matter how many myths stood before her, given time, she could destroy them all. After all, a young god's past body was far beyond the reach of mere myths. I thought you were just an incarnation, but you're actually a dead person. A past body was essentially a dead body, wasn't it? As Qi Yuan's voice rang out, he made his move, unleashing the full might of the 3 pure ones. You dare seek death? Blood Sun Great Saint's past body roared in fury. A mere myth dared to show her disrespect. She opened her mouth, and suddenly, her jaws split wide, extending all the way to her ears. Then, in an instant, the entire sky was filled with nothing but a gaping, bloody maw. I will devour you and complete myself. The gaping maw snapped shut, as if it was swallowing the entire world, plunging everything into darkness. Qi Yuan found himself engulfed in endless darkness. Surprised, he murmured, "You dare to swallow the three pure ones? Who gave you the courage?" In that instant, the true meaning of the three pure ones erupted. From one came two, and from two came three. Behind Qi Yuan, three terrifying phantoms materialized one after another. The primordial, the chaotic, the profound yellow. The air was filled with an overwhelming, ancient aura. The mortal heart realm trembled. It was the fear and dread of a higher plane. The three phantoms seemed to be seated across the past, present, and future. These three were none other than the Yuan Shi Tian Zun, Ling Bao Tian Zun, and Dao De Tian Zun visualized by Qi Yuan. The supreme deities of Taoism. The Taijun record once said, "The great Luo generates the primordial Yuan's three qi, which then form the three pure heavens. The qi that became the clear micro-heaven is the primordial Yuan. The qi that became the Yuyutian is the upper purity. The qi that became the great red heaven is the supreme purity." As the saying goes, one qi transforms into the three pure ones. Break. Qi Yuan reached out his hand and grasped toward the darkened sky. Behind him, the three phantoms also extended their hands. The primordial, profound, and original qi seemed to have come from the dawn of time. In that instant, these three qi wrapped around Qi Yuan's hand. The world suddenly brightened. All the darkness was dispelled as Qi Yuan saw a flash of blood-red light. A crack appeared in the darkness, and light poured through that crack, landing on Qi Yuan's hand. As the light fell on his face, he appeared heroic, like a god. The blood-red light expanded, the crack widening furiously, not torn apart, but stretched open. No! With a desperate scream, Blood Sun Great Saint's past body exploded. How is this possible? What was that? Before shattering, Blood Sun Great Saint's eyes were fixed on the three phantoms behind Qi Yuan. She couldn't comprehend what those beings were. She had become a young god, yet a past body, upon attempting to devour those phantoms, was instantly annihilated. Is that it? Qi Yuan's figure appeared in the sky, his voice booming, "Even the courage Liang Jingru gave you won't help." He hadn't even needed the three pure ones phantoms to shatter this past body. All the gods fell into a silent, chilling terror. The past body of a young god had been blown apart by the origin heavenly god. The heavenly god is invincible. Glory to the heavenly god. In Feiwu City, thousands of gods shouted in unison. After all, in this first encounter, the origin heavenly god had won a flawless victory. But then, a hysterical voice rang out. "You destroyed my past body, wasted 10,000 years of mine, your crime is unforgivable." This voice was 100 times more terrifying than the one before. Everyone instinctively looked up at the sky. There they saw, the sky tearing apart. In the sky, a pale hand reached out, ripping a hole in the sky. Through that tear, a massive eye gazed down upon the mortal heart realm. The eye visible through that tear was only a tiny fraction of the whole. What kind of eye was this? Enormous, deep, filled with countless compound eyes, the tear widening, revealing more of that vast eye. The eye seemed endless, as if the entire mortal heart realm's sky could be torn apart, and yet the whole eye still wouldn't be visible. One eye, larger than the entire mortal heart realm. That eye locked onto Qi Yuan. In that instant, Qi Yuan felt countless invisible hands reaching out from all directions, tightly binding his body. So this was the power of a young god. Qi Yuan's expression grew more serious than ever before. All the ancient gods of the mortal heart realm felt their skin crawl, unable to even look directly at that eye. That eye, it's bigger than the entire mortal heart realm. How can a being above the true gods be this strong? How can we possibly fight this? The mortal heart realm was an innate world, and its most powerful beings were those who had taken the 7 steps of heaven. As for beings above the true gods, there were no records of them. Otherwise, the strongest beings in the mortal heart realm would not be true gods but young gods. The ancient gods of the mortal heart realm had speculated about the power of beings above the true gods. The Venerable Foodless Holy Mother had once resisted a projection of a being above the true gods for 20 breaths. So the mythic plan held a slim hope. The idea was that the myths would attract the attention of the being above the true gods, allowing the seeds of hope to escape. But now, with the sky torn open, they finally saw what a young god truly was. A young god's eye alone was larger than the entire mortal heart realm. How could they fight such a terrifying existence? How could they possibly win? Though there were legends that a young god could swallow stars, the mortal heart realm was a sealed world. They had no concept of how large a star really was. All the inhabitants of the mortal heart realm were filled with fear, their will to fight had vanished. Faced with such a sight, who wouldn't be terrified? But Qi Yuan remained unusually calm. With a surge of power, the invisible chains binding him shattered. From the rift in the sky, a majestic voice boomed. Do you dare to come out and fight? Blood Sun Great Saint roared. Her true form could not enter the mortal heart realm without tearing it apart. The heavenly Tao hadn't been fully consumed yet, so the mortal heart realm couldn't be destroyed. Qi Yuan's expression remained indifferent, even serene. Why wouldn't I dare? Facing an enemy, there was no escape. So, the only choice was to fight to the death. In Feiwu City, all the ancient gods' fighting spirit was ignited. I am willing to follow the heavenly god and slay the evil god. Shenlei Great Venerable declared, his voice causing the heavens to tremble. We will fight, the pine guarding ancient god roared, his expression fierce. We dare to fight, Shi Chongshan's voice was as solid as the mountains themselves. We are ready to die for the heavenly god. These were not just empty words, they were promises from the ancient gods. If the world crumbled, if everything was destroyed, the origin heavenly god was still their only hope. These ancient gods would never give up their last hope. Fight, 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 their voices thundered like a mighty tide. Nearly 5,000 great venerables roared in unison, a sound louder than the battle cries of a million heavenly soldiers, echoing throughout the entire mortal heart realm. None of them hesitated, even knowing they faced a young god, a being that could devour the mortal heart realm, they did not falter. At that moment, not a single one of Qi Yuan's followers hesitated, all of them soared into the sky. Nearly 5,000 true gods, none of them weaker than a great venerable, rose to follow Qi Yuan without fear, charging toward the rift in the sky. Qi Yuan's expression was as calm as the ocean. In an instant, he passed through the rift in the sky and emerged into the boundless chaos. Behind Qi Yuan, 5,000 great venerables radiated terrifying auras, every one of them ready to die in battle against the young god. Each of these great venerables, in any other world, would be the most powerful of beings. And each one, if given enough time, had the potential to reach the young god realm. This was the terrifying nature of innate beings, and also the terrifying nature of the gods Qi Yuan had visualized. Now, Qi Yuan looked at the terrifying creatures in the distance, unable to see their full forms. Vast, endless, as immense as stars. These creatures were not just one but two. How could one possibly fight such enemies? Yet Qi Yuan's eyes remained steady, his gaze cold. In my foundation stage, I dared to swallow stars. Now that my golden core is perfected, why wouldn't I dare to kill two young gods? Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. The gap between a young god and an yin god is larger than that between a human and an ant. Each young god has a star that belongs to them, one that emits endless light. In Qi Yuan's understanding, such a star is a sun. A young god is equivalent to a sun. In his previous life on Blue Star, the sun was the ruler of the solar system. The sun accounted for 99.86% of the total mass of the solar system. In the Kanglan realm, an ordinary yin god could, at full strength, destroy an entire nation. But a young god, if given enough time, could devour the entire Kanglan realm. At this moment, in the distant starry sky, two colossal, incomprehensible young gods stared down at everyone with their enormous eyes. The impact of facing them head-on was terrifying and horrifying. The true form of the Blood Sun Great Saint moved, and the stars around her rotated like ornaments in her cascading hair, which flowed like a waterfall. When she spoke, her voice was vast, as if it echoed from within everyone's heart. Those who do not reach young god are all ants. You are all impressive quite, but you are doomed to have no future. Hearing this, Qi Yuan shrugged. I've heard that kind of talk too many times. When he was in the Qi refining stage, he heard foundation establishment cultivators say that those who hadn't reached foundation establishment were ants. Later, he heard the same from Purple Mansion cultivators. As his strength grew, the phrase changed to yin gods, and now it was yang gods. You NPCs need to update your dialogue. Facing two young gods, Qi Yuan was fully on guard, sensing intense danger. But he wasn't afraid. If he was scared of young gods in the game, would he bow down to them in reality? At this moment, the Blood God Great Saint stood by, sealing off this space to prevent Qi Yuan from escaping. The Blood Sun Great Saint couldn't be bothered with words. Devouring you will complete me. As her voice echoed, her enormous form moved. The stars hanging in her hair jingled like ornaments. A gigantic hand descended from the sky. This is the true form of the young god, her Dharma body. In the upper realms, young gods will never appear in their Dharma body. But this was the space between worlds. The enormous hand descended, as if it could grasp the entire mortal hard realm in its palm. But in reality, such a hand could, at most, kill all the ordinary beings on the surface of the mortal hard realm. A world of this level could not be easily crushed into powder. It was a vast and unparalleled strike. This was the strongest blow Qi Yuan had faced since his reincarnation. All the ancient gods looked grim. How could they block such a blow? Could it be stopped by human strength? But none of them felt fear, not a single ancient god hesitated. Kill, Qi Yuan shouted as he charged forward. In the mortal hard realm, he hadn't killed many gods. But his experience points had skyrocketed. Plus, after visualizing the three pure ones, he had reached the peak of the path of myth. Otherwise, how could he have reverse-slain a young god's past self as a mythical being? Now, he was facing the present self of a young god, her true form. Qi Yuan transformed into a stream of light, rushing toward the young god's dharma body. Compared to the young god's vastness, this light was like a mere speck. But even a speck of light can ignite a wildfire. I shall assist the heavenly god. The 9 luminaries illuminate the heavens. All thunder division, kill. All battle division, fight. Emperor of heaven and queen of earth, master of yin and yang, nurturer of all things. Nearly 5,000 great venerables struck at once, closely following the origin heavenly god. In the vast, empty space, countless lights soared into the sky. These lights were insignificant compared to the young god, but they were like a spark that could set the world ablaze. Heavenly Stars Formation, Big Dipper Formation, Immortal Slaying Sword Formation, 9 Netherworlds 12 Earths Formation. Each ancient god transformed into a star. Nearly 5,000 stars formed the Heavenly Stars Formation. Qi Yuan's formed sword, and in his hand, a blood-red sword emitted an aura of boundless slaughter. He alone sat at the heart of the formation, becoming its core. The blood-red sword seemed to be empowered by the Immortal Slaying Sword, the Execution Slaying Sword, the Trap Slaying Sword, and the Absolute Slaying Sword. Looking at the vast young god, Qi Yuan's voice echoed through the heavens, "Together with all of you, I will strike a single sword." In the formation, every ancient god wielded a blood-red sword. Slaughter, execution, destruction, entrapment, terrifying auras filled the air. Nearly 5,008 deities, holding swords, stood solemnly. At that moment, all the gods swung their swords. Strike! 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 The 36 celestial spirits, 72 earthly fiends, 10 heavenly lords, 6 celestial ministries, 3 sovereign emperors. Behind nearly 5,000 great venerables were countless celestial gods roaring in fury. Behind each great venerable, there were at least 10 celestial gods. Qi Yuan, sitting at the formation's core, looked serious as his blood-red robe fluttered. All the celestial gods roared, transforming into a series of decrees. The 3 pure ones behind him opened their eyes as if they were sweeping in from the primordial era. Strike! Qi Yuan roared. He unleashed the most powerful sword in the world. This sword was the projection of the celestial heavens in this world. This sword was the strongest sword in the mortal hard realm. The sea of stars trembled. Time and space seemed to freeze. In the empty sea of stars, everything disappeared. Only slaughter remained. The ultimate strike of slaughter, combined with the roar of millions of celestial gods, cut through the heavens. The sword clashed with the Dharma body. It was a clash between the ultimate slaughter in the mortal realm and the young god. There was no sound, no ripple. The massive Dharma body had its hand severed by the strike. The cut was smooth, with no blood flowing out, as if cutting through cooked meat. The Blood Sun Great Saint's eyes revealed a trace of astonishment. This sword had actually injured her. A mortal sword had injured her. It was simply unimaginable. Though the Dharma body's defense wasn't particularly strong, it wasn't something a mythical being could harm. But she wasn't angry or afraid. Instead, she was delighted. The stronger you are, the more excited I am. The chasm between Yin God and Yang God was insurmountable. These ancient gods, born in the innate world, were destined to never break through to Yang God. Since the beginning of time, there had never been a case of an Yin God killing a Yang God. The Blood Sun Great Saint remained calm. She shook her hair, and the stars in it exploded. The severed hand reattached itself. This sword is enough to shock the upper realms. But alas, you are destined to die in obscurity, to perish here and complete my ascension. The mighty hand continued to descend. The strongest sword strike seemed to have barely scratched her. Qi Yuan's expression was grim. All the ancient gods were fully focused, their divine power at its peak, raising their defenses to the maximum. Boom, The young god's strike descended with an unreasonable, unstoppable force. All the formations of stars flashed brightly. In the vast, dark night sky, the formations emitted an intense glow, like a spider web. But facing the young god's strike, every ancient god's face turned pale, and they spat blood. The millions of celestial god projections behind them trembled and many collapsed. Qi Yuan's face turned deathly pale. Even with so many followers fighting alongside him, forming such a massive formation, the gap between them and the young god was still too vast. The power of a star, how could it be compared to an ordinary world? If you do not reach young god, how can you be worthy opponents of mine? Origin heavenly god, show me your full strength. The Blood Sun Great Saint shouted coldly. She wanted to face Qi Yuan at his strongest, to consume him at his peak. Only then could she maximize the benefits. At that moment, her eyes were filled with greed. After all, the Origin heavenly god's past life must have been unimaginable. Every one of the gods the ancient ones visualized filled her with dread. But so what? Now, she was a young god. The title young god represented everything. The massive hand continued its push. The heavenly stars formation stood in front of the mortal heart realm, and Qi Yuan stood at its core, channeling all his divine power to resist the terrifying onslaught. Once again, the light of the heavenly stars formation dimmed. Qi Yuan's blood-red robe was stained with fresh blood. Among the nearly 5,000 great venerables, nearly 100 of them perished, their bodies disintegrating into ashes. The once mighty black dog, even after having visualized additional gods, was reduced to nothing more than a pile of dust under the young god's assault. The scene before Qi Yuan was eerily reminiscent of his encounter with the Bright Palace. But this time, they were in the position of the Bright Palace, while the Blood Sun Great Saint had taken on his former role. Facing the young god, they were unable to mount a direct defense, all they could do was defend. But if things continued like this, they would all surely die under the young god's relentless attacks. Heavenly God saved me from the flames of war. To die for him is my honor. Shi Chongshan's wife, once a helpless woman, was shattered into fragments under the young god's blow, leaving only a pool of blood that fell into the heavenly stars formation, continuing to fuel the formation's operation. Without the heavenly god, they would have perished long ago. Dong Zhonghe was covered in blood, laughing bitterly. If the spring wind has mercy on the flowers, could it grant me youth once more? His body was broken, teetering on the edge of death. If the young god struck again, he would surely perish. At this moment, Qi Yuan remained terrifyingly calm. This battle, their deaths were inevitable. This game had become his most challenging yet. But he felt no fear. For as soon as he learned of the two young gods and realized that this realm offered no path to become a young god, Qi Yuan knew how this game would end. He had tried countless methods. His right eyebrow had been twitching constantly, indicating extreme danger. If they delayed, perhaps they would grow stronger, but once the Blood Sun Great Saint fully devoured the heavenly Tao of the mortal heart realm, their true death knell would ring. Right now, the Blood Sun Great Saint was at her weakest. This was their best chance. Because as their strength increased by 1, the Blood Sun Great Saint's strength would increase by 10. So they had no choice but to fight. Although, to everyone else, it seemed like they were marching to their deaths. Human strength has its limits. Show me all your cards. The Blood Sun Great Saint bellowed. In the distance, the Blood God Great Saint watched the battle with ease. How could yin gods possibly fight a young god? Such a thing had never happened since the beginning of time. There is no absolute in this world. At that moment, Qi Yuan spoke, and his aura became more obscure. Even though his right eyebrow was twitching wildly. As time passed, the twitching grew more intense, signaling the terrifying danger ahead. The great Tao is 50, heaven gives 49, but one is hidden. The one hidden represents a thread of life. However, to grasp this thread of life, he needed to fulfill all 49. At this moment, he would face two young gods with his strongest form. The great sun shines brightly, illuminating all directions. I don my black robe, decreeing 9 chapters. In the starry sky, a virtual image of a star suddenly began to pulse. A massive solar shadow hung in the night sky. The terrifying solar shadow grew closer and closer. The Blood Sun Great Saint's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. A star's shadow? Impressive, but it's just a shadow, and nothing more. She was utterly indifferent, but in the next moment, her expression turned to one of shock. 2 stars. Interesting. In the midst of the massive solar shadow, another star's shadow appeared. 2 star shadows hung in the sky, illuminating the heavens and the earth. Not enough, you can become even stronger. Then, devouring you will be all the more satisfying. The Blood Sun Great Saint's eyes were filled with greed. With the summoning of the two solar shadows, the threat posed by the Origin Heavenly God escalated once more. But since he hadn't become a young god, she felt no fear. This was like watching from the top of a 5,000-meter tall building, holding a sniper rifle while looking at Qi Yuan below. Qi Yuan was wielding a massive blade, which had become sharper and longer, but how could it possibly threaten her? Xiao Jia, Qi Yuan's voice rang out coldly. In an instant, Xiao Jia's figure appeared, her wedding dress fluttering in the starry sky, her aura deeply profound. The once silent blood god Great Saint now revealed a look of astonishment. A young god's past self? No, not quite. Clad in robes, together as one. Qi Yuan shouted. Blood-red armor appeared on Qi Yuan's body as he sat at the center of the great formation, his form towering, reaching an unimaginable height. The terrifying, ferocious armor made him look like a demon from the depths of hell. Wielding a blood-red sword, the towering giant seemed capable of cleaving the world apart with a single strike. But under the shadow of the young god's enormous Dharma body, he was still tiny, like a slightly larger ant. At this moment, Qi Yuan's strength had increased by 6 levels. But the gap between him and the young god was still far too vast. Not enough, nowhere near enough. The Blood Sun Great Saint's eyes gleamed with greed. What other surprises can you give me? The stronger the Origin Heavenly God grew, the more benefits she would gain from devouring him. At this moment, Qi Yuan, with the two solar shadows supporting him, and clad in blood-red armor, seemed to have reached his peak. His terrifying strike could rival the one unleashed by the 10,000 star formation earlier. But, even such a strike had only caused minor damage to the young god's Dharma body. It had not touched the core, let alone killed the young god. At this moment, the village elder Yulei sighed deeply. We are willing to lend the heavenly god a hand. Shi Chongshan stepped forward. We are willing. Zhu Zhuangxi grinned. We are willing. The priest Shintu's voice echoed through the world. I have a technique, called assimilation. We are willing to become the heavenly god's nourishment, to help the heavenly god slay the evil god. The assimilation technique was obtained from the evil gods. The villagers of Qingshui village, after becoming true gods, had been studying the assimilation technique all along. Their research was not only to save ordinary people who had been assimilated by the evil gods but also because they were willing to be assimilated by the Origin Heavenly God, to become a part of him and boost his strength. The assimilation technique echoed throughout the heavenly stars formation. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. The moment the assimilation technique was invoked, all the ancient gods felt its presence within them. This technique mimicked the evil god's method of assimilation. By practicing it, they will become a part of the Origin Heavenly God. They would be like puppets, their everything becoming the foundation of the Origin Heavenly God, enhancing Qi Yuan's power, and helping him ascend to the Yang God realm. Having received this technique, some of the ancient gods hesitated, some felt melancholic, but none showed reluctance. Heavenly God made me what I am today, now, I repay him. Great Venerable Dusk speaks with determination. With his words, those who had visualized the water god Gongon exploded, transformed into drops of water that merged into Qi Yuan's divine domain. Village Elder Yulei activates the assimilation technique. His eyes showed a peaceful smile. This old man can no longer guard the underworld for the heavenly god. His body explodes, without hesitation, becoming one with Qi Yuan. The spring wind shows me mercy. I, Dong Zhonghe, am destined to be a youth, but it turns out that youth is heavenly god. Dong Zhonghe could barely hold on, and with his last bit of divine power, he used the assimilation technique. We are willing to die for the heavenly god. We are willing to die for the heavenly god. Voices roared as one ancient god after another chose to sacrifice themselves. Perhaps they knew that even by sacrificing themselves, the Origin Heavenly God might not be able to bridge the gap to the Yang God realm. But they still resolutely chose to die. Within the heavenly stars formation, one star after another dimmed. The once bright starry sky lost its light. Shenlei Great Venerable roared, Qi Yuan, after I die, the esteemed title of Old Deng that you admire so much will be yours. Shenlei Great Venerable also chose assimilation, his body exploding. The blood of the ancient gods who had died in battle, scattered within the heavenly stars formation, was also assimilated, becoming part of Qi Yuan. The former subjects, all the ancient gods, Qi, Shi Chongshan, Shintu, the cat god, the Pear Mountain Great Venerable, one by one, familiar figures chose assimilation, one by one passing away behind Qi Yuan. At this moment, a familiar figure appeared near Qi Yuan. This figure, dressed in a red robe, was ethereal like a celestial being. It was none other than the foodless Holy Mother. After the ancient gods who used supreme treasures to reach the sovereign level perished, the foodless Holy Mother's shadow appeared. She looked at Qi Yuan with the same complex gaze as before. She smiled brightly, saying, "I finally get to see you." This peerless beauty then shattered, choosing to use the assimilation technique, becoming part of Qi Yuan. Now, Qi Yuan's power surged wildly. Within his divine domain, floods raged, thunder rolled, and the earth overturned. At this moment, he was more powerful by tenfold, no, 100-fold than before. All the divine power of the great Venerables, including their visualization techniques, flooded into his mind. It was as if millions of heavenly gods were hidden within his body. The Blood Sun Great Saint smiled. What a noble sacrifice, but alas, it is all in vain. Kill. Qi Yuan raised his sword with both hands. His massive body leapt from the starry sea. The fragile celestial bodies in the starry sea were shattered into dust by the shockwave of this unparalleled strike, scattering like flakes of skin. This immense strike replaced all the fallen ancient gods. This strike was at least tenfold, no, 100-fold more powerful than the one before. The divine strike cleaved the Blood Sun Great Saint's body in two. The enormous body was severed, and a thin line of blood appeared on the Blood Sun Great Saint's forehead. Impressive, being able to wound my Dharma body, truly impressive. But as she spoke, her colossal, celestial body healed once more. The Blood Sun Great Saint seemed unharmed. Her smile deepened, but alas, without becoming a young god, you cannot harm my core. This type of wound didn't even count as damage to her. The gap between the Yang god and the Yin god was too vast, they weren't even the same kind of life form. No matter how strong Qi Yuan's sword was, it couldn't truly harm a Yang god. It was like a brute crushing gold, but unable to destroy the gold itself. Qi Yuan stood silently, holding his sword. At this moment, he was incredibly powerful. He even had the feeling that given enough time, he could completely cleave a star in half. But his mighty sword couldn't truly harm a Yang god. Now, you are incredibly strong, surpassing all myths. The divine power within you even surpasses mine. But what of it? The difference between a Yang god and a Yin god isn't merely in divine power. Not enough. Qi Yuan's gaze deepened. Was his divine power still insufficient? What good is more divine power? The Blood Sun Great Saint said. Without becoming a Yang god, you are merely a fleeting moment, a firework. How can that compare to the eternity of the stars? I understand now, it's not that I don't have enough divine power. Qi Yuan's voice was cold. He swung his sword again, silently digesting the divine power of the fallen ancient gods. What good is more divine power? They sacrifice themselves, assimilating into you. But in the end, assimilation is just assimilation, their divine power is not truly yours. If your divine power cannot be unified, how can you possibly fight me? The Blood Sun Great Saint looked at Qi Yuan with greed. Within Qi Yuan's divine domain, everything was chaotic, and so was his divine power. Compared to her mythic self, Qi Yuan's divine domain was 100 times stronger. But so what? His divine power wasn't unified, chaotic and disordered, how could it possibly condense a past body? And even if he managed to condense a past body, what then? Without entering the Great Realm, he could never break through to become a Yang god and form a present body. Thus, the origin heavenly god before her posed no threat. The Blood Sun Great Saint opened her gigantic mouth, her eyes filled with greed and a touch of reluctance. Is this really the extent of your power? Is this your limit? How pitifully weak, the Blood Sun Great Saint taunted, though her heart brimmed with greed. To her, Qi Yuan was far more delicious than the heavenly Tao of the mortal heart realm. As long as she devoured all of Qi Yuan's accumulated power, she was confident that one day, in the upper realms, she, the Blood Sun Great Saint, would dominate the heavens and the earth. She gazed at Qi Yuan, a trace of reluctance in her eyes. Devouring you will complete me. She unleashed her unused essence. Her massive, bloody maw opened again, just as her past body had done in the mortal heart realm, ready to swallow Qi Yuan whole. But this time, Qi Yuan didn't unleash the three pure one's shadows to shatter her past body as he had done in the mortal heart realm. Now, Qi Yuan found himself in endless darkness, or perhaps, an endless void. There was no light, no color, not even blackness. Become a part of me. A vast voice echoed within Qi Yuan's heart. Qi Yuan stood in the void. In the depths of his massive eyes, a profound glint shone. Memories peeled away, it seemed everything was leaving Qi Yuan. He stood silently, without resistance, terrifyingly still. It felt like an instant, yet also like an eternity. Suddenly, Qi Yuan smiled. Blood Sun Great Saint, you were always a part of me, so why try to devour me? The Blood Sun Great Saint hesitated, ignoring Qi Yuan. She believed he was stalling for time. At this moment, Qi Yuan's eyes were filled with a smile. He whispered softly, unified divine power, the one that was hidden. One gave birth to two, two gave birth to three gave birth to all things. At that moment, Qi Yuan recalled a conversation he once had with Shenlei Great Venerable. At the time, he had said to Shenlei Great Venerable, "Is there a possibility that you are me, that the stars in the sky are me, that all living beings are me?" Back then, Shenlei Great Venerable thought he was crazy. But Qi Yuan had always believed that it was simply a matter of his understanding being insufficient, like a cat in front of a mirror, not realizing that the reflection was itself. Now, having acquired the devouring physique, he filled in that gap in his understanding. Haha, I get it now. I've attained enlightenment. Haha, Shenlei Great Venerable is me, and I am Shenlei Great Venerable. Qi is me, and I am Haotu. Shi Chongshen is me, and I am Erlang Shen. I am the youth Emperor Dong Zhonghe. Countless faces appeared on Qi Yuan's own, faces of the long-dead Tianbao Venerable, the beautiful Qi, the weathered Yulei, and the majestic Lingbao. So, all of this is me. All beings were him, everything in the world was him. Qi Yuan had attained enlightenment. His divine power underwent a tremendous transformation. The chaotic divine domain within him became even more chaotic. But the divine power within him began to unify. Yet this unity turned into duality, duality into trinity, and trinity into all things. All beings are me, and I am all beings. I finally understand the Tao Te Ching. The Tao gives birth to one gives birth to two gives birth to three gives birth to all things. Turns out, Laozi is me, and I wrote the Tao Te Ching. Qi Yuan understood now, plagiarism wasn't plagiarism. The blue planet didn't need to be erased because all its creators were him. At that moment, he finally understood the concept of one and the Tao. He also realized that Shenlei Great Venerable was him. The 3 pure ones and 6 royal emperors he visualized were, in fact, all him. Unified divine power allows for the formation of the past body. Once unified divine power is tempered by the great realm, it becomes true unity, forming the present body and achieving young God status. And now, one is all things, his divine power was truly unified, truly supreme. So, I am already a young God. At that moment, Qi Yuan felt a great epiphany. His body began to shrink. His terrifying aura receded inward. The Blood Sun Great Saint now wore a puzzled expression, tinged with deep fear. What are you doing? For some reason, facing the origin heavenly God, she felt a sudden, inexplicable fear. I want to tell you, you're on the wrong path. Qi Yuan's voice boomed, echoing through the cosmos. The path to young God isn't about unification. It's about transforming everything into me. I, Qi Yuan, am the only one in all the heavens. You never existed, you're just one of the many things I created. You're insane. The Blood Sun Great Saint was filled with dread, convinced that Qi Yuan had lost his mind. After all, she had once encountered a young god who was very much like Qi Yuan, following a similar path. But now, she didn't hesitate, she attacked. Qi Yuan's eyes grew cold. You're a version of me that I despise, die. He struck, his blood-red sword swinging lightly. A massive crack appeared in the Blood Sun Great Saint's colossal body. Such a crack would have meant nothing to her before. But now, her body broke out in goosebumps. Her true form was dissolving rapidly, being assimilated. This was something she had never experienced. She trembled. What are you doing? I'm reclaiming myself. Qi Yuan's blood-red sword, as if endowed with the devouring physique, began to consume the Blood Sun Great Saint. In the distance, the Blood God Great Saint finally lost his composure, launching a terrifying attack toward Qi Yuan. But Qi Yuan remained incredibly calm. The innate world represents infinite possibilities. So, this is what an innate young god is. As he spoke, his sword swept through the air. Behind him, 1,000,000 heavenly soldiers and generals appeared, blowing mournful trumpets. The sorrowful sound of the trumpets echoed as Qi Yuan casually swung his sword at the Blood God Great Saint. We're all part of the same whole, so why fight amongst ourselves? He sighed deeply. Now, he was more powerful than ever. The blood god Great Saint's eyes filled with horror. What are you? The two young gods, like the extraterrestrial demons in the Moonwatch continent, looked at Qi Yuan in terror. Their understanding couldn't comprehend Qi Yuan's existence. I am, you. Qi Yuan smiled brilliantly. The two terrifying young gods felt their bodies grow cold. They wanted to flee, but their bodies wouldn't obey. In truth, if it were any other young god facing Qi Yuan's strike and unable to withstand it, they could have escaped. But these two young gods couldn't. Because their bodies had long been tainted with the innate Qi of the innate world. The innate world represents infinite possibilities. Thus, the visualization technique can create gods. Thus, the visualization techniques Qi Yuan imagined could come to life. Thus, Qi Yuan could say he was Shenlei Great Venerable, Qi, and the Foodless Holy Mother. Because they had all been influenced by the innate world. Because Qi Yuan had the devouring physique. Because Qi Yuan had the Qi Yuan scripture. These three things were indispensable. Only with all three could Qi Yuan be created, the Qi Yuan who declared that all beings were him. Otherwise, even if Shenlei Great Venerable and the ancient gods chose to assimilate into Qi Yuan, he could never truly become them. Tainted with innate Qi, you or me. His gaze deepened. At that moment, the two young gods couldn't move. The Blood Sun Great Saint's delicate face began to change, slowly transforming into Qi Yuan's likeness. Her planet-sized eyes shrank drastically. The Blood God Great Saint's face morphed into the image of a star. At that moment, the two young gods became Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan's face showed anger. How dare you impersonate me, die? Qi Yuan spoke, unleashing a powerful strike. At that moment, he became a young god. One strike, and the stars were extinguished. The two colossal forms disintegrated. In the boundless cosmos, two blood-red stars exploded, scattering into endless fragments. The heavens trembled. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. The Blood Star is gone. Gone. In the mortal hard realm, in the southern lands, all the ancient gods and even ordinary people looked up at the sky. Where there had once been a massive tear in the heavens, where a gigantic blood-red sun had loomed, it was now completely gone. What this meant, the ordinary people did not understand, but how could the ancient gods not know? An elderly man wept openly, tears streaming down his face. The evil god is gone. The evil god that had ravaged the mortal hard realm for tens of thousands of years, the one who was even beyond a true god. Gone. He returned, not too long ago, when the heavens were torn open and the terrifying being beyond a true god had roared in fury. The origin heavenly god, dressed in a blood-red robe, had entered the tear in the sky from the northern lands. 5,000 gods followed behind him, swearing to slay the evil god. When the ancient gods of the mortal hard realm first glimpsed the corner of the eye of that being beyond a true god, they knew. This battle was unwinnable. The power of that being beyond a true god was beyond comprehension. Its body was larger than the entire mortal hard realm. The ancient gods, born and raised in the mortal hard realm, could combine all the resources they had ever gathered, and it would still not equal even a fraction of the power of that being beyond a true god. In such a battle, defeat was inevitable. Yet now, that blood-red sun that had shone over the mortal hard realm for thousands of years was gone. The mortal hard realm had won. The origin heavenly god had won. But, the Pear Mountain Great Sovereign, has fallen. The white she revered one, is gone. The elderly man, his hair and beard white, rushed into his cave dwelling. When he saw that all 30 lanterns hanging in the room had gone out, his heart was filled with sorrow. The ancient gods who had gone to the northern lands had left a wisp of their essence in these life lanterns. The extinguished flames in the lanterns meant that they had died in battle beyond the heavens. The elderly man looked up at the sky, hoping to see the ancient gods falling like shooting stars back into the realm. But, sadly, he was destined to be disappointed. In Feiwang City, Huang Mengeling, the city lord's daughter, stood in reflective silence. She recalled the first time she had seen that young man. He had been eating at a banquet. She had invited him to leave Qingshui village, which was in great danger, to come with her to the city and even recommended him to join the ancient gods' alliance. That strange ancient god had refused, acting in a mad and reckless manner. But who would have thought he could? The memories of those days still lingered before her eyes, as if in a dream. At that moment, a weak voice sounded in Huang Mengeling's ear. My injuries have healed by about 30%. Has the Flying Spirit Palace sent any evil gods? The voice belonged to ancient god Yuan, who had been injured and in a deep sleep. When Feiwang City had faced a crisis, she had briefly awakened, but had quickly returned to her slumber. Even while healing, she had been constantly worried about the situation in Feiwang City. Knowing that the Origin Heavenly God had slain the descending evil gods, she expected a fierce retaliation from them. Hearing ancient god Yuan's question, Huang Mengling was momentarily at a loss. She didn't know how to respond. After hesitating for a moment, she finally said, "The evil gods are gone." Gone. Ancient god Yuan's voice was filled with confusion and disbelief. Suddenly, she looked up at the sky, her expression shifting to one of shock, and then horror. In her ears, Huang Mengling's somber voice continued. Yesterday, the Origin Heavenly God led the ancient gods of several villages in a counterattack against those beings beyond true gods. They left the heavens and have not returned. Night had fallen, and the ancestral land of the ancient tribes was silent. It wasn't time for the ancestral land to be opened, so the place was empty, devoid of people. Suddenly, a flash of blood-red light appeared, and Qi Yuan materialized within the ancestral land. His expression was neither joyful nor sorrowful as he gazed around. Indeed, this is the ancestral land. Even now, I can sense an intense danger here. The ancestral land was filled with countless puppet gods lying in wait. Right now, Qi Yuan was a young god, and yet he wasn't. In his battle with the Blood Sun Great Saint and the Blood God Great Saint, he had essentially taken a shortcut. These two had coveted the mortal heart realm for so long that they had absorbed too much of its innate energy. Thus, they had been immobilized by Qi Yuan's power of, all beings are me, and subsequently slain. But that immobilization wasn't permanent. The idea of turning the two into puppets was out of the question. The likes of Shenlei Great Venerable, Zhu Zhuangxi, and others had used the evil god's assimilation technique, willingly becoming a part of Qi Yuan. This was true assimilation into me. The innate beings represented infinite possibilities. In the Kanglin realm, if ordinary yin gods had submitted to Qi Yuan and used assimilation, they couldn't have become a part of me. All beings are me was essentially a law, but it only applied to the mortal heart realm. If this law were universally applicable across all realms, or even all universes, it wouldn't be just any ordinary law. Qi Yuan's gaze swept across the ancestral land, his expression profound and contemplative. He then moved to a specific spot that was now empty. There used to be a tower here, but now it's gone. The aura here feels familiar. The vanished tower gave Qi Yuan a sense of familiarity. Is this the visualization technique? Qi Yuan murmured, beginning to understand. At his current level of understanding, the law of conservation of energy still applied. The visualization techniques that had appeared out of nowhere had drawn their power from certain special towers in the ancestral land. This civilization's ancestral land is quite remarkable. I wonder, is it even from this universe? Qi Yuan mused, lingering in the ancestral land for a moment before disappearing. Why hasn't my quest to protect Qingshui village been marked as complete yet? The night was dark and quiet. Qingshui village was particularly serene. But just outside the village, a number of ancient gods had gathered. Most of these ancient gods carried a sense of reverence, as if they were on a pilgrimage, looking toward Qingshui village. A single village has produced so many great venerables. Qingshui village should be considered a sacred place in the mortal heart realm. Sadly, we won't see them return. Some lamented, their hearts filled with sorrow. But among them, two ancient gods with sly, cunning faces secretly communicated. With the Origin Heavenly God being so powerful, there must be some secret in Qingshui village. One of the ancient god's eyes gleamed with greed, and his body trembled with excitement. Wang Can, your divine domain excels in stealth. With so many ancient gods here, use your domain to sneak into Qingshui village. We'll split whatever we find evenly. Wang Can hesitated. The Origin Heavenly God just saved the world. What we're about to do doesn't seem right. Gratitude is gratitude, but profit is profit. Any opportunities in Qingshui village would be wasted if left alone. We might as well take them. The man's eyes were filled with avarice. But, if we're discovered, we won't be able to stay in the mortal heart realm. HMPH, we're communicating in secret. What are you afraid of? No one can hear us plotting. Even if we take the opportunities from Qingshui village and are discovered, so what? If we become the next Origin Heavenly God, what could those other ancient gods possibly do? Even if the Origin Heavenly God were to return, what then? The man spoke excitedly. If it weren't for Wang Can's special divine domain, the man would have acted alone, sneaking in by himself. A flash of greed crossed Wang Can's eyes, and he finally made a decision. Let's do it. As they secretly communicated, preparing to continue, they suddenly stopped. Not far from Wang Can, a slender woman was holding a fox. At that moment, the woman's body trembled slightly, and goosebumps appeared on her skin under her brown dress. Wang Can's expression suddenly changed, and he expanded his divine domain. He focused on the fox the woman was holding. The fox was his heart fox. The heart fox could hear the mental transmissions of other cultivators. Zhao Qingyu, what did you hear? Wang Can's divine domain remained active, his eyes filled with hidden killing intent. Zhao Qingyu's body trembled as she held the heart fox tightly. Senior, I heard nothing. She was terrified and furious, just wanting to flee. Is that so? Wang Can smiled. It seems there's been a misunderstanding. But he didn't retract his divine domain. Clearly, he intended to keep Zhao Qingyu there. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly sounded. No wonder my quest isn't complete yet. It turns out, some still covet my Qingshui village. As the voice echoed, a figure in a blood-red robe appeared. The man had long hair and an exceptionally handsome face, resembling a demonic god descending to earth. Wang Can and the other ancient god froze in shock. They were both utterly stunned. Origin Heavenly God. It was the Origin Heavenly Sovereign, he was still alive. Zhao Qingyu was trembling, her eyes shining with hope. She wanted to tell the Origin Heavenly God about the conversation she had overheard, but she couldn't find the words. However, at that moment, a flash of blood-red light passed. Don't think I can't hear you just because you were whispering behind my back. Wang Can and the other ancient gods' eyes widened in terror. A blood-red aura surged into their divine domains, shattering them as if they were made of thin paper. Their minds filled with fear, and their bodies fell, lifeless. Even in death, they couldn't understand how the Origin Heavenly God had known about their plot. They had been whispering in secret, and Zhao Qingyu had been under control. With Wang Can dead, the pressure on Zhao Qingyu disappeared. She looked at Qi Yuan, bowed deeply, and said, "Thank you, Heavenly God, for saving my life." At that moment, streaks of light flashed by, and it was clear that the other ancient gods near Qingshui village had noticed something was missed. When they saw Qi Yuan, they were either shocked or overjoyed. The Origin Heavenly God was still alive. Greetings, Origin Heavenly God. Greetings, Heavenly God. A dozen ancient gods gathered near Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan gave them a casual glance. An elderly man stepped forward, hunched over. May I ask, Heavenly God, what happened to the evil gods? The disappearance of the blood sun suggests the fall of those beyond true gods. But they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, so they were still anxious. Dead, Qi Yuan said calmly. Upon hearing this, the ancient gods felt a weight lifted from their hearts, but Qi Yuan continued. Qingshui village is my territory. No unauthorized persons are allowed inside. The quest to protect Qingshui village is not yet over. The other ancient gods had little reaction to this, they were still processing the news of the evil god's demise. At that moment, Qi Yuan seemed to remember something. Earlier, I promised to hold banquets in some of the cities, but I never had the chance to follow through. Would you be willing to help me with this? Upon hearing this, many of the ancient gods felt a surge of joy. Zhao Qingyu quickly stepped forward. It would be an honor for me to serve the Heavenly God in this matter. The Heavenly God was still alive. It was clear who now reigned supreme in this realm. I leave it in your hands. Qi Yuan waved his hand. Everyone, please return. His form disappeared once again, reappearing inside Qingshui village. The place where it all began. The quiet Qingshui village was no different from any ordinary village. The crops in the fields were growing vigorously. If my quest is to protect Qingshui village, then I should move the village. I am Qingshui village, and Qingshui village is me. As Qi Yuan spoke, Qingshui village began to undergo a strange transformation. The stones, bricks, mud, earth, trees, and spiritual rice all began to fade, being absorbed into Qi Yuan's divine domain. Qi Yuan's face paled momentarily before returning to its normal color. At that moment, the game notification sounded. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. You have completed the Qingshui village instance and received rewards. Reward 1. Innate Seed. Reward 2. Innate True Spirit. Information about these two rewards flooded into Qi Yuan's mind at that moment. The innate seed, as the name suggests, is a seed. But this seed is extremely special. It can take root and grow in any world, develop under the owner's direction, and can then be replaced when the owner descends. This innate seed is rather peculiar. After reaching the Yin God level, Qi Yuan realized that in the past, his gameplay involved his primordial spirit entering the game world. However, his primordial spirit was somewhat unique, being one-time use and nearly identical to a physical body, with flesh and blood. Regardless, it was a direct descent. Now, with the innate seed, Qi Yuan could plant the seed first, allow it to grow, and then replace it when he descended himself. It doesn't seem particularly useful. At most, it allows for early entry into the game and a bit of foresight into the plot. No, wait, there is some utility. The feedback from the innate seed's power growth is greater than what the game would provide. This realization left Qi Yuan somewhat frustrated. If he had obtained the innate seed earlier, he might already be at the Yin God level in the Kanglin realm by now. As things stand, even after slaying 2 Yang gods, he has only just broken through to the nascent soul stage upon returning to the Kanglin realm. Qi Yuan then focused on the second reward, the innate true spirit. Innate beings are all born from the innate true spirit. Possessing an innate true spirit, Qi Yuan could even cultivate a new mortal heart realm. Such a world of innate beings is highly coveted, even by Yang gods. If Qi Yuan carefully nurtured it, his path to Yang God would extend very far indeed. However, Qi Yuan simply chuckled and said, "What's one innate world compared to a heavenly court?" He thought of the fallen Shenlei Great Venerable, his adopted daughter Qi, and all the villagers of Qingshui village. Without hesitation, the innate true spirit before him, which looked like a peeled, crystalline egg, exuding an infinite, vast aura as though it could birth countless beings, was suddenly shattered by a multitude of sharp blades formed from Qi Yuan's divine power. "Let this become my nascent souls." With these words, the innate true spirit instantly split into 4,752 fragments, 4,750 for the villagers and 1 each for the foodless Holy Mother and the Tianbao Venerable. The fragmented innate true spirit entered Qi Yuan's divine domain. Under his control, these innate true spirits transformed into nascent souls. In his divine domain, the assimilated divine power returned to these nascent souls. Countless memory fragments also flowed into the nascent souls. It's time to leave. Qi Yuan's gaze deepened. The task was complete, and his time in the mortal heart realm was running out, less than half a day remained. In these last moments, he thought of the time he had once spent exploring this world with the foodless Divine Mother. This time, he would take one last solitary look at the mortal heart realm. Kanglin realm. In his small brick house, Qi Yuan's eyes snapped open. It felt as though ages had passed in an instant, with countless memories flooding his mind like fragments of a shattered mirror. He glanced at the stars in the sky and sighed softly. As expected, not even a quarter of an hour has passed in the Kanglin realm. He had ventured into the game world again and then returned, yet the time in the Kanglin realm had remained frozen at the exact moment he left. In his mind, memories surged like a flood. Qi Yuan's sutra activated, temporarily sealing all memories as though storing them as a film. The heavy expression on Qi Yuan's face faded away. He examined his dantian. Inside, he saw 4,752 nascent souls. Each nascent soul radiated a terrifying aura, as though an Yin God slumbered within. If awakened, they would surely shake the Kanglin realm. Moreover, these nascent souls were no ordinary gods. For instance, Shenlei Great Venerable, who had acquired the Southern Pole Longevity Emperor visualization technique. Given time, he could potentially ascend to Yang God in a larger world. Thus, each nascent soul within Qi Yuan possessed the potential to become a Yang God. If they were to awaken, they could become 4,000 plus Great Venerables, and possibly even Yang Gods. Oh dear, I've inadvertently created so many nascent souls. Now, I've truly earned the title of Nascent Soul True Monarch. In the Great Shang Kingdom, a Nascent Soul True Monarch was considered a top-tier figure. The sect master of the Shengguang sect, Elder Kumu, was also a Nascent Soul True Monarch. Qi Yuan's nemesis, the Black Chicken Demon, was likewise a Nascent Soul True Monarch. After much hardship, Qi Yuan had finally become a proper Nascent Soul True Monarch. In the Great Shang Kingdom, he could now establish his own sect. A brick house no longer befits my status. This time, I'll move into a bungalow. As his power grew, so too did his standards, and his living quarters could no longer be so humble. If there were televisions here, he would demand the best. This breakthrough was indeed significant. Qi Yuan reflected. His power had increased tremendously. If he were to summon these nascent souls in the Kanglin realm, they would be much more effective than his stellar golden core. In the Kanglin realm, unless he encountered a great catastrophe, he could now walk freely. Faced with a great Venerable, he could simply summon a nascent soul. Unfortunately, they're all in a deep sleep. Who knows when they'll fully awaken? Qi Yuan sighed. The nascent souls within him slept soundly, unlikely to wake anytime soon. Let's see what new abilities my cheat power has unlocked this time. With each major breakthrough, Qi Yuan gained a new cheat ability. For instance, his eyes could now see hidden information, and his ears could hear whispers and thoughts. Now that he had advanced to nascent soul true monarch, his cheat ability would update again. This time, it's... Qi Yuan was left speechless. This time, he had unlocked his nose. Generally speaking, when thinking of noses, people often think of dogs with a keen sense of smell. But Qi Yuan's nose had acquired a different ability. Lie detection. It grows longer or shorter. Have I turned into Pinocchio? Qi Yuan's newly awakened ability allowed his nose to lengthen or shorten depending on whether he detected a lie in what someone said. Of course, this lengthening and shortening occurred under his control, so no one would notice his nose's movements. This overlaps somewhat with my eye's ability to see hidden information. Qi Yuan mused, but the overlap wasn't much. For instance, when examining a single object, Qi Yuan could only receive one piece of hidden information per day. Sometimes, the hidden information involved distinguishing truth from lies. Now, on the path to discerning truth, he had become even more precise. I wonder if it works on my own words. Qi Yuan had a sudden thought. Qi Yuan is the most handsome man in the Kanglin realm. Sadly, his nose didn't change at all. Damn it, I can't even cheat. Qi Yuan was frustrated. This ability was too limited. I'll leave it be. With that, Qi Yuan left his brick house. This time, however, he didn't walk with his usual casual air. Instead, he mimicked the stately gait of sect leader Kumu. If he were to change his clothes, walking around the Shengguang sect, others might think he was an elder. Should I pretend to be an elder on patrol? The idea crossed Qi Yuan's mind but was quickly dismissed. He was now a nascent soul true monarch. In the Shengguang sect, this made him a peak leader. There was no need to pretend to be a leader inspecting his subordinates. He stepped out of his brick house and looked toward a distant building. He cleared his throat and called out, "Junior sister." After about 10 breaths, a graceful figure emerged from the building. Her hair was tied in 2 loops behind her ears, with braids on each side that reached her waist. Beneath her bangs, a pair of lively eyes shone. Zhang Lingsu wore a round-collared, pink robe embroidered with gold edges, with a white inner garment. Despite the loose robe, it couldn't hide the ample curves beneath. She frowned at Qi Yuan and couldn't help but say, "Senior brother, walking with your hands behind your back like that, so old and stern. I thought you were some elder. Am I not qualified to be an elder?" Qi Yuan retorted proudly. With his recent breakthrough, he was now the youngest nascent soul cultivator in the Shengguang sect, no, in the entire Great Shang Kingdom, so he had every reason to be smug. Qualified. Suddenly, Zhang Lingsu glanced at the sky. "I just closed my eyes for a moment, and there's another sun up there." She looked puzzled, because now, there were 3 suns in the sky. The sight of 3 suns in the Kanglin realm was especially startling. Next time you go into seclusion, you might find the area around that sun filled with other suns when you come out. Qi Yuan laughed. He was currently employing military strategy, using the tactic of surrounding cities from the countryside, with his stellar golden cores encircling the sun in the sky. "Stop, that's too terrifying." Zhang Lingsu shook her head, dismissing the matter. After all, such significant events were beyond her control. "Senior brother, why did you call me out?" Zhang Lingsu asked. "I've got some good news and some bad news. Which do you want to hear first?" Qi Yuan asked with a grin. Zhang Lingsu's health had always been poor, her body turning icy cold every so often. Even with Qi Yuan's warmth, he could only briefly alleviate the cold when holding her hand. Unless they shared a bed every day, he couldn't dispel her pain entirely. Throughout his journey in the mortal heart realm, Qi Yuan never forgot about his junior sister's condition. After all, she had supported him generously, and while Qi Yuan no longer needed her modest wealth, he wasn't about to become ungrateful now that he was wealthy. "Good news," Zhang Lingsu replied directly. She knew that when talking with her senior brother, it was best to follow her instincts and say whatever came to mind. "The good news is that I've found someone with a water attribute heavenly spirit root who can cure your condition." Qi Yuan's initial plan was to reach the level of a golden immortal and then capture a purple mansion cultivator to heal his junior sister. But in the mortal heart realm, he had encountered many purple mansion cultivators with water attribute heavenly spirit roots and had chosen a particularly beautiful and obedient one to become one of his subjects. Zhang Lingsu's eyes lit up with excitement. You found someone. Does that mean her illness could finally be cured? Would she no longer have to endure such excruciating pain? Overjoyed, she moved closer to Qi Yuan, grabbing his arm. Where is she? But there's also bad news, Qi Yuan said calmly. The person I found isn't at the purple mansion level. Ah, Zhang Lingsu's excitement faded, disappointment flashing in her eyes. Without a purple mansion cultivator, there was no way to permanently cure her condition. And training a regular water attribute heavenly spirit root cultivator to the purple mansion level. That was out of the question. Even her Zhang family couldn't do it. Thank you for your efforts, senior brother, but it's okay, Zhang Lingsu smiled brightly. It was enough that her senior brother cared about her. It didn't matter if he couldn't help. I'm not done with the bad news yet, Qi Yuan continued. Zhang Lingsu pushed aside her earlier excitement and smiled, what else is there? The cultivator I found isn't at the purple mansion level, she's at the yin god level. In fact, she wasn't just any yin god but a great venerable, a god among gods. Zhang Lingsu was stunned, her breath quickening. Senior brother, you found an yin god. That was an yin god. An yin god could do what a purple mansion cultivator could, and more. Her senior brother was full of surprises. But Zhang Lingsu was also a bit apprehensive. Her Zhang family couldn't even afford to hire an yin god. But I'm not done with the bad news. Qi Yuan didn't leave her in suspense this time. That yin god is dead. Zhang Lingsu blinked. She became one of my nascent souls. Zhang Lingsu blinked again. Why did that sound so strange? So, my nascent soul can heal you. Qi Yuan boasted. Zhang Lingsu was bewildered. After a long pause, she said, Senior brother, we've only been apart for one incense stick's time, and now you're pulling my leg. She playfully punched Qi Yuan, twisting his arm with a bit of force. After all, she was only at the foundation establishment level, so she couldn't really hurt the golden core stage Qi Yuan, which meant she could go all out. To be a nascent soul already, that was too hard to believe. Your senior brother never lies. Even if I do, it's only for good reasons, Qi Yuan said nonchalantly. Now, let's go back to your room so I can heal you. Are you serious, senior brother? Zhang Lingsu asked, astonished. While her senior brother was unreliable at times, when he got serious, he was often right. I swear I'm not lying. Qi Yuan replied earnestly. Zhang Lingsu hesitated for a moment. Wait, I need to gather my thoughts. This is all too much. She was genuinely confused. Her senior brother's words were simply too unbelievable. After a while, she clenched her teeth and said, all right, senior brother, I'll believe you this time. But if you're tricking me, you won't hear the end of it. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1.